Good morning, people who are here and staff and fellow council members. We will start the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council meeting of May 2nd, 2023. Will you please join me?
I'm sorry, Mayor, before we do the pledge, can we do Spanish interpretation?
Spanish interpretation. Before we call this meeting to order, which I just did, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. Good morning. We're offering live interpretation in Spanish during this meeting. If you wish to hear Spanish interpretation, please click the interpretation button at the bottom right of your Zoom screen. You'll see a globe icon. If you're joining via the Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots in the bottom right corner of your screen. Select Language Interpretation, then choose Spanish and click Done. If you wish to hear only the interpreters and not the original speakers, be sure to mute original audio. Everyone must follow these instructions. Spanish. Español. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo en español durante esta reunión. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, haga clic en el botón Interpretation, que significa interpretación. En la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla Zoom verá un icono de globo terráqueo. Si se está uniendo a través de la aplicación Zoom para smartphone, seleccione su idioma haciendo clic en More, que significa más, o en los tres puntos en la esquina inferior derecha de la pantalla. Después seleccione Language Interpretation, que significa interpretación del idioma. Luego elija Spanish y haga clic en Done, que es listo. Si desea escuchar solo a los intérpretes y no a los oradores originales, asegúrese de hacer clic en Mute Original Audio, que significa silenciar audio original. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks very much. I was overly eager to begin this meeting. Will you all please join me in the pledge? Thank you. Ms. Blankenship, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Wallace?
Here.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
Mayor Cregan. And I will just note for the record that Councilmember Friedrich is participating via teleconference today.
Great, thank you. We are going to begin our meeting today with the proclamation recognizing May as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And Ms. Meyerhofer, will you join me at the podium?
Hi.
Is this good for the microphone? Okay, great. This is the City of South Lake Tahoe's proclamation recognizing May 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas in 2022, there were 392 reports of abuse and/or neglect in the City of South Lake Tahoe made to El Dorado County Child Protective Services, of which 205 were investigated and 42 were found to be substantiated. And whereas those statistics are part of a county-wide reports made to El Dorado County Child Protective Services in 2022, where 2,012 reports of abuse and/or neglect were made, of which 918 were investigated and 163 were found to be substantiated. And whereas the two major risk factors leading to child abuse and neglect, family isolation and stress, have been experienced by our families in ways never imagined in recent years, from lasting effects of isolation during the pandemic, unprecedented evacuations of homes during massive wildfires, extended winter storms and power outages in our community, and pressure of relentless inflation. And whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment, prevention remains the best defense for children and families. And whereas we all have a role to play to stand up, speak out, and create a community where every child in the City of South Lake Tahoe and in all of El Dorado County has the opportunity to reach their full potential. I can't think of a better way to start our meeting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll move on to another great way to go on with our meeting, our city employee recognition. And we'll start with new city employees and that is Chief Stevenson at the Police Department.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Always a pleasure for me to get up here and introduce new city employees. I'm going to start with 2 new parking ambassadors. Unfortunately, neither of which are here today. I'm going to start with Aaron Scheib. He's actually out on bereavement leave, unfortunately, already. So Aaron's been in South Lake Tahoe for over 25 years. He's happily married. Familiar story. He moved to South Lake Tahoe to work at the ski resorts and never left. He's worked for the public bus system and the school's bus transportation system during that time. We were able to hire him as a parking ambassador in March. He enjoys bike riding, music, and even plays a few instruments like guitar and the drums. So we're very happy to have Aaron and welcome him to the city. Next up, we have Jacqueline Villa. She is working late half of the week through Sunday, so she's not here today. It's her day off. She currently lives in Nevada. Before coming to the city, she was a corrections officer for the state of Nevada for 4 years. She's in process of obtaining her bachelor's degree in behavioral science and hoping to become a counselor as a career, hopefully way down the road, at least 5 years or so. She's also a volunteer for crisis support services in Nevada. During her free time, she likes to dance, cook, spend time with her Dachshund puppy, parentheses, weenie dog, and she likes to go to the gym and enjoys playing video games. She also is learning new languages. She's right now practicing American Sign Language and plans to branch out to more languages later. So welcome to Jacqueline. We're very excited to have her as a parking ambassador. Lastly, our newest police officer, Savannah Robertson. She's not here today because she worked last night till 6 a.m. and she has to be back at 6 p.m. tonight, so she's sleeping. It's the middle of the night right now for her. She graduated from Douglas High in 2013. Graduated from UNR in 2017 with a bachelor's in math and chemistry. She went to the San Diego Regional Training Academy in 2019. She worked for Escondido PD for 4 years. She was a UAS pilot for their SWAT team during that time, and she speaks Spanish, so we're very happy to have her. She started on April 3rd, 2023. And since you said new employees, I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, and welcome to the new employees. Now we'll continue along today with service awards. Chief Stevenson.
Touche. Okay. First up, I would like to invite up to, I actually have a real live person, 2 real live people with me today. I'm so excited. It's always extra special when they're actually here. So Maureen, if she's not hiding outside, oh, there you are. Come on up here, Maureen. This is a 10-year service award for Miss Maureen Stolman, who is our code enforcement investigator. Thank you for coming today. She was really eager to be here today. She was like, when do we go? When do we go? And I had to tell her the time and everything. So Maureen was a long-time Southern California Venice Beach resident. She worked primarily in the travel industry, moved to South Lake Tahoe in 2011. Since 2013, we hired her as a VHR auditor, focusing on getting unpermitted advertised short-term rentals into permit compliance. Parentheses, she naively thought it would be a short-term effort. She switched to a full-time code compliance investigator in 2015 and has done that job to date for the last 8 years. She's been through the new and annual VHR permitting of for VHRs from a high of 1,900 VHR permits to the current 440. As well as TOT audits, VHR disturbance complaints, and all the other permitting processes we have in place today. And more importantly, and I just want to acknowledge that she just is absolutely a fantastic, calm, and an incredibly humble human, and we're so lucky to have her. Thank you, Maureen, very much. You get this, and you get this. This is for Maureen, right? I mean, okay, there you go. A little plaque thingy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Council.
All right, Chris, come on up. Another, this one I can't believe. I'm very honored to have a real live police detective in the house today to stand up here with me today. 15 years for Detective Chris Weber. When I saw that, it made me stop. I just can't believe it's been 15 years for Chris Weber at the police department. So, yeah, he's the old guy now with the baby face. So, he was born and raised in San Jose, California. Went to Santa Clara High. He attended San Jose State University and Utah State University, where he played hockey for both colleges. He graduated from Utah in 2005 with a Bachelor in Human Resource Management and Marketing. He went to the San Jose Police Department Academy in 2007. We hired him shortly after that. He's been with us for 15 years, obviously. During that time, he's been in patrol. He's been a field training officer on our crisis negotiation team, 12 years on our honor guard, 12 years on CNT, 8 years on honor guard, and been in detectives for 2.5 years. He's currently our property crimes detective. He's won the MAD Award, which is for arresting drunk drivers, 4 times during his time with the police department. He's married to his beautiful wife and has 2 awesome kids. So congratulations, Chris.
Thank you, Chief.
You've been here longer, but you don't get the plaque. You just get the paper.
I'm good with
So,
it.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations to you both. Thanks very much for your service to our community. Mr. Najad.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. I would like to invite Travis Schindelblauer to come over here. It's my pleasure to recognize Travis for his dedication to the city. He is the city's facilities manager. Travis has lived in South Lake Tahoe since he was 10 years old. He went to middle school and high school here and worked through the high school at Heavenly and several bike shops in town. He started working for the city at the ice arena when he was 23 years old as a seasonal worker, and he drove the Zambonis. Travis then worked at the rec center first, then moved to the Parks Division, and finally to the Street Division. After 5 years as a seasonal worker, he left the city to work in Elko, Nevada. But soon after, he came back to the city, and since then, he has been with the Facilities Division. Travis is truly one of the hardest working city staff I have encountered. He is here every day, and also during the weekends to fix our facilities. I'm truly glad Travis is here because I know if there is an issue, I can call someone, and he will be here to respond to emergencies. Thank you for 15 years of service to the city.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much. Congratulations, Mr. Schindelbauer. And Chief Drennan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I do not have a real-life person here today, unfortunately, but we'll be monitoring Mike Taramina, who's a captain with the City of South Lake Tahoe Fire Department. Mike started here with us in March of 2013. In July of 2016, he managed to promote up to engineer. And then in June of 2020, he promoted up to the rank of fire captain. Prior to life here, he worked at CAL FIRE. We don't really hold that against him, but he does have experience with CAL FIRE. So he's actually been in the fire service for much more than 10 years. I think he's knocking on 15 years now. He grew up in Lodi. He's got a beautiful family, wife Celeste, son Gavin, and daughter Cameron. Mike's in charge of our wildland division, so he manages all the equipment and training, and was boots on the ground during the Caldor fire for about 3 weeks straight, managing an engine company and also taking care of the guys. He's one of those folks that really enjoys camping with his family, which is why he's not here. But I'd like to congratulate him on 10 years, and that's all I got.
Congratulations, and thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our next item, which is a closed session report. Ms. Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor. We had one item on closed session today, a conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6A with all of our employee organizations, and there is no reportable action.
Okay, great, thank you. Now we'll move on to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on the agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. And I see we have a lot of people here today. Can you please raise your hand if you are here for this part of public comment? Okay, that's not too many people. Okay, we'll start with Ms. Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Cregan. I would like to thank you personally for asking me here today to make this announcement, and I'd also like to thank you for being a part of our Tahoe Firewise community as a resident, and for also helping us edit our supplement to our original application. I'd also like to thank the city for providing the rec center for our event for next Saturday, and for the outstanding publicity and media outreach that you've done to promote it as well. I would like to start by saying that this is an Tahoe Firewise event that will be held at the Rec Center this Saturday between 11:30 and 3:30. We have a major focus of our program, which is going to be the changes in the laws that are going to be affecting our insurance rates, as well as our defensible space mitigation, and also our inspections. So those are going to be the 3 major areas. Because of that focus, we have invited, and they have graciously accepted our invitation, 2 state representatives. We have California State Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara will be a panelist at our event. We also have our new state senator, California State Senator Marie Alvarado Gil, who will be also a speaker. I'm saying speaker, but it's not actually a speaker. It's a panel discussion, a roundtable panel discussion. We've changed the format. And added to that wonderful panel, we have our chief, Jim Drennan, who will be answering and responding to many, many questions, as well as we have our battalion chief and fire marshal, Kim George, as a panelist. And of course, I will be on the panel as a moderator also, but mostly representing Firewise USA to encourage all of our neighborhoods in the city and our communities to become Firewise districts as well. And because the benefits are far-reaching, that's for sure. I mentioned that there are going to be some changes in the insurance laws, and that's why primarily we invited our commissioner here to the event. We're going to be handing out a packet to all of the public there, and one of them is going to include the insurance discounts that are being provided by insurance companies right now for being a Firewise community. And that's going to be another major focus. The other thing in the packet that we're going to be handing out, that I'm sure Jim Dren, our chief, was going to be discussing, are the home assessment guidelines and checklists that residents can do to get those insurance rates reduced if they're Firewise communities, especially, and in the future as well. The panel format is, initially we're going to have questions in the beginning that are predetermined that I will be asking all of the panelists, and they will interact as a discussion group. And then later on in the event, at the end, the last hour, we're going to have questions from the public. We'll provide cards to them to submit questions so that our panelists can respond to them as well. I think I've pretty much covered everything, except we are going to have a taco truck on site for the public, and we are also going to have a live demonstration for fire prevention that I'm excited. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but come to the event. And before I leave, I just want to say one more thing, is that Tahoe Firewise will be participating in the city, the fire department's expo, fire expo next Saturday after ours. So we want everybody to come to that too. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond to them.
No, thanks. Thanks
Thank
very
you
much,
so
Ms.
much.
Reese. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Williams?
Good morning, Honorable Council and Mayor and Honorable Council. Doug Williams, City of South Lake Tahoe. I'm coming here because I've come to my attention that the last fall, the city did a change of the deposits required for TOT from which we've got a lot of complaints. I've received a lot of complaints from multiple properties about how unfair it is to be requiring $10,000 or $20,000 deposits for TOT. There are other ways to ensure that the city is safe in getting their money. There's been some properties who have been. One of them is going to be required to give $40,000 because there's two properties, and they've been compliant for decades. It's just like when we have a utility, when a new business has a utility, they're required by the utility companies to give a deposit, and then it's refunded after a year. I think that with the city holding almost $2 million of deposits from local lodging properties is kind of absurd, especially when the only one that makes any money off of it is going to be the banks, because the city is supposed to be holding that into a non-interest-bearing account. I would like to see if we can get a couple of city council members to put this onto the agenda to look into. You can do things like tax bonds for new businesses for new owners who just purchased a lodging property, so that'll cover the city in case of them not paying the TOT. But for the city to be holding $2 million, that's a lot of money held in non-interest-bearing accounts. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, can you stop for 1 sec? Please don't clap. That's really not part of our process here. Thank you very much.
You can clap for me.
Well, that's why I said that before you. Thank you.
Top of the morning, council and members of the community. I agree with what Doug said. I just want to talk briefly on that. When I was on council, we had a couple of properties that got behind on their TOT, and when they sold, we put a lien on the property, and the lien was cured before the property got sold. So that's really the way to do it, instead of collecting from all the different properties. But what I'm here for today is invite all of you down to our El Dorado County Fair, which is coming up June 15th to the 18th. Our theme this year is Country Nights and Carnival Lights. As you know, the fair got closed down because of the coronavirus and then the Caldor fire. So we were open last year, we'll be open this year. We're going to have music. We're going to have all kinds of events and contests. I've got a packet here for all of you on the council. And if you need to come down, give me a call. I got some passes available. It's a fun event. It's a family event. And it's a great event. We got livestock exhibits. I think we're going to have the sheep ride today, where the kids get on the sheep and ride around. I think we're going to have that. That's a fun event to watch. So in your guide here, it shows you everything you need to know, what it costs to get in, the whole event. So come on down. We need to get our attendance back up, because it kind of went down last year because of like I said, the Caldor fire and then the coronavirus. By the way, this fair's been going on since 1898. So it's a long history in your county. So please come down. If you need to get a pass, let me know. Thank you and have a good day.
Thanks very much, Mr. Davis. Mr. Wallace?
Dwayne Wallace, CEO, South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to thank the members of the community and members of the council who attended our joint chambers project, was it last Saturday, called Bridging the Blue, or Bridging the Divide, excuse me. And where people who on the red side of the aisle, people on the blue side of the aisle, took the afternoon off to try to understand each other, not to convince each other, but to understand each other, where we come from, what our experiences are. And it turned out to be a great day. We're hoping to do it again, because Harry Reid once told me that the political parties want us to hate each other so they can raise money. And we live in a small town, we have potholes to fill and things like that that don't involve national agendas, and that's where we would like to go. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the issue that was just brought up. I got here in '74, and it wasn't until about the mid-'80s when Dennis Crabb, my friend Dennis Crabb, was the city attorney, and they talked about during the redevelopment process how many of the motels had been in default and they couldn't collect the money. So they had the liens and they were wondering how to fix it. So they came up with a certificate of deposit idea and the lien. My concern is that the title companies should be catching that, and if they don't, they should be liable. And it almost seems like a you're guilty till proven innocent type of thing, where property, for instance, the one that Doug mentioned, between their two places has to come up with $40,000, and they've never been late. So the idea that was suggested, I think, is a good one, and that's request an audit. If you haven't been late in a year, you shouldn't have to have a deposit. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Was there anyone else who wanted to make public comment during this part of our agenda? Okay, hi. Thanks.
Good morning, Council. Jennifer Swinski from Stardust and Americana Vacation Clubs here. Because we're the two properties regarding the TOT security deposit letter we received, we are asked to come up with the $40,000 between the two properties. I just would like to ask you to reconsider your policy on this. It's a lot of money to come up with, and I think that, like they've mentioned, there are other ways to come about this. So appreciate you listening. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Grego?
No applause. I just want to join in with the same comments. I'm here individually, but I also represent Americana and Stardust. And they're being asked to deposit $40,000 between the two properties as a security. And there's been no violations. It's like punishing the innocent. Doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of discussion here that could be made, but right now I ask for two things. Place it on the agenda so we can vent the issue properly. Number two, the letter that was sent out by the city demands that these deposits be made by May 15th. Extend the date. You know, there's been discussion that this law went back to 1971. There's no rush to do this. Let's think through this and discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to make public comment on a non-agenda item during this part? Oh, hi.
Thank you very much. Dave Galicia, resident of South Lake Tahoe, also a local business owner. I've been a resident for 61 years and grew up on South Shore Drive, and at that time, 3rd Street did not connect to Highway 50, so we had to go down Washington Boulevard to Tahoe Keys, and it was pleasant. Now I live on the east side of Washington, and I'm here on behalf of myself and many residents of Washington to complain about the 4-way stop sign there, that it needs to be more visible and is presented a hazard. Last year, I gave a letter of complaint to the city manager and the city engineer regarding this, and to date, I have not heard anything. Nothing's been done. The only thing that's happened is that there's been more accidents at that intersection. A neighbor of mine, 4 houses down, was involved in an accident. He got T-boned. The other day, I was out there on a Sunday for 10 minutes, and I witnessed 3 cars running the stop sign. I have seen the police out there citing. Thank you very much for that. But I have a letter here of complaint I'd like to give to the city council, and it's signed by residents just only on the east side of Washington Boulevard. No one refused to sign this because all of us believe the sign needs to be made more visible with LED solar lights, or the sign needs to be removed. It's not a question if somebody's going to get hurt, it's when. A lot of parents take their kids to Tahoe Valley School that way. Are we going to wait till a child's hurt? I'm asking the city council to direct staff to take immediate action to make this intersection safe for all residents. Thank you very much. Tahoe Keys in Washington. Yes, Tahoe Keys Boulevard, Washington Avenue.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mosher.
Yes, good morning, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. You can call me old-fashioned, but I'm kind of longing for the days when April showers brought May flowers. In regards to, Mr. Gleasia was just mentioning there about his neighborhood there. Some people from Lakeside Park there and our leadership have asked for, and it's been requested, to put stop sign down at the end of Park Avenue where it joins Pine Boulevard. It's not really a corner, it's more of a high-speed curve, and goes to the right and then immediately to the left and down to the beach. Tourists are walking down there all the time, every day, with strollers, babies in arms, cyclists, me, and cars come flying around there. And why somebody hasn't been seriously injured or killed over the years is beyond me, because I've seen and personally experienced numerous close calls. You allow parking right on the very corner of the curve there too, which actually blocks the view of people driving down. I've been asked to have that sign put up that no parking from the driveway at Three Peaks there, their second driveway, to the corner for visibility reasons. And you really shouldn't have to be told that or requested of that. It's very obvious. Also, you've mentioned, and Mr. Friedrich has raised the point to me and before council here about beach access, public access to the beach, that from State Line to Ski Run Boulevard, there isn't any public access. At Lakeside Beach, I have my differences is with our leadership there, because I'm not a member, I just rent. But the beach is open, it's been open all winter long. The other day, on Sunday, there was probably 60-something people there. The weekend before that, I have photos I can show you. There were 52 people on the beach on a nice sunny Sunday and Saturday. This Sunday, you couldn't find a parking space down there even. There is, except during the peak summertime, there is charge. If you're a member there, you're allowed to use it, and up to 15 guests. Public can use it, is very welcome. You just have to pay. Pay for maintenance and support of the beach. So we have to clean it up and whatnot, keep it in good shape. So public is welcomed, is able to use it, and there's access early in the morning before you pay, and then also in the evening. You can go down and watch the sunset and use it, or go for a dip if you choose. So that, Edgewood Beach, part of their deal, if I remember correctly, was part of the deal. They were supposed to have public access for it. In order to build their lodge, I think was part of the deal, and they mentioned it. And just for curiosity's sake, even last summer, I went down and went to walk into the gate once and on my bike once, and was asked if I was going to the restaurant, or guy jokingly looked at me, security guard there, and said, "You're not going to play golf. Where's your golf bag?" So I said, "No, I'm going to the beach," and I was turned away. So. Look at from State Line all the way to Nevada Beach, there's no public access. It's all private property, and try getting on the beach in any of those properties. So, in Tahoe Meadows, well, good luck there. That's federally designated land. So, but people are welcome and do come down to Lakeside there. And so, as far as all day long and not paying, well, that's the question. Otherwise, there'd be 5,000 people there, and you wouldn't find a place to put a blanket or a towel. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to make public comment right now? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Blankenship will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on anything not on today's agenda. I do see we have one hand raised. Angie Reagan. You have 4 minutes with council. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Angie Regan. I'm a South Lake Tahoe resident. I'd like to speak for Community for All, which was on the strategic plan that was presented on January 31st. I'm just kind of curious when Community for All will be on the agenda, including making South Lake Tahoe more diverse, equitable, inclusive, as well as improving access and creating a culture of belonging. The Americans with Disabilities Act was made law in 1990, yet in 2023, the city of South Lake Tahoe beaches are not accessible and inclusive for wheelchairs, walkers, scooters to get to the beach and also down to the water, which is fairly simple with Moby mats, Mr. Boardwalks, and beach wheelchairs. I'd also like to ask you to be more inclusive and accessible as you make city plans for Tahoe Valley, Tourist District, new neighborhood parks, parks and rec building, beaches, and also beaches to be more accessible and inclusive, which also ends up being more sustainable. And just consider inclusivity and accessibility as more than just bathrooms and parking. In addition to speaking for Community for All, in regards to community health, as well as being concerned with suicide and deaths of despair. There was another local tragic suicide just last week, and this continues to be a difficult town to survive and thrive within. Please consider ways you can be more compassionate and have more empathy and lead the city to serve your humans a little better. One of my favorite quotes is by Nikita Valerio, and shouting self-care at people who need community care is how we fail people. And we need community care in South Lake Tahoe, and we need to not fail people in Tahoe to make it a kind and more loving and more livable space. That's all.
Thank you very much. There are no additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much for your public comments today. Are there any city commission reports? Anybody? No. I see some hand. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Then we'll move on to our next item, which is our consent agenda. Are there any changes, council, to our consent agenda today?
I do have a question.
Mr. Friedrich, are you speaking?
Yes. Mayor Cregan, I have a question on number 9, which is, maybe this is for Mr. Irvin, but my question is, in exchange for FAA funding, will any restrictions be imposed on the range or type of alternatives that can be selected for analysis and consideration in the airport master plan update?
Councilmember Friedrich, the answer is no. The public will be invited to participate, and all the alternatives that are presented will be presented to council for review and consideration.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. If there are no changes to the consent agenda, we'll take public comment to the consent agenda. And this is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic listed on the consent agenda piece here. Yes, hand raised.
Hello, Seth Dowd, resident of South Lake Tahoe. Just a brief comment that I'm in support of item 9, updating the airport master plan. The airport master plan that's there now is several years old. A lot of what was agreed to or put on that plan actually hasn't been built, and the airport is kind of withered as a result of it in comparison to Minden, Truckee, Reno, Carson City, the neighboring airports. The airport, I don't know, obviously is controversial. I live right under the flight path. I'm also a pilot, but it's also one of the few economic drivers of the local economy that can provide jobs that don't pay $15 an hour, that aren't low-paying service hospitality jobs. By building out the infrastructure here, it is a good way to improve the local economy and improve the diversity of jobs within the economy. So strongly in favor of the new, putting in the new airport master plan, and strongly in favor of actually building out some of the recommendations that come out of that process.
Thanks very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none. Ms. Blankenship, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any topic on the consent agenda. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great.
Move that we pass the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Great. Any further discussion? Nope. We'll vote. Thank you.
I will just note that because Mr. Friedrich is joining us remotely, we will be doing the vote verbally. So, Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Aye.
Mayor Cregan.
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great, okay, thanks very much. We'll move on to item number 10 regarding the Ski Run Business Improvement District assessment for business license year 23-24, and I believe we have a recusal.
Yes. I need to recuse myself on agenda item 10 due to real property interest within the required perimeter.
Thanks. We'll text you when we're done.
Thank you.
Mr. Hannah.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Irvin. My name is Ben Hanna. I'm a member of the finance team here with the city, and the purpose of today's presentation is to initiate the second part of the annual process to levy the assessment for the Ski Run Business Improvement District, also known as the Ski Run BID. On March 28th, 2023, the City Council adopted a resolution of intent to levy assessments within the Ski Run BID and scheduled today's public hearing. Today we are here to receive and consider any written or oral protests against the levy of the assessments. If the City Council does not receive written or oral protests which represent more than 50% of the value of assessments proposed to be levied, City Council may vote to adopt the attached resolution confirming the annual report and authorizing the annual levy of the assessment. The Finance Department worked with the City Clerk's office to prepare a mailing to all the members of the BID, and Finance at this point is not aware of any protests. As of yesterday, I was informed by that the City Clerk's office also had not received any protests. Absent any protests, Finance staff will move forward with assessing the Ski Run BID during the annual business license renewal process beginning later this month. We would also like to remind City Council that the cost to the general fund to balance the Ski Run BID budget is approximately $11,500. Any questions?
I have a question. Why is there a difference? How come it's less this year than in the previous years?
It's based on actual cost that the Public Works Department puts together using a program called ViewWorks. So that can fluctuate depending on what was actually done, the amount of maintenance to the machinery, the cost of the labor involved, et cetera. So it does fluctuate based on actuals.
So we spent less in landscaping and we spent less in water and sewer and so on and so forth. That's why our projections are less.
That's correct.
Perfect, that's good.
I can get you actual, the actual
Oh,
numbers.
no, I don't need the actuals. It's good because we've been going incrementally higher over the last several years, and so this is a good step.
We have. I believe last year was one of the higher
Yeah.
years that we've had. It used to be just a flat line, but since we started using the ViewWorks process, it's been much more accurate.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions for Mr. Hannah?
Mr. Friedrich
No.
is saying no, yes. I can see him on my computer. He was shaking his head no.
No,
He
I do
said
not.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to be sure everyone's included. Mr. Bass, nope, okay. Then we'll go to public comment on this item. Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Is there any public comment on the Ski Run Business Improvement District assessment? Okay, Ms. Blankenship, is there any on Zoom?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 10 today. There are no public comments at this time, Mayor.
I'll make a motion that we pass a resolution confirming the Ski Run Business Improvement District annual report and levying the assessment for business license year 23-24.
Second?
Great, any further discussion? Okay, we can vote.
All right, Councilmember Friedrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Aye.
Mayor Cregan.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Urban. Okay, thank you. We will move on to regular unfinished business. This is item number 11, Citizen Appointment to Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission. And this is Ms. Blankenship's report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. At the March 24th meeting, you passed a resolution regarding commissions and boards, and at that time you added a position to the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission for a Boys and Girls Club representative. And we did receive one application from Miss Amy Rich. I did distribute a letter from her stating that unfortunately she is at a conference on the other side of the country and couldn't make it today. She would like to be considered for the position. And before we go into that, we are still soliciting for applications to the Airport Land Use Commission. We're also soliciting for applications to the vacancy that Mr. Lyle had on the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission. And in this past week, I spoke to Brian Conway. He serves as the El Dorado County Community Action Council Commission representative. He has to resign because he now has a job with El Dorado County in Health and Human Services. So I will be soliciting for all those positions again, and I'll work with maybe getting some social media feeds out about those positions and bring that back at a later council.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Wallace?
I have a question, but I want to make sure that it's within the scope. Can I ask details about the position for Mr. Lyle?
Yeah, since we're talking about the same commission.
What are it's a non-voting member, and what are the parameters for that?
Without it in front of
Never
me,
mind.
it's
I'll
not
ask you
it's not
offline.
specific. I believe that position is just for someone involved in the tourism industry.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Ms. Blankenship.
I think it's kind of broad on that.
I thought so. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Blankenship? Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions for Ms. Blankenship on this?
I do not.
Okay, great. Then we'll take public comment on the citizen appointment to the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission. Is there anyone who would like to do that? Mr. Mosier?
Yes, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I would like to see the Boys and Girls rep have a vote. Children's art is underappreciated, and would like to even see that expanded, in use of doing some of the murals, have public space to have children create on it. Just at the Earth Day and at several events that are seen down by ski run, before the ski run there, a year or two ago, with kids doing chalk work on. Unfortunately, it was like on pavers and stuff, and there the one time was kind of difficult. So I would even like to see a space created, maybe at the middle school or someplace where you could have on a regular basis through nice weather throughout the late spring and summer and fall, of a good smooth surface, have it paved over or create a surface that can easily be, can be erased and reused, and to have the kids come out on the weekends and do sidewalk chalking. So if you've ever seen the Chalk Man online of some of the things done, hey, I'd even get that guy here and show the kids and do some of his 3D artwork with chalk. It's just simply amazing. So, I would put money towards that, but also I would like to see the kids incorporated more, and I think the Boys and Girls rep should have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this item? Is there anyone on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
Is there anyone on Zoom I'm sorry, we will open it up to anyone who's on Zoom who'd like to provide public comment on agenda item number 11. There are no comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'll just say that I think that children's art is absolutely not unappreciated. I, as a mother, appreciate children's art quite regularly. I have a granddaughter who is quite the anime artist, and one of my sons has a tile along with about 100 other kids in town at El Dorado Beach. There's a beautiful art installation of children in our community at El Dorado Beach. And so I think that children's art is well appreciated. So with that, I will make a motion that we approve Amy Zeistra-Rich as our non-voting representative of the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, and I'll second that. And I would just make a comment as well that I would support, when we come back to review this commission, maybe adding it as a voting matter, but we got to get to an odd number, and that's not for now. But yeah, I can agree with that. So, second.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Okay, well, I would like to note in my further discussion piece that this is our single commission that actually has a preference for a student on it. And there were no students previously that had applied, but in the next round, there will likely be a student actually on this commission, unlike any of our other commissions where we don't have that yet. So with that, we can vote.
Okay, Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace?
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Aye.
Mayor Cregan?
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item number 12, the Housing Initiative's Local Funding Source Study, the Stakeholder Engagement Update on Potential Transient Occupancy Tax, TOT Increase, and Real Estate Vacancy Tax, and that's Mr. Thomas and Ms. Wackenhut-Lomelli. Or Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. Good morning. And yes, as you point out, Mayor, this is a joint report between myself, Zach Thomas, your housing manager, and Jessica Wackenhut-Lomelli, the city's housing planner. Right, so today there's going to be kind of we're going to be going over a lot of information. And really, you're going to be receiving an update regarding stakeholder engagement that the council directed to be done, that was completed for the Housing Initiative's local funding study. And I have a little bit of PowerPoint presentation here. I know we don't normally do that, but I think in this situation it will help kind of outline everything. It'll be a benefit to the council and the community members present and watching. So, click, did it go? There it goes. So, purpose and how we got here. First, I want to give a little bit of an overview of those two things because I think that's important for setting the context. First of all, the city's strategic plan and the housing element, both of which are adopted by the city council, both call for the creation of a funding study to explore the feasibility of a local funding source for housing initiatives. This was identified as an action item in both items, or in both documents, both the strategic plan as well as the housing element that was adopted just last summer by the council and certified by the state. Now, to go back a little bit of a timeline, this entire process was initiated when the city council last year authorized the city manager to enter into a PSA, professional services agreement, with BAE Urban Economics to conduct the study. Now, this consulting firm, BAE, was selected after a competitive bidding process. The study was conducted using industry best practices and analyzed sources that are both commonly used by jurisdictions throughout the entire country and that can be used within the legal framework that the city must operate. The study provided elected officials, staff, community members, initial data, and guidance for housing policy and program implementation. The sources analyzed in the funding study are not intended to represent an all-or-nothing approach or even be 100% all-inclusive of everything that can be studied, but rather should be recognized and discussed in a manner that acknowledges the potential implementation can occur in a matter of variation or a combination of sources than what's presented directly in the study. So this is an important slide. I want to spend a little bit of time here and I'll explain it here. I'll go through it. The local funding, well, hold on one second here. Right, so funding, ultimately, to go back to the housing element and the strategic plan is needed to continue implementing the council's direction in that regard. Specifically, the housing element is actually considered, it's required by state law. So as far as the state is concerned, this is the city's housing plan that the state recognizes that the council adopted. Now, the housing element has this giant list of 45 programs. It's pretty kind of overwhelming on some level, but what you can do is break it down into these 7 kind of broad categories, and this is important because this is done for the purpose of estimating a local funding need. And that's how that was the framework that we built this kind of study around. What do we need? Now, an important point I want to be clear on, this does not represent the total money it costs to do all the housing work. In fact, the vast majority of that money comes from federal grants, state grants, bonds, private investor equity issued through programs like tax credits, federal and state. So it's a pretty complex kind of ecosystem of funding. This represents what is locally needed. One, for matching those local funds to get the federal grants, the state grants, the tax credits match. That's in the new construction. You see that. I'll touch on that a little bit more shortly. But also to fund programs such as the Lease to Locals program, the rental incentive program that is ineligible for pretty much any grant that I'm aware of or that anyone I know is aware of in the industry. So things like that are funded at a local level. Right now we're using ARPA funds. That worked. But different things like that require local money. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about deliverables, kind of what this money delivers and how we got there. So I'll highlight the very first one, new construction. That's an obvious one. That gets a lot of attention. It's gotten a lot of the council's attention over the past couple of years. We put $1 million there annually. That represents the creation of about 60 units. Okay, that's really good use of outside resources to do that. So, for example, Sugar Pine, each phase, we have now about 128 units we'll have that fully financed here. The first 68 are under construction, and if it ever stops raining, we can actually start, putting stuff in the ground, but it is underway. That represents a city's contribution of $1 million for each phase. That creates about 60 units. The same could be said for a rehab acquisition program. We need about $1 million a year ongoing to kind of do that, to leverage these outside funds. Other programs like the Lease to Locals, $300,000, that's about what the city council is allocating. The special needs housing programs, again, that represents what the city council allocated with some CDBG funds, things like that that are operational right now, but could be expanded upon. So again, that's just kind of a highlight of some of the deliverables. Now, this next slide, the funding study reviewed 8 general funding sources and was initially presented to the City Council on January 24th, at which time the City Council directed staff to conduct further outreach on the potential of, further outreach on 2 of these funding sources. And one is a potential increase to the TOT, that's highlighted up top. The other one is a potential implementation of a real estate vacancy tax, that's highlighted at the bottom. These were 2 of the 8 sources analyzed initially. Excuse me. Now, consistent with a community engagement plan that was developed with the initial scope of the study, this is attachment 6 in your presentation, a series of 5 stakeholder outreach meetings were conducted to provide information about the funding study and solicit comments. The identified stakeholders in the plan consisted of groups that range from industry groups, service providers, nonprofit groups and service providers and agencies, and the general public too, and that includes anyone who lives in a home, particularly those facing kind of housing instability, which is so much of the community right now. What this slide basically does is highlight the outreach meetings that were conducted, the dates, as well as kind of the targeted group. Each of the meetings was intended to kind of target a different audience, so to provide the best opportunity possible for industry groups to be represented, the public to be represented, nonprofits, so forth. And that was a very kind of important part of the process. Now, to ensure transparency and consistency of the facts throughout the whole presentation process, each presentation was kind of the same, given at each group, and it included kind of what I'm doing here now, an overview of the housing element, the programs, estimated cost, how we got there, why the funding is needed, how it would be used, and things like that. And then part of that was comments solicited. Outside of the chamber roundtable meeting, that was more of a, in the collaborative, that was more kind of a group that was already arranged, but the other three, there was a facilitated discussion kind of that occurred afterwards. Now, as you can imagine, the comments received were wide-ranging. They covered everything. There's a detailed list of notes provided in your staff report. That's attachment 3. We made an attempt to capture in real time every comment received. During the facilitated discussion, we had a note taker present, taking notes, asking follow-up questions, things like that. What this slide is intended to do is provide a general kind of summary of the comments just for the benefit of the council here today and the public. Now, to start off, there was general consensus overall that housing is an issue and that there's support for the programs underway. I put these, but we put these in kind of an animated thing because otherwise it was too overwhelming to look at the whole list together. However, there was no singular agreement regarding the best source of funding. So we need housing, it's important, but how best to fund it, that's the key issue, obviously. That's probably kind of an expected comment. There was significant concern expressed regarding who should bear the impact of any funding source, whether it was a certain industry group or certain type of resident or non-resident, and whether or not, and making sure that that does not impact kind of the residents that need it most. So it shouldn't impact, there was a strong sense that it shouldn't impact kind of those already in need of housing to begin with. There was support and opposition expressed for both options, as well as alternative funding sources were shared. So different ideas, some of those are listed, in fact, in your staff report. And then there was general comments received about the urgency of the housing crisis. It's underway, it's happening in real time. Again, how best do we fund these kind of priorities? These last two items we threw in here because I think they're important feedback. And they're not just directly comments about the funding study, but you know, hey, there is more communication needed on the success of the housing programs and accountability. We do have success happening. We have projects underway. How best to communicate that? We're working on kind of improving that narrative. That's heard, received, understood. And again, same thing here. Clarification on the overall housing need in the community, who is eligible to qualify for affordable housing, things like that. That was kind of a reoccurring theme too. So I just want to acknowledge that for the council, and that, you know, staff is working on solutions for that. Now, in conclusion, you know, I want to say that adequate funding is necessary to continue the efforts underway to, as I mentioned, construct new homes, improve the existing housing stock. That's a huge element of the city's housing plan. Improve the living conditions of residents and implement new programs identified in the housing element. As such, staff continues to review and research potential funding, project financing opportunities identified by staff and through comments received. This is part of our daily work. We bring in money. We're always looking for other opportunities. Now, as a recommendation, staff recommends that the City Council receive the summary of stakeholder outreach comments and initiate discussion of a potential increase of TOT or real estate vacancy tax, and this should be done for the purpose of providing further direction to staff as to the City Council's desired direction for establishing a local funding source for housing initiatives. And at this point, I'm happy to stand for any questions. I will point out we are very lucky, as always, to have our technical expert consultant in-house, and I would encourage the City Council to use his kind of expertise and knowledge to address any questions you have about the study why certain things were done, how we approach that. So I can speak really clearly about kind of the needs of the city's housing programs, but I would encourage to use this really valuable resource about kind of the technical aspects of the funding study. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Council, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to clarify, what we're doing here today is we're receiving your presentation and providing additional direction to staff as to next steps on the two that were studied and/or other potential funding sources.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, with that in place, is there any council member who would like to ask a clarifying question right now?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's good to have some of these funding sources. I guess where I'm more curious from is kind of where, and I don't think that this did look at this, but as far as our housing needs and what exactly, you know, do we have 300 people that are in searching for a house today, or do we have 500 people, or where is that number? And kind of, because for me, that's a big data point that we need to gauge from on exactly how we act. And so how do we keep up with that, basically?
Absolutely. So housing need, that's absolutely right, Council Member. That's central to this question, and there's so many ways to calculate it. Specifically regarding your question for people searching for kind of affordable housing that's as defined, as like a Sugar Pine development type project. When you add up the waiting list of the other existing affordable housing projects in town, it totals 936 people. So, you know, what happens is these waiting lists get so long, you know, people, they're 2 years out, people drop off. I can't say for certain that all 936 are still on that list. They move on, they move out of town, they find other housing. But there is 936, and some of those lists are even closed, so there could potentially be more wanting on there, just not. So that's one metric that we've looked at in terms of like a housing need in real time, people that will be kind of, if a unit was available today, there's hundreds of people that would potentially move in.
Right, okay, and just out of curiosity, so that list would have been kind of like when we launched a project, we opened up an ability for people to add themselves, hey, I need a house, or I want a part of that project. But then, so for some of these, that may be years old, but to get those updated, we probably have to like physically call, hey, did you get placed in a house? But that's kind of, that's what I'm assuming, yeah.
Yeah, so how it works is every property manages their own list. And so they do kind of periodically update their lists. There are general procedures and rules for that, prescribed by HUD, actually. And so they want to make sure they're in compliance with that. But generally speaking, the lists go out 1 to 2 years, and that represents a pretty accurate kind of need. Again, even if some people fell off, with that amount, you generally have a lot of people in the wings waiting to take that spot. A lot of people will call, say, the list's too long, I'll forget it, I don't want to, think about it, and try to find another option. But I will say that based on that information, the market analysis done for our Sugar Pine development, yeah, the need is high, and that's verified by kind of multiple sources there.
Great. And then I guess my other question is for Ms. Stroud, most likely. I'm curious with kind of the vacancy tax and knowing that there's currently litigation in the city of San Francisco, what would our exposure be in the sense that we don't have case law, but we did put this on the ballot and the people passed it, but we began to collect the tax, and then there was another ruling, let's say at the Supreme Court level, that reversed the legality of the law. Would we be completely on the hook to pay that back to the people that submitted the tax, and how would that go if that were to be the case?
I think, yeah, this is the typical lawyer answer, but it depends. We don't know if we put a measure on the ballot. I don't know if it would be exactly like San Francisco's. If that lawsuit is ultimately successful from the plaintiff's perspective, whether that would affect something we did too. It remains to be seen. There's a lot of uncertainty, but the risk of if there was a vacancy tax placed on the ballot and passed and implemented, given the legal uncertainty, there would be some risk of either not being able to collect it if there was an injunction issued by a court or potentially having to return some or all of it later if there was a successful lawsuit against the city.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robbins?
And after Mr. Robbins, Mr. Friedrich does have some questions as well.
Okay, great. I'm going to call on him last. I'm going to acknowledge him last every time. So thank you. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, so as far as the needs issue go, I just wanted to follow up on that a bit. There's the set of people that are actively waiting on existing lists for housing, but there's also, for me, there's also a question of how many job openings are there that are unfilled in our local economy because people can't live here. We see the help wanted signs all over the place. So the last time I think there was a survey like that I'm aware of was the Tahoe Prosperity Center survey, which was initiated in 2018, completed in 2019-ish. And since 2019 to now, a few things have happened, to put it mildly. What capacity would there be to update the needs assessment to understand not just the list of people who are waiting for jobs that they may have gotten, they may have gotten jobs and they're trying to move here for a job that they've gotten, or they're trying to stay here and find affordable housing, but relative to the help wanted, relative to the number of jobs we would have if housing were more affordable. What capacity might exist to essentially update the housing needs study so that we understand that a little more holistically?
Yeah, so that's, you really kind of hit on a few key points there, council member. So much of the data we have, it happened right before the COVID situation and the shutdown. The information in our housing element, we have roughly 4,000-ish employees commuting that work up here, commuting down the hill. That's from 2019 data. A lot of the census data, a lot of the information we used even for our housing element, even though it was just adopted, came from right before COVID. So it's a little hard to know exactly where we're at now. I think generally speaking, you can say the need is worse. I think you can kind of anecdotally say the need has gotten bigger with our kind of pre-COVID baseline. In terms of capacity to do additional study, yeah, we can do that. But in terms of there would need to be some kind of direction to do that from council. It's an interesting topic that's kind of discussed throughout the industry. Is like so much of the information was pre-COVID, and then what's kind of happened afterwards. And again, there's general consensus that it's worse, but in terms of the exact data, it's hard to know. And of course, with the fluid dynamics we've had in Tahoe with other emergencies, it's only makes it that much more challenging.
Yeah, because the South Shore Housing Needs Survey, the top line figure from that was that we're short 2,000 housing units in the South Shore. And the general feeling amongst everyone is that it's gotten worse, which would mean we're more than 2,000 units short, would be the suggestion in the South Shore area. But it'd be really good to have some derived figure on that to actually properly understand what the scope is. Because if we're looking to build 60 units, you're saying that the current plan is to try to build 60 new units a year. That's up against 2,000 units short. That's an intimidating amount relative to 60 units a year. But we don't know what the 2,000 actually is. We don't know what the housing needs are really right now.
We're kind of getting out of clarifying question territory. Do you have another clarifying question, and then we can go back to that after? Okay, thank you. Ms. Wallace.
Of the 936 that are on several different waiting lists, how many of those are duplicates?
Well, in terms of, I'm not sure, did we go through that and no duplicates? I'm not sure if we totally scrubbed that. We didn't see offhand a ton of duplicates, but we didn't go through all 936. We can do that. But there is a general sense that there might be some duplicates. People get on multiple, but there are a substantial majority that are not. So there could be some duplicates. For example, a family that puts on different names or things like that. any number of things like that. But don't, sorry, I have that information exactly as you ask.
Do you want me to add a little bit to
Yeah.
that? That is something that we're working on. We do believe that those wait lists are very good indicators of the scale of the need for affordable rental housing in our community. We may not have an exact, down to the person evaluation of the need, but we do believe that those lists would be a very good metric to gauge our progress in being able to meet the needs of folks looking for rental housing units in our community. So we are working on putting together a more kind of analyzed list. We were able to get the most current wait lists from all of the properties recently and compile those together. Is something that we're working on in response to council request.
Next question. Mr. Thomas and Ms. Riverwood, you both worked on that regional housing needs assessment with the Tahoe Prosperity Center, as did I. My understanding is, if I remember correctly, that covered from like Tahoma to Glenbrook. Not just South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, it was a South Shore.
Which is our jurisdiction.
Yeah, so it was a South Shore needs assessment. And then I also kind of want to clarify one point here with that kind of that new construction number. I had 60 units. That's kind of the really, really deep subsidy units. That's the, kind of the affordable, Sugar Pine
Low
type
end.
yeah, it's the real deep subsidy. So you're bringing in $50-60 million each phase of grants, tax credits, and things like that. So I just want to highlight that different, not that that's the total need of all units.
Of course.
And I think the South Shore, there was a needs assessment. There was kind of data on different income ranges, as is the case with housing. You need the spectrum of it. So I think in terms of kind of any future study that might occur, it would be really good to kind of look at what the different kind of income ranges are, and really not just what the need is, but what can actually happen. Because realistically, every jurisdiction, every city, you only get kind of so much grant money. Even when you get it all, there's only so much that they give to each city. So no one, because they have a whole state to divvy it up to. So that's just kind of a matter of how these projects get awarded. So 60 a year or more, 60 to 100 is really good. Actually, that's pretty off the charts for a city our size to be doing that, and we've done that for the past 2 years in terms of Sugar Pine. So it is on the right track. We think that momentum can continue, but it is hard just because you're dealing with that outside funding.
And we're dealing with other projects that are at different income levels. For instance, the 22 units on Silver Dollar, the other units at the crossings that are for affordable home ownership, and multiple. We have housing coming in across the community at different levels, which feed into that South Shore housing project that you and the three of us worked on. And that feeds into all those different levels.
Yeah, so that's exactly the case. So there's a variety of market rate projects. And in fact, one of the, again, many 45 programs in the housing element is to make housing market rate easier too, right? It's to incentivize to reduce regulatory barriers and things like that. So it goes across the housing needs spectrum. There's always more. There's the need always, unfortunately, exceeds the kind of the resources with almost everything in life, it seems. But that is a big part of it. So kind of that market rate, missing middle income housing, that's a key part of it. I think the important part of that is there isn't kind of that really deep subsidy that makes affordable housing possible. That's not eligible for that kind of missing middle. So that really is kind of more of a market rate thing. And so incentives that local jurisdictions can do, that helps with that, for example.
Exactly. And Mr. Thomas, I have another question. The Sugar Pine at least these initial units are going to be built at such a deep subsidy that the income required to get into them is going to be at such a low level that some of even our service workers are going to make quite a bit of money, or make money at a level that it's going to be even difficult for them to get into because their income level will be too high to get into them. Isn't that correct?
Well, so we have the data for that. It's included in your staff report.
Thank you.
And I could give some numbers if the council would like.
I'm interested in that.
So, for example, this first phase of Sugar Pine Village, a single person could make $42,600 to qualify. Okay, so that's roughly $20 an hour full time. For a family of four, it would be $60,700 annual income. This is based on area median income, so it's just based on what people make here. These numbers change every year. They go up, they go down, generally go up, and so that's the numbers that it's kind of we're obligated to kind of deal with now. These numbers are similar to the other 900. The properties that other 900 people are waiting for. They all kind of use these same numbers. A little different because it's based on when they get placed in service. And so every property is a little different, but so Sugar Pine numbers, yes, it would be a single person making $42,600 would be eligible, and a family of four making almost $61,000, a little bit below $61,000.
If I could just add to that, for the council as well as the general public, Mr. Thomas and Ms. Wackenhut-Lomelli put together a very nice graphic to try to get more information specifically to this question. It is in the council packet. It lists the different income levels and then provides examples of actual jobs in our community and the salaries and the wages that were listed in that job announcement. So it's a good way to be able to gauge kind of what types of jobs correlate with the types of housing that falls within each income category.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you. That's great information. Can we go to Mr. Friedrich since he's been waiting?
All right, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Thomas. Quick follow-up on the 936 people. Is that people or families?
Those were, I believe, people total, including the numbers on the list, not just individual families. Is that how we calculated that?
Those are people on the list. How large their household is, we don't know at this point, but again, we are working on refining all of that data.
Okay. So it's 3 or 4 people per household. It could be 3 or 4 times that number, in other words. So what's your best estimate on the percentage of that need, whether it's, like I said, 2,700 actual people, 936 families, or it's the 2,000 housing units, but whatever the assessed need is, what is the percentage of need that you would say we can meet with our current housing programs and funding? And I guess implicit in that question is, what's the shortfall within action? If we don't add a dedicated housing fund, what percent of the housing need will be unfulfilled?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, council member. They try to touch on kind of what you encapsulated with that question. So the housing element, the reason it has 45 programs is because there's a lot of ways to address the need. The need is broad, and it takes this kind of broad spectrum approach. In order to get the document certified through the state, there has to be kind of a belief at the state level that these programs will make a significant difference in addressing the need identified. Now, one of the items, item 211, is just right there looking at the need for a funding source. Again, that's something that the state has identified as important, the council's identified as important. more and more, some even outside funding sources, your competitiveness is based on, do you have a dedicated funding source? That's one of the criteria. It's becoming more popular. And it's a way to kind of pressure cities at the state level to do this. And so what is the consequence, I would say, of not having a funding source? Well, potentially, kind of on a far level, it would be you have a non-compliant housing element. So when we do our annual audit or update our report to the state every year, the state could say, hey, you haven't done this. So that's one consequence. What that means, we don't know at this exact point in time. Another consequence could be, obviously, that certain housing programs aren't implemented. We don't know offhand kind of what that missing number would be. But again, I think when you look at it holistically from a standpoint of how a housing element functions, the reason you have all these programs, the idea is that it takes all these different things to move forward. And so those can happen in a number of different ways. And so it's a good question to keep in mind. I'm not sure there's exact data for it as asked, but I think that gets to the crux of the issue of what we're talking about here is what happens with a funding source, how much, and what happens without it, and can the city deliver the programs that it's required to under state law? So that's kind of the crux of the issue. It's a good question.
Follow up. No, there's not too much background noise here. I'm in a very public place. But could you just recap or give your best kind of range estimate for the number of housing units that would be created with the proposed $3.35 million expenditure? I know you said 60 for new construction as matching funds, 60 for the multifamily acquisition rehab program. Lease to locals, doing the math, I would guess, 100 to 150 units, or at least rooms in that case. But I think it would just be important, guys, some notes in public comment about cost and benefit. That's kind of what we do in local government. What do we get for what we're expending here? So could you just, kind of, again, just say perhaps the range of units we'd anticipate creating for this? And then I guess we all could do the math to see how that fills in the identified need.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so to kind of elaborate a little bit further, again, that number of $1 million for new construction, $1 million for rehab, that's based on kind of a 60-unit return. That's what we're getting with Sugar Pine. It's a really good return. It's about 50 to 1, 60 to 1 leveraging of money, if you think of it that way, given the cost of each phase in construction nowadays. So, 60 units of new construction, 60 units of rehab annually, programs like lease to locals that could be perhaps expanded to more. Right now, we have 60, I believe the number is 68 residents housed under the lease to locals program. We did see kind of a slowdown during the crazy winter I think all the mountain communities experienced, and speaking with our partner company, Placemate, but we're hoping that trend reverses significantly in the summer. I think it will. Of those 8, we have a number that have continued to lease now full-time without the grant. So that's good. It's kind of a behavioral change program. So let's say another, 60 to 100 there annually. You're looking at, in terms of 120 new units, 80 residents place. And again, it's important to remember a unit is not one person. It's usually 3 to 4 people. So 100 units is up, it's potentially housing for 400 residents. So you're looking at a very significant impact actually when you start to kind of add it all up. And it can range, I think realistically, it's not unrealistic to say that you could produce 100 either new and or rehabbed units a year, maybe 120, and do a significant amount of kind of increasing access to our healthy housing stock that we already have, as is kind of the basis for one of the items analyzed in the study, the vacancy tax. It's kind of like, how do we handle that, the significant vacant stock that we have? It's about 50%. So, yeah, there could be a really significant headway made with this type of funding, especially when you leverage the outside sources that you do, that is necessary.
All right, thank you. Those are the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, just 2 points to follow up on. I just want to make sure we're not mixing units. So when we talk about, and I love leasing to locals, I think it's an excellent program, but
Sure.
we're talking, at one point, we're talking about needing to add units, and then when leasing to locals comes up, we're talking about how many individuals. What is the number of housing units that leasing to locals has had? Because the 936 are people asking for units. That's not people. So we need to make sure that we're comparing units to housing units or number of people to number of people. If we're talking about number of people that have housing need, then we think 936, that's got to be multiplied by 3 or 4 if that's families. Then that's a lot more. So we're just going to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges. For leasing to locals, it's how many units over how many years has that program been on offer?
Absolutely. Council member, the program started basically kind of January of last year. December, January, it was kind of like the city council authorized it. December guidelines were created. It kind of launched late December, January of last year. So it's been operating, I guess, about 15 months or so. The number of units it's unlocked, to speak to your question, is 28.
Okay.
That's 68, like, actual people. So it's interesting because the thing that, the company, our partner company, Placemate, that administers the program, South Lake Tahoe, other cities like Truckee, Placer, what we've learned is that it's interesting. You're dealing with human behavior in this program. It's kind of a little psychological experience. It has a long sales cycle. So you're teaching people about it, and you're convincing them to unlock their house that sits vacant. It's surprisingly hard, even when you dangle money. Truckee, for example, they've increased their grant amount significantly because they realize people need a bigger carrot. Again, that's something that kind of maybe city council looks at in the future or some variation of that. Every city that uses this program, and really there's not that many, we're at the vanguard, does it a little bit different. So to your point, council member, you do want to kind of look at the units that it unlocks and how to maximize that. And that really, while it's been successful from a metric of what the other jurisdictions are that they operate within, it's something that has been a little bit of interesting experience to say, wow, there isn't this flood of people just wanting these grants. It takes a certain kind of behavioral change and a certain kind of desire to change how you treat your own property. So it's interesting.
So just running those numbers then, so if it's, for leasing to locals, it's 28 units yield 68 people. That's a factor of 2.4 people per unit.
Yeah. That's
So if
probably
the
about right.
936 people on waiting list, people asking for units on the waiting list, that might be 2,300 odd individuals. That's the apples to apples, or possibly a lot more. So I think that's what. Okay, so just I'm just running your numbers to see what that is, and then so for another question that's come up very, very commonly is the city's fair share versus the fair share of the other county governments. Could you give us some input as to how many new income-restricted units has, say, Douglas County added to the basin in the last year, 2 years?
To my knowledge, it's none of the income, to my knowledge. Really quick to your one point, I will add that when we talk about kind of the 936 list, that's affordable housing. The lease to locals was designed by the council to be a kind of a moderate income. Yeah. It's not an affordable housing program, but in terms of fair share, to my knowledge, we don't track that. Other than tracking everything that goes on in the basin, to our knowledge, Douglas County hasn't added any affordable housing, the income restricted product in the past year.
That's unfair, but that seems to be that's the world that we're stuck with. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bass, another question?
Yeah, my only other question is, it revolves more around kind of our housing availability from the people that lease houses, property managers. What's out there that's actually available, and do we keep a track of that with our property owners, or property managers, I should say?
Councilmember, maybe if you could clarify a little bit, do we keep active contact with our property?
Yeah, so we have a
managers?
fair amount of property managers, and I think
Yeah.
it's relevant in the same way that it's relevant to know the needs from who's trying to get housing, as well, it's relevant to how many housing units are available. For instance, when we've had certain effects, Measure T maybe was, I think there's a number around 9 or 10% of those housings went to long-term locals, 140 houses or something in that ballpark. If there was kind of what is out there and available now to know, and then is that number rising? Is it shrinking? Did this big winter hopefully move a bunch of people out that don't belong here, and now we've got a lot more housing? Those kind of things.
Yeah, it's a great question, Councilmember, and so there's a couple of scenarios where we do actually kind of track this. One is kind of through the Lease to Locals program. There's outreach done with the property managers, and that does try to kind of track what's available out there and try to reach out to those property owners and things like that. In terms of a date, kind of a defined check-in time, no, we don't currently at this time. Would we want to? Absolutely. It comes down to kind of a resource thing. It would be great to kind of keep track of it in real time and provide data even out in real time, bolster our kind of website presence and be able to do that. Again, it's just at this point it's kind of a resource availability, but it's a good point. It is something we try to do in the course of our other programs as kind of part of that, but not as a standalone thing currently.
Great, thank you.
Okay, can you, Ms. Blankenship, please ask Mr. Friedrich if he has any final clarifying question before we move on?
Mr. Friedrich, do you have any additional questions?
I do not.
No.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment on this item number 12. Can I see a show of hands of people who would like to make public comment on this item number 12? Okay, thank you. Hold on. Hold, please. Okay, thanks. No, you can put your hands down. Okay, so our protocols call for when there are this many people wishing to speak on an item that we shorten the times for 2 minutes, from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Yeah, I know. I see. All right. Let's stick with the 3 minutes, and please be respectful of the 3 minutes. And actually, before we even give everyone their 3 minutes, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Great, thanks so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to, I'm standing up because it's difficult for me to see over the podium. We're going to go to public comment now. A couple organizations have asked for their allotted procedurally okay longer time. So we're going to start with them. And then what we'll do is, so that we don't have to have tons of shuffling, if people wouldn't mind just lining up in the center row after that, then we'll be able to hear all of your public comment, which we really do welcome today. So thanks so much for being here. Let's start with Mr. Bindell.
Thank you, Mayor, honorable city council members, city staff, and city manager. My name is Jerry Bindell. I represent the South Lake Tahoe Lodging Association and Greater Lodging Community. Thank you for the excellent outreach of the past few months. The Housing and Development Services teams have done an excellent job in this process. Over the past years, our South Lake Tahoe lodging community has strongly supported the community interests in a number of important ways. In 2006, when the then 10 or 12% occupancy tax included funds to market our destination, our lodging community developed a self-assessed tourism improvement district to develop a separate and permanent funding source for marketing of our destination. TOT did not decrease, and all the monies from the city that were previously allotted to marketing were able to be used for city services. 2 years later, we encountered the Great Recession, which lasted for half a decade, but allowed marketing to continue in order to support our lodging community and TOT generation for our greater community. In 2016, our lodging community, in coordination with the Boys and Girls Club, spearheaded a campaign for Measure P, an across-the-board increase of 2% for TOT for the purposes of community recreation, and in particular, a new recreation and swim complex. We are excited for this new complex to be completed for the benefit of both locals and visitors, but it has not yet been built, and we are already discussing the potential for a new tax. These two lodging-supported initiatives I outlined increase the amount we assess to our visitors to upwards of 15% in redevelopment areas and 14% in non-redevelopment areas when you include both taxes. These are already higher assessments to visitors than any of our other competitive set, higher than North Lake Tahoe and Truckee, higher than Napa and Sonoma, higher than San Diego, Monterey, even Honolulu. To increase TOT in non-redevelopment areas only would be on the backs of the smallest lodging properties. This would disproportionately affect those properties who are already struggling due to weather, smoke, a tightening market, and other external factors. Increasing TOT on all properties will place an already high overall TOT into the stratosphere compared to those destinations we compete against. We dare not risk this, as this could very well lead to a sizable decrease in business and subsequent revenues collected through TOT. We wholeheartedly agree that more affordable housing is needed in our community. As mentioned by others, many initiatives are already being implemented to assist with this process. We even encourage a set percentage of any surpluses of city budgets, a lot of that due to increased TOT from higher room rates, to be committed by this council towards affordable housing initiatives. Additionally, continue with this outreach. Continue outreaching the business community, government, and other stakeholders to brainstorm even more possibilities for outside of a tax increase. Together, we can move the needle on this important issue. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Wallace.
Dwayne Wallace, CEO of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. I may occasionally point with my glasses because I've seen professors do it. It makes them look smart. So I might do that. Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Years ago, a very successful trial lawyer gave me some great advice. He said, if you have the facts, argue the facts. If you have the truth, argue the truth. If you have neither, pound the table and cast aspersions on your opponents. There's been a lot of table pounding lately on this issue, but here are the facts. The question before you today is implementing a tax, considering your already great response to the shortage? Is it worth it? The math says no. It's not worth it or needed. Let me explain why. Please consider the following. Sugar Pine Village will have 248 apartments. With an average of 2 bedrooms, that's 496 more beds just from that project. LTCC is building a 100-bed dorm. The Crossings will have 77 units with 2 bedrooms each for 154 beds. The 22-unit project on Silver Dollar Avenue will add 44 beds. The 11 apartments built at 3rd and Barton will add 22 beds. There will be 30-plus units at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard for 60 more beds. A privately owned project in the high-density tourist core at the corner of Ski Run and Pioneer can build up to 80 units for 160 beds. 3 motels were converted for homeless housing, adding 58 beds. Landing Locals has added an estimated 30 beds, perhaps, I think, more. Tahoe Verde Mobile Home Park is putting in about 23 bedroom units for 60 beds. And the Tiny Home Village will have about 41 bedrooms. That's an amazing 1,224 more beds, not counting bunk beds or husbands and wives who sleep on the same bed. That's where locals can lay their heads. TRPA is aggressively changing its ordinances to allow for more ADUs. Given the foregoing numbers, it's clear that we are well on our way to doing a good job. All the projects listed except for 2 have had one or all of you as a council involved in making them happen. Zach Thomas is already doing a great job. Lily Roverwood is doing a fantastic job. You should all be congratulated on the progress, not condemned. Yet we don't want to be South Tahoe Aspen. We don't want to be that. None of us do. But frankly, you're doing a great job. But also, frankly, it's time for Douglas County and El Dorado County to follow your lead. There's no way we can fill the entire world's need in our housing here. And people will come from all over to get cheap housing because it's in short supply everywhere. So there's no need for that. New taxes of any kind are not needed. There's no need to attack lodging. Lodging is the workhorse of our local economy that has suffered for the last 4 years. There's no need to create a new bureaucracy that will add more government employees and cause the layoff of more motel maids, bartenders, and baristas, just to name a few. The thousands of locals who depend on tourism in order to feed their families need a vibrant economy. These 2 tax proposals appear to have an underlying motive on some people's part, and that's to attack and reduce tourism. In the early 1900s, a man named Robert Beecher wrote the 10 cannots. 5 of them, I believe, apply here. They are as follows. You cannot strengthen the weak by weakening the strong. You cannot help little men by tearing down big men. You cannot help the poor by destroying the rich. You cannot lift the wage earner by pulling down the wage payer. You cannot further the brotherhood of man by employing class hatred. Our chamber would like to add one of our own, and that's you cannot tax your way to success. So we urge you to reject both these taxes. Our chamber appreciates the Tahoe Chamber, the South Tahoe Lodging Association, and the Board of Realtors who submitted the joint letter. There are thousands of people that we represent who would like to see this done a different way. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those comments. Ms. Blankenship, would you right now read the list of the comments that we received in writing before 3 o'clock yesterday?
Yes, of course. So these are the last names of the people who have submitted public comments by the 3 p.m. deadline that was yesterday. So we have Halpern, Bettinger, Morris, Murray, Cockrum, Angelique, Cortez, Benito, Harrison, Kilborn, Rosen, Adams, Allums, Baltier, Ballman, Barnes, Barnett, Barkley, Bike, Bosch, Burke, Butt, Kale, Carmassi, Colonia, Crouch, Delay 2, Damie, Drum, Dickert 2, Dosh, Douglas, Drake, Dunn, Iserbarth, Areno, Frank, Frenzio 2, Fusion 2, Gardner, Gertz, Gear, Gill, Gong 2. Grosa, Gregorich, Hendall, Hagen, Hamilton, Harris, Haskin, Henderson, Henry, Hershey, Higgins, Hoffman, Halcombe 2, IG Mail, Jackson, James, Jenkins, Kadzalwa, Kaplan, Kilborn, Kelman, Klempner, Kwong, LaRue, Lee, Lajardi, Lewis, McClure, Martinez, McCarthy, McComb, and Mitzel, McGill, McKee, McNaughton, Mengetti 2, Michaels 2, Morovich, Marino, Mosier, not Ed. Sorry. Naka, Obrey, Olson, Pa, Peretti, Phillips, Pinker Swire, Jenkin, Riggs, Roizen, Ross, Santo, Shednick 2, Schoonover, Scribner, Seltzer, Shattuck, Shelbury, Solkoff 2, Solomon 2, Sparrow, Senko, Sue, Swoop, Terzini 2, Thul, Turney, Walker, Wallace, Walters, Wells, Woodward 2, Wycheck, Balter, Petrovsky, and I think that's it. Oh, wait, no, sorry, P's to R's. Phillips, Pinkwasser, Rankin, Riggs, Roizen. Sorry if I'm repeating some of these. Santo, Shednick. No, I read the Seltzer. Sue redacted. 2 down. Sorry. Nope, that was it.
Thank you very
And
much.
any that were received after 3 p.m. will be distributed to council and added to this administrative record after the meeting.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, anybody else who would like to make public comment, if you would please line up right in the middle. Thank you, I really appreciate you doing this kind of grade school exercise, just because it'll make this much more straightforward. First person, thank you.
Hi. All right. Council. Oh, sorry. Okay. 7 years ago, when I was a Tahoe City resident, I attended a Placer County meeting to ask if the county was considering legislative options to the housing crisis that was worsening by the day. They said no. I clarified I wasn't asking that they were ready to pass legislation. I just wanted to know that they were investigating all possible solutions. But they'd understood me the first time. They said there was no political will to consider legislative options, so they did nothing beyond some light incentives. And the result has been an unmitigated disaster for the North Shore. This was the result of a local government that failed to act. And as hard as the housing situation has become down here, I can tell you that it can and will get much worse without meaningful legislation. Measure T was a great start. You will likely hear people today talk about how it did nothing, but the city's own study showed 9% of the 1,400 short-term vacation rentals banned by Measure T were converted to long-term rentals. That might not sound like much to some, but those 126 housing units are more housing than have been created by any single housing development project to date, and doesn't include former rentals that might have been purchased for local residency. And just 9% of our 9% of our 7,300 mostly vacant homes would be more than 650 homes for local residents, more than all our previous affordable housing development projects combined. But even with the city's finding that 45% of our single-family homes sit vacant most of the year, while residents struggle to find housing, I know some will worry that a vacancy tax is divisive, waging a divide between locals and second homeowners, many who have family roots in cabins going back generations. But I believe second homeowners are absolutely valuable members of our community, with many deeply involved in local organizations and nonprofits. And as part of our community, we need them to be part of the solution to end the housing crisis. No one wants to own a second home in a town with no local culture and understaffed businesses. This problem belongs to all of us. Plus, with Prop 13, second homeowners who have owned second homes for decades could still pay a vacancy tax and still be paying just a fraction of market values, helping us to generate as much as $22 million in local revenue that could be used to build new affordable housing, as well as repair roads and improve public transit. But ultimately, no one needs to decide on this today. All we ask today is that you vote to continue to investigate all possible options. All we ask is that you be the government that Placer County wasn't. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Come on up.
Morning, Mayor Cregan and council members. My name is Tessa Williams. I'd like to share my experience in regards to housing these past couple of months. I've lived and worked in South Lake Tahoe for a year and a half now. I'm also a forestry student at LTCC. I appreciate council's ongoing commitment to addressing South Lake Tahoe's housing shortage. Our population is declining as community members are priced out of their homes. Our local business is stunted by the resultant staffing shortages. On March 10th of this year, I was nearing the end of my 10-hour shift when my roommate called me to tell me that our apartment building was collapsing. I went straight from work to spend the night at my boyfriend's as my home had been red tagged. I had no idea when or if I would be allowed to reclaim all of my possessions. I spent the next few weeks taking stock, navigating my first renter's insurance claim, and relocating from my boyfriend's house to Beach Retreat Hotel, still working and going to school full-time. If not for the incredible generosity and resources provided swiftly by LTCC staff, as well as my insurance policy, these stressful circumstances would have crushed my spirit. In late March, those of us on the first floor received 2 days' notice that we could enter to remove our belongings. My employer accommodated my unpaid time off request so that I could spend the next 2 days packing up everything I owned in the freezing cold with only short daylight hours to see by. It has been 53 days. I failed one of my winter classes. At this point, my graduation will be postponed. My current commute has quadrupled. Sorry. My boyfriend and I continue to struggle to find an affordable place to call home. I had been splitting $1,500 for a 2-bedroom apartment with my former roommate. According to Zillow, $1,500 is the current median rent for a 1-bedroom in South Lake Tahoe. I am 34 years old. I have a bachelor's degree. Just recently, I've prevailed over student loans to the tune of about $35,000 without the aid of American Rescue Plan funds. I moved to South Lake Tahoe to start anew and lay the groundwork for a meaningful career. The experience thus far has been rewarding, yet so challenging in ways I could not have foreseen. I am pleased to see the city examining a vacancy tax that would incentivize long-term occupancy for several thousand houses that sit empty most of the year. Housing is a pivotal issue for the community at large. I would like to see the city publish more information on how it would find vacancy and how it could administer the program. There is a solution out there that will revitalize our community. We cannot build our way out of this problem. We must utilize the housing that is already here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Davis is still top of the morning. I'm going to just make it easy for you. I agree 100% with Jerry and Dwayne's presentation. I also want to disclose that I am a member of the Lodging Association for many, many years. The only thing I want to add is taxes on vacant homes. To me, that's un-American. People that come up and have a second home, I got a friend of mine, he skis in the winter, but doesn't use it much in the summer. You're going to tax them for using it just that part-time? And when I say it's un-American, they can't vote for that tax. And that's taxation without representation. That's not right. Also, they pay their property taxes, and if you look at your property tax on there, they subsidize our community. They subsidize our schools, they subsidize our community college, they subsidize the cemetery. All those items we pay for on our property tax bill, they subsidize and don't use. They also subsidize our garbage and don't use it full-time. They also subsidize our water and sewer. So we're getting a good value out of second homeowners. They also come up and use our restaurants when they're here. I've got a second home behind me, and I went over and asked the lady, are you going to rent it? She said, no, my husband and I had that house for 50 years. It has a lot of memories. I don't want to sell it. I don't want to rent it out. It's very personal to me to keep the house. So you're going to assess her? She's a senior, doesn't have a lot of money. By the way, also, all of us that have homes up here, you probably know it, they just canceled my homeowner's insurance. And it doubled. I went to another company, and it doubled now from what I was paying before with Northwestern. So the expenses have gone up. This would just add to it. Absolutely against it. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Evening. As someone who was just no-fault evicted from my house as of April 1st, which, by the way, best and worst April Fools in my life, and just went through the process of looking through endless unaffordable housing till finding our best option, which is now twice the rent that we previously were. Speaking from firsthand experience what it's like to suffer this housing crisis. I know that the homeowners aren't trying to cause a crisis. It's not their intent. But it is what it is, and when 46% of our homes are empty, causing problems from housing to schooling to employment, it's stuff like this why a lot of mountain towns have a 40% depression and anxiety rate. The locals feel exploited, for lack of a better term, pillaged. That's why the renters are taking our stand today. Like I said, I know it's not their fault, but it is what it is, and it wasn't my fault to be evicted. And I had to struggle and stress just to find one roof over my head. And people want to fuss about a second one that they're not doing anything with. I'm sorry, but have some sympathy. That makes us feel like we're just necessary casualties for the sake of profits and vacations. To say that we can't help the poor by attacking the rich, then what was illegalizing monopolies for? Didn't that redistribute power and wealth? What didn't help? A trickle-down economics, just aiding the wealthy already. For those who came with me and agree, please raise your hands. Though they won't be speaking, may their presence speak loudly. We are the renters. We are the ones most affected by this. We are the ones that at any given time can be no-fault evicted and have to worry about finding affordable housing or having to move away to find it. I'm sure a big reason that these people bought these houses because they love Tahoe. That Tahoe is only made possible because of us locals. So all we're asking is for a little help so that we can maintain that, and then we promise to never let Tahoe lose her charm. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Heather.
Hi, I'm Erin Reardon, and I do have sympathy and empathy for the housing crisis here. I think one misconception is that everybody who owns a second home doesn't live here, and that's not true. I am an example. So I'm going to be taxed twice on 2 homes that I worked really hard to get. I was a single mother. I, at that time, made minimum wage, maybe a little bit more than minimum wage, and I was able to purchase my home in the Bay Area. Now, that was a long time ago, but wages back then were a lot less as well. I was able to sell my house and move up here. We have a second home over here that we bought before we even purchased this. We were able to stay in that home for 6 months last year when our home was having work done to it. So without having that home, we would have had to pay to stay somewhere else. And I just don't think that it's my responsibility, who's been fiscally responsible all of my life and didn't take vacations, didn't buy new cars, didn't do all those things because my goal was home ownership. And now I feel like, as a senior citizen, because I am, and I'm on Social Security, how am I going to come up with that extra money for a home that is used? I mean, what is vacancy here? It's used every month. So, anyways, just think about that. Not everybody that has a second home does not live here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City Manager. First of all, thank you for your service to our community. You have a copy of my letter that I wrote to you on April 30, but please let me just make a few summary points here. Most of us, I think, who live here know that we need quality, affordable housing for working people and families in need in South Lake Tahoe. And the issue that you've heard others say, and some of the council members have asked this question, is, but how do we achieve the goal? I should thank your housing staff and the director for the outreach informational sessions that they had. So thank you. I wanted to say also that the RHNA numbers, the city's fair share numbers that you are using to support need, are inflated. According to people who participated in the process, as I did, the so-called state HCD numbers, Housing Community Development, are really numbers generated locally, I would argue, by special interest, and not necessarily focused on the city itself. There's no regional buy-in by the counties that make up the Tahoe region to handle their share of affordable housing. Are you expecting, or is anyone expecting, the city taxpayers to bear all the costs for the region? That's totally unfair. Respectfully, I've asked this question several times and I don't get answers to this. Where's a local preference for new affordable housing? And when will you act to stop the mindless destruction of 74 units of housing at Motel 6? If this housing program is not for locals, that some of whom have come up today, and protecting existing affordable housing, who is it for and why should we support it? The proposed vacancy tax is unfair to single-family residential property owners, and it's a punishment to those who do not live here full-time. As you have heard from one of your council members articulated this, and I thank him for that, the current vacancy tax in San Francisco is being litigated in the courts. There's federal and there's state issues that are associated with that. If you would like a copy of the litigation, I have it. The name of the law firm I submitted to you. And I suspect that if you adopt such a tax here, that there will be litigation here. The proposed TOT tax increase proposal is made in a vacuum without benefit of an independent economic analysis of what the impact of that would be. You've heard testimony from people in the community and organizations. Oh, be quiet. You must be broken. But the question is, you need an independent evaluation.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Your time is up. Thanks.
Okay, well,
thank you.
well,
I know
thank
that,
you.
I know, and we've also received all of your letters, and so your public comments are very well received. Thank you. Well,
hi, I come with no real horse in this race. I'm not involved in lodging, and I'm a happy full-time resident of Tahoe. But I moved here from Seattle, where I was a multifamily developer, a workforce multifamily developer, and market rate. And there is a third way that I haven't heard discussed here. The affordable housing that's being discussed, I like to call capital A affordable housing. It involves grants and bureaucracy and consultants, and it's very excellent at creating consultant jobs, bureaucracy, taking years. I look at Sugar Pine Village, and phase one is $350,000 a unit, and that's before you start getting into construction overruns. That to me is not a triumph of government, not a triumph of planning. What my partners and investors and I were able to build successfully in Seattle using entirely private funds are CDUs and EDUs, small efficiency dwelling units, congregate housing. There are many barriers to building that type of housing here. but they're all solvable. Zoning, help with TRPA, help with land coverage, parking requirements, plan review time. The city could pre-approve modular units to build these buildings. In essence, using city tools to reduce the cost, reduce the regulatory burden to build that type of housing. Even in the city of Seattle, where land was more expensive than it is in Tahoe, through COVID and all the inflation, we were able, using private money again, to build affordable, lowercase affordable, housing for $200,000 to $225,000 per unit. And we make a profit doing it. The same type of approach could work here in Tahoe. The opposition you'll get is a lot of NIMBYs. If you get to YIMBYs and make the appropriate changes within the housing codes, the private sector could and would build significantly more housing than capital A affordable housing programs ever will. So I'd encourage the City Council to look at that third way when discussing these initiatives.
Thank you.
Michael Glover, President and CEO of the Tahoe Chamber. Good morning, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I appreciate you taking the time to, first off, tackle the issue of housing. It's clearly a crisis. We are not against any of those attempts. Our concern really is the proposed taxes came off of a list given to you by the consultant that we don't think went far enough. There are quite a few other options for providing this funding that you're seeking that were not presented to you. You got kind of the short, obvious list. And to echo what the previous speaker said, there are other ways to go about this, and that's what we would seek to encourage you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, I'm Robert Ehrlich, a 30-year resident. I would encourage further analysis of the vacancy tax. Question for council and staff to look at: what might be the impact of a vacancy tax in increasing the participation in the rent to locals program? And can that be analyzed and studied as part of future analysis of the vacancy tax? And are there any maybe legal issues raised in terms of a vacancy tax in relation to a rent to locals program? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Bryson. Most of you know me. I've been working on housing for maybe 8 years or something. The first thing I wanted to do is say what one of my favorite housing consultants, Mia Kong, always says, is that you should incentivize what you want and penalize what you don't want. And we've done a great job of incentivizing what we want. We've got Sugar Pine and other things. We haven't done a great job of penalizing, and I think that's what's going to get us to the next level. In terms of taxing, though, you should tax what you want to see. So we want to see less vacant homes. So it makes sense to have a vacancy tax that penalizes people for having, or disincentivizes for them. The TOT tax is not a direct relationship to this. So I feel like, and we keep putting everything on TOT, so I don't see this as a good fit for this. The inclusionary tax the inclusionary building thing is also directly related to what we want to see. We don't want to see a bunch of new construction that doesn't include affordable housing. So I would recommend both of those. I also would recommend, though, that you don't make the same mistake that another city council made long ago when they instituted the parking fees. The parking fees were a good idea, but what the citizens recommended was, if you're going to do them, make sure there's good allocations for locals that want to be here and that we do the right thing by people. So if people have if they have a second home, but they use it a lot, like the lady who said, we really need to put provisions in there for vacancy taxes, like if you use it a certain number of times, great. And or we use it, like Robert just said, to promote the leasing to locals program. Say, hey, you don't want to pay the vacancy tax, all you need to do is rent it to a worker for X number of days, 45 days in the summer or what else. Let's make it work. If we're going to do it, let's make it work, let's make it fair, give us what we're looking for. Also, I definitely want to say on the 936 number, I think that is very, very low. People come to me all the time for housing, and it breaks my heart. And I tell them to get on these lists. No one gets on the list. They don't know how to do it. They don't think they qualify. They are undocumented. There's a lot of reasons they don't get on the list. That number is so low. And it's at the point where I've had people who I know are in domestic abuse situations, and they do not feel comfortable putting their name on the list, and we don't have housing for them. The last thing that I think is most important is if we do any tax like this, the money should not be used for more meetings and more plannings. If we're gonna have the money, it goes directly to building more houses and getting things done. We have done a lot of planning, we know what we need to do, and let's get on it and let's do it. And the last thing is in terms of regional, yes, we need to get the TRPA on board with this too. They need to put inclusionary housing in there as well, and we need to get Douglas County and El Dorado, but the reality is most people want to live close to town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Honorable Mayor and City Council, Doug Williams, the City of South Lake Tahoe. I have a couple of thoughts on housing. And when I tried to run for City Council 2.5 years ago, I wanted the city to look at possibly doing rehabs of houses that people haven't been in for 10 years or more. We haven't done anything to look at that kind of a program. I don't believe that a increase in TOT or even a vacancy tax is called for, especially when we have funding that'll be coming up available as soon as we pay off the redevelopment money. The garage funding will come available. Why don't we take those funds and put that into housing? And then why don't we also look at other types of recreation taxes possible? Talk with our partners at Vail, see if they're willing to do the same thing they did in other cities and allow us to do a tax on lift tickets. There are other options that we need to look at. And Councilmember Bass, you were asking about how many rentals were out there. There are a lot of rentals out there right now. My property manager has 60 rentals when I checked about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Myself, I've had a 2-bedroom up on the Nevada side that's been vacant for about 3 months. And it's not an exorbitant amount of rent that we're asking for. So there's a lot of rentals out there. It's, just one property, one property management, 60 units, that's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Allison Tabor, longtime resident, 30-year resident. And I laud the council for paying for and producing this report. I think it had a lot of information in it, and I do encourage you to continue to look for solutions. I do have comments on the TOT and the vacancy tax. The TOT, I don't think increasing TOT by, and of course you have different options, will drive away tourists. If you just do the arithmetic on an average, say, $150 room, 2% increase, that's $3. I don't think that's going to drive the people away from coming to Tahoe. So I don't think that's a good argument to not have a TOT. I think people who are coming here expect service, so I think it's a good thing to create some way of increasing housing and or wages so people can afford to live here, and then serve these people who are coming to experience Tahoe. And I do think looking at the vacancy tax is a novel thing, and I encourage you to continue to look at it. It may work. My concern is it might cause a backlash with a lawsuit, but I don't think you should not address it for fear of a possible lawsuit, because there are not that many communities in the United States that have actually done it. So I think you should take a look at it. And you might look at different rates. Properties that are not worth as much, you might consider using a sliding scale charging them less, maybe the more expensive ones, because I don't think it's going to change people's behavior. If they do not want to rent their property out, they're not going to do so. But maybe consider a sliding scale or some permutation thereof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Now, everybody knows that I have a body double for security reasons. Yes, in your, about outreach meetings here, says, quote, significant effort was made to repeatedly reach out to all members of the business, lodging, and real estate industry groups, attachment 4. Doesn't mention about the second homeowners who are affected the most by this. Mr. Robbins, I appreciate your fervor and those in favor of the vacancy tax and your commitment to housing and those, and I'm firmly committed. I currently live in a second home that a landlord is renting out. So, but there's the legal issues here, and we're not Berkeley, we're not Oakland, we're not San Francisco, we're not Vancouver. There are legal challenges will be made, and I don't think you'll win. I don't think you have a chance in hell of winning it, to be honest with you. So for that main principal reason, I think you're wasting time and resources for that. There are a lot of other alternatives out there. Increasing the TOT from 12 to 14%. I would, outside of the redevelopment area, I would do that. I mean, 14%. Again, we're not any other resort town. We're not Monterey. We have, we have a lake here that we have to take care of and spend a great deal of money and resources to keep in clean shape. And we're very restricted by mountains. One road around the lake, in and out to get around. So we're not a mountain town like in Colorado or anything. So 14%, I think, is not excessive. Lodging Association has always opposed the TOT increase, except for the rec center. They always said that resort towns and cities that raised it lost visitors. I always asked for years, give me proof. And I would say raise TOT years ago when the city was bankrupt. That was the first place they should have looked. But no, we're going to lose visitors. And I've never seen any proof presented to that effect. I would go with, you held your meeting at the Landing. They have a $40 resort fee. So I think they can afford a 2% hike in the TOT rate. I believe in the real property transfer tax. That's the way to go. And if you look at that, and I sent you an email this morning about what LA is doing, and there are options to that, since that's not on the agenda right here, but that should be up to discussion. I think should be the primary focus for this and can raise a great deal of money. And you can do sliding scales and stuff, and you don't have to become a charter city, and I've explained why, and we'll go into detail explaining why you don't have to become a charter city to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Susan Chandler. Just a quick note. I think that it's, first of all, thank you for having this open forum. It's wonderful that you're listening to so many people. I think that one thing that I would like to see you investigate, if you do decide that you want to continue investigating this issue, is just how many of these vacant homes are really vacant. We have a lot of homes, and I can think of at least 4 within 200 meters of me that have never been lived in the entire time I've lived in my house. I know that most neighborhoods have these issues. I'm fortunate. I live in the Keys. They require these houses to be maintained. If you go up to Gardner Mountain, Tahoe Island, many of these homes are derelict. They're places where garbage are stored. They're eyesores for their neighbors. And I would really like to see the City Council do investigation as to how many houses we have that are truly vacant. And let's see if we can negotiate with their owners to either help them upgrade or encourage them to rent or encourage them to sell. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Phillips. I'm a local property owner, business owner, property management owner-operator. I can speak on housing for hours. I've been providing affordable housing since '95, professionally since 2008. Some of my bigger heartburn with this is we're so far into this. You've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff time, and as I think a top 5 property manager, we have had thousands of leases, thousands of tenants, managed hundreds of properties. I've never been contacted by this to discuss this with city staff, some things. We have warmed over reports from D2000 era, from out-of-town people. They think we're not doing the heartbeat of what we're doing. I've got boots on the ground. I think, all of you say I'm the best, I can do it, vote for me. It comes down to it, comes time to make decisions, we get reports, we spend $70,000. I've got ways to help affordable housing. We had the outreach, and Mr. Bass asked for it earlier, the contact with the local people. I have never been contacted. And we were in a stakeholder meeting just last month, and there were some of the best people in the real estate business in that room. There was Jill Tickle, Amanda Adams, Michelle Benedict, the Lux Singers, and myself. And we all asked, was there any contact? And there was no contact from city staff, from city to talk about this. I think that's a bad move by not talking to your people who are doing it. The market changes fast, it's fluid, it's like housing market, there's available this and that. 2019 stats are different than today's stats. We throw 250 units on Sugar Pine, it's gonna affect the housing market. Mr. Wallace talks about 100 units coming up. Doug Wallace talks about 60 units available. There is a need for it, but I think we lose track of the affordable, and as we're selling this affordable housing project, people think it's gonna be under $1,000. They're still not going to be under $1,000. There's still that affordability, the qualifying, and I think a lot of our problem is the people qualifying for units. But my bigger problem is there's been all this work done. You got hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you haven't reached out to, not you, everybody hasn't reached out to those in the field. So I would encourage that, and like I said, I can talk about this for hours. It's what I do every day. Thanks.
Thanks. Last chance in the room. Okay, seeing no further hands, Ms. Blankenship will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who'd like to provide public comment on item number 12. I do see that we have about 7 or 8 hands raised at this time. So first up is Penny Garrett. You have 3 minutes with council. Go ahead. Ms. Garrett, we cannot hear you. You might need to hit *6 to unmute your phone. Still nothing. We'll come back to you, Ms. Garrett. All right, next up we have Ayana Morale.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, Ayana, go ahead.
My name is Ayana. I'm a South Lake Tahoe resident, and I care deeply about my community and neighbors, many of whom are being forced to leave the region due to our housing shortage. We have a member of our city council that is spreading mistruths and propaganda for sensational reasons, undermining the expertise of city staff time and again, folks who frankly know a lot more about many of the issues of the day than he does. I understand why people in the community are frustrated with his approach. He's hurting locals in his crusade to get social media followers. I don't like what he's doing to public discourse any more than any of you guys. However, it's also true that we have some interest groups in town spreading mistruths and propaganda. On the other side, the Chamber's assertion around how economic growth is propelled has been disproven time and again. We've seen countless use cases in cities across the country that as inequity rises, economic growth fails. Related, Tahoe Prosperity Center's proposal for a voluntary tax on the rich is a joke, and we all know this. And we know that the vacancy tax is currently in litigation in the city of San Francisco. And any movement on this front at this point by South Lake will only cost the city money and resources. We should direct those resources towards viable solutions for the time being and let San Francisco pay the cost of establishing precedent. And then we can pursue it after that. But we do have a clear and obvious solution in front of us. One that is certainly just a start and not a silver bullet, but one that is achievable and we desperately need now. That is the transit occupancy tax increase. I cannot stress enough how much we need a dedicated housing funding source. This is 101 stuff, and this tax positions the burden of an increase on those visiting our community, not those living here. We need to move forward with the 2% increase. Please, this one item could affect real change for residents here. It has been recommended by our housing staff. They're world-class experts in their field. They've been making excellent progress in our community, despite what some folks are saying on social media. And we are so lucky to have them. Let's defer to their recommendations as you have in the past, not some politician's insecure need for attention-grabbing headlines. Don't let one person stand in the way of continuing to do what's right for your community and your neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morelli. Next up, we have Courtney J.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to the City Council for your low-income housing initiatives in the past and the money invested for the research that we are discussing now. The efforts are much appreciated. I want to state my support for researching additional income streams. I believe that it would be worthy to explore other options, specifically the real estate vacancy tax. Second homeowners depend on our workforce to support their vacations. And I believe that it's only fair that our workforce gets their support back in one way or another. Usually second homeowners are fortunate enough to get plenty of other tax breaks, whereas our locals may not be as fortunate. And I think it's also worth noting that most of our workforce housing peoples, I know the City Council is pretty stuck on that number, that 900 number, and it is so wildly inaccurate. Everyone I talk to thinks it's not worth putting their name on that list because the wait lists are 2 years long. A lot of the locals I talk to also can't afford the applications that it takes to go through rental agencies. And I think it's also super worth noting that we're tired of apartments. We're tired of living in multi-unit homes or complexes. And I think that everyone in the workforce housing area deserves to live in a home and raise their family in a home. And if that has to be supported by a second homeowner tax, then so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Chase Janvrin with Placemate.
Hi, Mayor Cregan, council members, city staff, thank you for having me. I'm Chase Janvrin, General Manager for Placemate, and I'd like to offer our support for both the housing funding study in general and specifically the proposed vacancy tax. We're all well aware of the housing challenges on the South Shore, similar to what every community in Tahoe has been facing, and how critical this issue is to our local workforce, our local businesses, and our community at large. Having a robust housing strategy is imperative to addressing our housing issues head on, not least of which is funding for each of the programs that have been implemented, as well as new and creative housing programs. Placemate itself is a great example of a new and innovative housing program that is helping with our local housing crisis, as well as around the lake. We're only in our second year of the Lease to Locals program on the South Shore. We've housed 69 people for an average cost per tenant of less than $3,200. Throughout the 3 combined markets in Tahoe, we've helped house more than 370 people, again with an average cost per tenant of less than $4,000. And it's worth noting that the majority of property owners who enter the program renew the lease for a second year, even though there's no additional incentive available to them. I'm not aware of any other housing program anywhere that offers such a return on investment or immediate impact. And programs like this are simply not possible without locally identified funding streams. One of the other benefits is the largely overwhelming support for the Lease to Locals program. We consistently hear almost entirely positive feedback, and while NIMBYs will always be present for any program, ours seems to attract the minimum. Speaking of NIMBYs, I know that new taxes are always a controversial subject and inspire a certain amount of consternation, but we share no such feelings. We would like to voice our strong support for a vacancy tax. With such a large percentage of vacant homes, it seems obvious to implement such a program here, or at the very least, keep the conversation alive while some of the uncertainties are ironed out. And one specific idea I'd like to mention, which has already been mentioned earlier today, is to potentially expand the current lease to locals program to allow for seasonal leases. This could allow property owners to still use their property for either the summer or ski seasons while providing much needed housing, and depending on how the program might be structured, potentially satisfying the vacancy tax requirement. This could be a really effective middle ground that's worth considering. While the lease to locals programs have proven an effective carrot for some property owners, implementing a vacancy tax would likely be an effective stick and surely spur the conversion of additional rental housing from our existing housing stock, so more housing can be provided quickly, inexpensively, and without new construction, exactly what we feel South Lake and other Tahoe communities need. So thank you for your time today and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Janvrin. All right, next up we have Nick Spiel.
Hello, my name is Nick Spiel, and I'd like to commend the City Council for hosting this conversation and taking the housing crisis seriously. In my campaign, I talked to people throughout the community about all sorts of issues, and of course everybody didn't agree on everything, but one issue that seemed to bring nearly everyone together was the need to address the housing shortage in our community. Housing is an issue that we can all relate to, and I'd like to implore the Council to use this as an opportunity to bring people together. This event has filled the Council chambers more than I've ever seen before, driving public participation that we want to see in local government. We won't all agree on everything, but you can find the common ground between us. Please establish as a baseline that at least we are going to do something, that turning our backs on the crisis is not an option, that canceling lease to locals when the funding runs out this year is not an option, that canceling Sugar Pine Village because it's only half funded is not an option. We need public money to work on this problem at the scale of the problem, and I urge you to keep the conversation alive about how best we can do this. We can't raise sales taxes and put this problem on the poor. We can't use general funds and cut services like roads and snow removal. I think that a vacancy tax is the strongest option here, and I urge you to keep the conversation about it open. The scale of the problem won't be satisfied with anything less. The Prosperity Center found us 2,000 units short in 2019. Since then, our full-time population has declined by 10% as people living elsewhere bought up our finite housing stock, forcing locals to move away. That's 2,000 people who have moved away since then and were not replaced by new residents. When we are thousands of housing units short, 28 units from lease to locals barely makes a dent. 68 units from Sugar Pine barely makes a dent. Even Measure T, which created 126 long-term rental units, has been unable to keep up with the vacation home trend. In 2010, we had a vacancy rate of 30%. That was a healthier balance. Now we're up to 45% vacant. Please help us restore the balance. And you don't need to decide on the solution right now, but we need to facilitate community input on this proposal. Please help the public understand what a vacancy tax would look like. Show us how you define vacancy and how you'd administer it. Show us what the fee would be and how you'd collect it. And then after people understand the proposal, please conduct polling to get a representative sense of where the electorate stands. The last polls were from 2019, which showed majority support for a vacancy tax, but COVID accelerated the problem and we need to know where the public stands now. Please put the information out there and let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiel. All right, next up we have Tony Hall.
Hello, City Council and citizens of the community. I truly appreciate the discussion. I would like to say that I agree with one of the speakers that shared a point that the city should not share the housing shortage burden with other by itself and include other entities, including El Dorado County. So I live in the county, so I don't have a dog in this fight right now. But we want to put an ADU in, but the costs are burdensome. The regulations and fees are basically stopped us from even considering it, since it costs thousands of dollars in fees and building fees before you can even put a shovel in the ground. The county should share that, try to reduce the housing shortage. They could do that. They're stakeholders as well. So that it could be a supplement for better housing in the county. And we'd like to be a part of that conversation, but the fees are so prohibitive, it's ridiculous. So thanks for your time, and I wish you luck in investigating these options. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Natalie Yanish.
Hello, my name is Natalie Yanish. I wanted to comment on this vacancy tax. I don't think the TOT tax increase is a good idea either. Obviously, costs add up for visitors who are coming here, and they do take that into account when they're choosing a place to stay. As far as the vacancy tax goes, you know, if you're going to charge people $3,000 a year just because they're not using their home, you know, do you think they're going to take that $3,000 and just eat it? Or are they going to sell their house to somebody who can afford it? You know, or they're definitely not going to take that $3,000 and reinvest it in their home or in our community. So the taxation just makes it more expensive for everyone overall.
Yeah, right.
I'm not done yet. So I also wanted to say, you know, it's inequitable and unfair to expect second homeowners to bear the cost of programs. I do understand that we have a need for housing, but there are creative ways to do this. We live in a sharing economy now. So I would like to see some programs where perhaps people are coordinated to be able to do house shares. I can tell you I moved here in 2002, so I've been here for quite a while. And unlike Mr. Robbins, who brings a lot of East Coast ideas, I grew up in a resort community in Aspen, and they also had situations where they were able to solve a lot of these problems with projects that were like the Sugar Pine Project. So, you know, I would hope that there's more creative solutions to this instead of, you know, basically disincentivizing people from investing in our community. You know, I came here in 2002 with 20 bucks in my pocket, pretty much. And, you know, I'm still here 21 years later, I'm dating myself. So, you know, we rented rooms, we did room shares, we worked, and, you know, now I'm a homeowner. And that's great. So I would like to see more creative solutions. And I know everybody has their, you know, there has been very sad stories about people being evicted and things of that nature. But the disincentives and the taxation and the sticks are just not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, next up we have Grace Hamilton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I acknowledge that I am speaking from a position of privilege. I also speak with sympathy and empathy for those who are struggling with housing. My own daughter and her husband and child are moving into our home in Altadena for 2 years in order to pay off their college debt. I get all of that struggle. But I want to explain that we are not homeowners of a second home that is a huge structure that sits empty. My partner and I are seniors who love South Lake Tahoe. We've been visiting for years. We hiked the Tahoe Rim Trail one summer. We love the area and hope to spend more time. In 2011, we were so excited that a tiny condo, and I mean a small space with a loft, came available in the Keys. It was a dream come true for us, and we have visited often to hike and enjoy the lake. Since I have just retired, I hope to come more often. However, we also wanted to rent our condo in order to pay the ever-increasing huge HOA fees we pay to the Owners Association. We're talking about $12,000 a year just to have our little condo. We were doing okay with expenses, basically breaking even until Measure T was passed. And I don't hear many people talking about that. I know it's not directly related to the housing, but suddenly we were no longer able to rent our condo to short-termers who wanted to come and not pay for an expensive hotel. Now we find ourselves struggling to keep our tiny space. My partner is still working, so we can't move to the Keys full time. So we were pushed out of renting, trying to figure out what to do. And now we're facing a possible added tax of over $3,000 a year for not renting. It just seems like a total burden to us who are just trying to have our piece there as well. So I'm here just to encourage the council to investigate alternate and creative options. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Penny Garrett.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
We can. Go ahead, Miss Garrett.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. My name's Penny. So I've been a South Lake Tahoe resident since late in 2019, and I currently...
Oh, Miss Garrett, we've lost your vocal.
And my husband is an electrician here in town. We're kind of in a gray area here where we make too much for assistance programs, but we have still seen a huge increase in housing prices that has felt debilitating and disheartening. So I'm calling to advocate on behalf of residents like me to ask the City Council to please consider how urgent this need is. We need to cut through nonsense that we're seeing online and get to real solutions. First, as I've begun to pay more attention to local and council issues, I want to acknowledge that I'm aware of some of the divisiveness with a certain council member, and I want to urge the group as a whole to move past personal politics and agendas. It does a great disservice to our residents suffering from housing instability to take things like this out on the entire community. This is not right for our workers, our businesses, or our economy. Secondly, and more to the point at hand, the letter written by the Chamber is based on outdated information that was normalized in the 1950s, not 2023. We now know that as inequity rises, economic growth fails. While saving a few dollars for our visitors now might feel like the right move for growth, in the long run, our economy will be unable to support any growth without those workers who've been priced out of housing options. Third, it's clear the Tahoe Prosperity Center's materials lack any real solutions. We all know how much income a voluntary real estate transfer tax will yield, but that's not policy. That's kicking the can down the road while protecting second homeowners. Finally, it's very clear that there's only one tried and true income source, the transit occupancy tax increase. At this point, most Californian cities have a dedicated housing funding source, which means we're quickly becoming one of the last cities without such a stream. Without supporting this tax increase, we are not addressing in any real way the housing crisis in Tahoe. The staff are not asking for an absurd amount of money, we're talking 2%. And while the vacancy tax is certainly something to consider down the line, for the time being, it feels more like a political slogan than a real solution. If we're serious about addressing the housing crisis, we can't be distracted by false promises and social media ploys. Let's not waste our time and money while we have some precedent and San Francisco is out of litigation, until we have some precedent, and San Francisco's out of litigation. This could take years, and still, even at that point, there is no guarantee any income will come out of it. So ask yourselves, what will happen to the remaining phases of Sugar Pine Village if we do not have any dedicated funding sources? What will happen to some of the other housing programs being implemented without a real income source? Housing is important to invest in. It's important because it reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Garrett. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up we have Chelsea Thomas.
Hello, thank you, Council, for your time today. My name is Chelsea Thomas, and I am the Executive Director at Live Violence Free. We provide support services to survivors of violence and abuse and advocate for a violence-free community. I'm here today as a community leader and a third-generation local. As a community, we know firsthand how the housing crisis in the Tahoe region is impacting. I'm here today to highlight the intersection of domestic violence, homelessness, and housing insecurity. Safe and affordable housing is often reported as one of the primary barriers to
I just spoke at the South Lake Tahoe City Council meeting. I'd love to talk with you about what's going on there and get your take as a good communist. So you're gonna be here an hour and a half, you're gonna go to the house. Well, I can go with you to the house.
Oh.
I apologize, Ms. Thomas. Go ahead. I forgot to mute the previous speaker. Go ahead.
Not a problem. Thank you. Safe and affordable housing is often reported as one of the primary barriers survivors of domestic violence face when they choose to leave an abusive partner.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you one more time. Ms. Thomas, can you get closer to your microphone? It's very hard to hear you.
Is this a little bit better?
Not really.
Is it all right if I speak up quite a bit?
If you do what?
If I speak up quite a bit, is that better?
It'll benefit. Yes, thank you.
I'm so sorry, everybody. We know domestic violence is one of the leading causes of homelessness for survivors. Also, unsafe housing and lack of support increase the frequency and severity of abuse. Each year, Live Violence Free provides over 10,000 bed nights with all of our housing programs, including our safe house and transitional units. We are one community agency doing what we can to support safe housing for survivors. I am here today to support the city's housing efforts and ensuring we are building a better community for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, and the last hand raised is from Erica Gonzalez.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to first acknowledge the city's housing department in conducting source studies to educate the public on housing policy development, including providing thorough analysis of funding options for addressing South Lake Tahoe's housing needs. And it is through their public information sharing that I am able to provide this comment. Based on the analysis of funding options provided by the housing department, it seems apparent that the transit occupancy tax is currently the only steady and proven funding source available. The city's housing department has provided information that a 2% increase in the TOT will not only allow us to match the rate of both Douglas and El Dorado County, but will also be easier for the city to administer as it is widely used by various cities. In fact, the state of California State Controller's Office provides a full list of California cities that already offer TOTs, their rates and earnings. In contrast, while the vacancy tax may be an option in the future, the success of the vacancy tax has been largely mixed. Despite other councilmen's suggestion that the vacancy tax is a more effective model, recent studies on the vacancy tax in places like Vancouver show that there is an insignificant and or unclear impact on the price of housing property. While San Francisco and Berkeley have both passed similar tax models, it is unclear what success those initiatives will have. The San Francisco vacancy tax is currently being actively litigated for a variety of claims, including constitutional claims that vacancy taxes violate the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment's due process and equal protection clauses. If the city is interested in a vacancy tax, I would encourage council to wait until these cases have been litigated. Additionally, given the lack of precedent in the vacancy tax, it will cost the city more money to implement as there are currently no successful models. This is in addition to the potential cost to the city for the high likelihood of litigation. And while I understand why a certain councilman has been particularly interested in this issue, given his sensationalized social media presence on the issue, his posts to the community lack transparency of the unproven success of this model and the potential high cost to the city. I also wanted to take this opportunity to express my disappointment with the South Tahoe Chamber, the South Tahoe Association of Realtors, the South Tahoe Lodging Association, and the Tahoe Chamber. Their joint letter did not take into consideration the actual perspective of approximately 10,000 employees they purport to support. While I believe that certain council members may have made this issue unnecessarily divisive, these organizations are relying on housing policies of the mid-1900s. The housing problem in South Lake Tahoe directly impacts marginalized populations, and these organizations have made it clear that they are unaware of their employees' housing realities. These organizations have a responsibility to support these workers, and I believe that they have not been doing enough in this regard. As you are aware, the issue of affordable housing has become increasingly pressing, with many residents struggling to find suitable and affordable housing options. I believe that the TOT will provide a dedicated funding source to projects such as Sugar Pine
Ms.
Village.
Gonzalez, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes to speak to council is over. Thank you for your comments. All right, no additional hands are raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for those very significant and meaningful public comments, both written on Zoom and in the room. We really appreciate all of your input. And now I will bring it back to council for discussion, while noting that our action today is to provide direction to staff as to the next steps. We're not taking any vote today. There's no resolution happening today. We're simply providing staff with next steps. So with that, I'll open it up to somebody who will push, I'd like to talk. I did not expect. Yes, Mr. Irvin.
I know. No, what I'd like to say is clearly there was a great amount of public comment submitted, but there was one statement I just want to correct. It throughout all of our housing efforts that we do with outreach, there's multiple facets of public notice given. There was many opportunities for the public to participate in our housing element update, and when we did bring the PSA to hire Bay for doing the housing funding study, it did state that the study would be done and that public outreach would be performed after the findings were presented to City Council. So that was presented to Council on January 24th, and I just want to make sure that we always make sure we cast the net as far and wide as we can, and opportunities to participate in the process have not just been to today.
Thank you very much. I made that note to clarify that myself.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great.
So I've been involved with in trying to work on housing and improving housing in our community for about, well, forever. I was on Planning Commission back in 2010 to 2014. Housing was always a big topic. I am actually a renter, and I live in multifamily housing. I've lived in my current house for over 13 years because the housing market is so tight. I know that I pay below market because I've lived in my house for so long. My townhouse, I guess is what it's called. So I know exactly what it's like to be a renter in South Lake Tahoe. Because it's difficult. If I were to move tomorrow, I would pay about $1,000 more per month. I'm lucky. I haven't been kicked out of my housing, but I'm living it every day. I also have adult children that live in this community, that grew up in this community and wanted to move back to this community. They have been kicked out of their housing. And in order to find a new place, it was very difficult. And they're professionals. They work for the school district. They're teachers. It's difficult. This is not an easy place to live. We live at 6,000 feet in the high Sierras in a tourist town. Every single job in this community, whether you're a dentist, a teacher, or a server at a restaurant, is directly tied to tourism. It just is. I would love the fact if we had a different economy. We do not. At least currently, we don't. I can tell you, I keep my eye out for rentals in this market because I would love to live in a different place. There's a lot of issues, but I have 3 dogs, and yeah, so anybody who's a renter in this town knows exactly what that just did to me, trying to find a place to live. And I'm not getting rid of my dogs. I'd sooner get rid of my children. And I love my kids. I got 5 of those. But I can tell you, I keep my eye on and I keep my finger on the pulse of the rental market in this community for a bunch of reasons. 2 years ago, you couldn't find 3 rentals on the market. Right now, there's a lot more. I'm not saying it's a good market. They're still really super expensive, but they are starting to come down. it's not great by any means. I can tell you when I moved here 25 years ago, the place that I was renting, if you look at it now, it's 4 times what it was. A condo up on Ski Run. 4 times in 25 years, it's quadrupled in price. So it's by no means a good rental market. But there's the laws of basic economics, and supply and demand is getting better. As some of those units that this council has had a hand in creating, making available, the market will lighten up. We've talked about this here at council before, and the cost of building government-funded affordable housing is $815 per unit. Sugar Pine Village is $815,000 per unit, and market rate is around $415,000 per unit. That's a huge, it's almost double to build government-funded affordable housing than it is to build market rate. I then went back and I looked at the last 4 elections. We've had taxes on our ballot. The last 4 elections, we've had taxes on our ballot. 5 different taxes. 3 of them passed. 2 of them failed. One of them was TOT. A couple of them were sales tax. I would prefer, being an anti-tax person myself, that we not continually have taxes on the ballot. It just seems like an awful lot. And I would like to see what the impact of all of these new units that are being built and being opened up with what's going on and having the market, the housing market, sort of starting to regulate itself. I would like to see what happens. I'm not saying that housing isn't a problem. I live it every day. But I also hesitate. And Mr. Wallace, everybody knows that he's my husband. And we don't always agree on everything. But in this, we do agree. I don't believe that you have to tear other people down in order to build others up. And what he said is true. I think that a high tide raises all ships. And I don't think that you have to degrade one industry in order to build another group up. And if we can all work together and build, again, tourism is our industry, and I wish that we had a more diverse economy. But in order to live right now in this moment, tourism is what we have. And if any of you want to work with us and build another economy, we're here for it. I'm for it. But right now, tourism is what we have. And we can't just turn the knob and turn down tourism just a little bit and still have the money to pay everyone and the housing to pay everyone. And I will never change my core values and say that it's okay to take property from someone in order to give it. And I know it was just the opinion of one person, that one caller, but she actually said that it wasn't okay for her to live in multifamily housing and that we should give her a single family home to live in. I don't know if any of you agree with that. I'm not going to subscribe her feelings to anyone else. But I live in multifamily housing. And in a million years, I wouldn't say that one of these second homeowners should give up their second home to give to me because I live here and I've lived here 25 years. And that's due to me. That is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. And I'm appalled at that. I live here. I've lived here for a long time, but I pay for my own housing. That's where I am.
Thank you for those impassioned comments. Mr. Robbins.
One of the elements that keeps coming up in conversations about housing in mountain towns is that housing is expensive. It's a vacation town. It's always been expensive. It's always been impossible. It's always been this difficult. Why should we expect anything different? 2 terms in office ago, term in office is 4 years, so only 2 terms in office ago, the median home price was $360,000. Today, the median home price is $700,000. It's not getting better. The situation is not improving. And pay and salaries in our tourist economy have not kept up anywhere remotely close to the cost of living here. And the consequences of that are that we're losing people. We're losing the vitality of our community. We're losing the families that send their kids to school. And the schools are losing school funding because funding is based on enrollment. It's a question of, for me, what kind of community do we want? The end of the road is Aspen. The end of the road is the town of Vail. The end of the road is Beaver Creek or Park City or Jackson Hole. These are all places that are becoming ever more progressively hollowed out or have completely turned into Disneyland theme parks. And that's not a nice place to live. That's a great place to visit. It's an even better place to make money as an investor in the tourism industry. But in terms of a vital community, we need places for people to live, and we have to be willing to take substantial action in order to ensure that. We have to be willing to look this problem square in the eye and say that what we've been doing in the last 10, 15 years has not been enough. The problem has gotten worse. Housing costs have doubled in 2 terms in office, and that's not a sustainable situation. But the other comments that have been made here are really right. We're not here to decide on one course of action or another. We need more investigation. And I attended a number of the community outreach meetings, sat in the back, they're open to the public. And on both the TOT and the vacancy tax options, we got the same, honestly, it's the same 4 or 5 questions over and over and over again. How would it be administered? What's the legality? What would the impact of a TOT increase be on tourism visits? How much money would we really raise, and how could we spend that money? And the housing element document, which is, it's a good piece of work. I don't want to sound like it's an excellent piece of work. It meets the needs for which it was developed, which was a requirement, which was for a state requirement. But as good as it is, it's not a strategy. It's not a document that says we are going to do these sets of things. And I want to call out a point where I agree with David Jenkins, because when there's a time when I agree with David Jenkins, I think that's worth acknowledging. Right? We need to talk about the Motel 6. We absolutely need to talk about acquiring the Motel 6 and renovating it into affordable housing, into Sugar Pines 2.0. That's maybe 100 odd units, 75 depending on various options. Building and renovating is going to be cheaper than building new, but for anyone who's renovated their kitchen, it's not cheap. It's not as cheap as we'd like it to be. And I think the last time I saw the price tag that was floated for the Motel 6, it was something like $15 million, $15 million, something along those lines, and then it probably another 10 to remodel it. So you're looking at maybe a $25 million project. That's a guess, right? That's the order of magnitude. That's the rough order of magnitude that you need to be looking at. And it's not just the Motel 6, although David makes that point. It's also the Sunray. The Sunray's been boarded up for a long time. It's right on the transit corridor. It's in a good spot. It's in a high density. That could be another Sugar Pine style development project, but we would have to buy it. And we need an income stream that is commensurate with that kind of scale. And the broader picture that's been made here today, in a number of cases, is by number of people, is that, look, it does cost kind of an unreasonable amount to build new. The $850,000 odd dollars per unit is what the Sugar Pines is coming in, and that's with land that was donated, that's with prefabrication, That's with a lot of things that should nominally be going for it. It's still extremely expensive to develop new, which is why we need to be looking at the housing we already have. 20 years ago, the vacancy rate was 30%. Today it's 45. That's what has ultimately shrunk the pool of available housing. And it's very tight now. And it's not getting better. It's just not. So my suggestion is, we need to do more study on these options. We need to answer the questions about the legality. We need to come up with an approach to how to handle that properly. We need to study how it would be administered. We need to do updated polling, right? The last data we have on that is from 2019, because we don't know what the community situation is, and there's been a lot of changes since 2019. So it's not that we need to decide on a course of action, but we need to decide, I think we need to decide to focus on this. And a way to do that, it's going to sound governmenty, I know, but a way to do that is with the subcommittee. It could be an ad hoc committee or something to look at this problem. But I think we need to not just look at the funding aspect, but the strategy as a whole. We have, and this is a question, and I guess for Joe, we have about a year, right, before we need to come to a decision to put something on a ballot, right? Is that about the right time frame that we have? Because
yes.
Okay, good. So I just want to verify any funding option, either one, or some novel option, right? That would have to go on a general election ballot in 2024.
That's correct.
For the two options that were presented.
A special tax can go on the primary ballot. A general tax has to go on the ballot when there's council seats up.
Got it.
And then to answer the question about a year from now, council would have to make a decision.
Okay.
And if there was polling, that would have to take place in spring of 24 at the latest.
Yep. So it sounds like there actually is a course forward that makes sense, which is we have time in that we can't do things meaningfully sooner than the 2024 election of the options that have been presented. We have to take that time one way or the other. Let's take the year. Let's set this up for a subcommittee, study the options, do the polling, set up the polling, get legal answers, get an analysis, and get that information into the public space, and make sure that the community knows the answers to the questions that were asked during the outreach. That's my thinking on this.
Thanks, that sounds great. Would you like to?
Yeah. So for me, when I look at this issue, I feel that in a sense we almost have the cart before the horse, right? We really need to identify what it is that the scope of what we're trying to do, and I think that's in multiple ways. And yes, we have a housing element, and we've had a report from Prosperity Center, but we really need to define what the full role that this council's commitment is into housing. Are we really trying to build housing? Where are we trying to go with this? And I think that some of those questions have been answered, but in a lot of ways they haven't. And there's different council members with different ideas, but I think it's critically important that those questions get answered, because we don't necessarily have the deliverables around, here's why we're going for A tax or B tax, because you're going to get this. And for me, that's incredibly important to be able to deliver to the voters, because that's initially who we're going to ask for the tax. And we don't have those things at this point. We have not, as a council, really defined our role into what housing, our full housing strategy is, and what we've fully bought into as a council. And I think it's incredibly important. But I think to do that, it's more important that we have the data to know what is our problem that we're trying to solve. And we've talked about this number of 900, and we've talked about some different ways that we're trying to kind of get there. And there's all sorts of different beliefs that there's thousands of different missing units. It's really kind of hard. And so I feel that we need to direct our staff to kind of to really figure out what is the best way. And in my mind, it was that we have somewhat of a registry for the people that have recently been served evictions, people that are actively looking for housing, and that we keep up with those people on, hey, did you get placed in a house, or did you move out of Tahoe, or what has happened? And what this does is creates a pulse for us to understand what the crisis that we're dealing with and the level that it's at, and the units that we really need to put our target on and work towards. And it also gives us a pulse of whether we're going, if it's getting worse, if it's getting better, if our housing program is actually having an effect. And I think that data is really, really critical to then create these strategies that are what we need to go to the voters with to say, here's the problem, we need to solve this problem. For me with the vacancy tax, and I'll kind of just go through one at a time. The vacancy tax, to me, is a very questionable. I'm not an attorney, but I get the law somewhat, and there's a lot of property right issues that I do believe that this will go to the Supreme Court. I think that there's a lot of really unanswered questions around the right to tax one citizen a different way than another, and I think that will go to the Supreme Court, and I have no clue what the result will be. But I also know that we are a city with an amazing city attorney office that does a great job, but I don't want to send her to Washington, D.C. to defend us in a property right dispute that cities like San Francisco, Berkeley, and Oakland absolutely have a floor of attorneys that are constitutional law attorneys that are perfect to go to the Supreme Court. And so what that would do, and I don't want to say that, in the future we're not going to look at vacancy tax, but once we have that precedent of law, then when we go through to look at vacancy tax, we have a guidance to know. Because for me, there's a lot of areas that I couldn't support a vacancy tax at all. I have family property that has been in my family for a long time, and I can't imagine me and my brothers or something being forced to sell a heritage property because a government is now taxing me different than another. And so, would we have the power to do things that protect those heritage properties? And all of those things are so unanswered until we have the precedent of law behind us being able to craft a law at a local government level. And so, as a small city, I just can't support us going there now. But I do support not saying that, hey, we're just completely taking this off the table for the things that we can get done around the issue and questions that we can get answered and those kind of things. Yeah, I'm in support of that, but the real questions are going to be answered by the Supreme Court, and we need to give the time for that to happen. That is clearly underway with the city of San Francisco, and so that's kind of where I land on the vacancy tax. I'll go to the TOT tax. For me, I believe that, that there is room there, but at the same time, we must have deliverables for the community members voting on the tax. And as housing may be one, and for me, transit's another one that is incredibly important. I think TOT is one of our rare opportunities to get a 2/3 approval, which means we can direct that tax so that the voters know forever what they're voting on is going to fund that source. But we don't have that deliverable. We haven't developed a transit agency that is comparable or that we're, I believe, want to put a tax behind, I would say at this point, but we're working in that direction, and maybe in a ballot or two later we would be able to do that. But then we have the $3.35 million that has been shown to us today around what we can do now. And part of that we're doing, landing the locals. We want this $1 million for construction. And so we still have that shortfall, and there's a need to try to find the funding for that, because those, I think, are impacts that I want to see happen in everybody. So it was in our staff report, but wasn't one of the recommended, which is to look at the charter city, which would enable us to have a property transfer tax. And to me, I've been talking about it for years. That is a tax that is on properties as they sold, as they're selling and going through our the market of our town, and not only residential but commercial. So when things like the Lake Tahoe Resort just sold for $50 million or $80 million, the city would be picking up a large chunk of change from those huge commercial transactions. We need to be looking in that. And Mr. Mosier, some people have talked about we can have other routes to be in getting that transfer tax rather than a charter city. And sure, you could try to lobby our legislature, but the reality of why you can have a transfer tax is because you get home rule and the ability to write law as a charter city, which comes with a multitude of benefits that I'm not going to dive into, and that'll be part of the process of becoming a charter. But in today's direction, I really believe that is something that it fits on this ballot because it's not just a tax. It's not just about a tax. And the fact is this year that we need to give direction to our staff that this is their focus to get prepared to bring that back to us in a year to put on the ballot. And we need to give them direction on one of these things because there's essentially there's a capacity level of their ability to work and really truly get us prepared. And so all three of these things, but a charter city would take a committee, a huge amount of public outreach, a lot that it would take to get ready for next July for us to put it on the ballot. So for me, that's where I'm at. I really feel that, a charter city is something that we should look at and both of these. And then I do agree. Let's work on the deliverables so that when we're ready to go for a TOT tax, we actually have, here's what you're getting. Let's, whether that's transit, whether that's housing, we've got to have those deliverables before we can go to the voters.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask if Mr. Friedrich would like to speak now before we double.
I would. Thank you, Mayor Cregan and my colleagues. And I also just want to thank all the public for your thoughtful comments. I certainly, if it's not the top, is near the top of the most comments we've received on any issue, and certainly the most comments from people using their real names. So I appreciate everyone's engagement from different perspectives. I've certainly tried to listen to and read all those comments and take those to heart, and have thought about things in new ways with the perspectives you've shared. I think for me, inaction is not an option. I think we do need a dedicated funding source to tackle the housing problems we have at scale. I did appreciate Mr. Wallace pointing out what we've done on the housing front, for which Mr. Thomas, Mr. Overwood, Ms. Wackenhut, Lomelli, and all the housing staff should be commended. But I disagree that we can meet our dire housing needs with what we have in the works. And I also disagree that our housing needs are inflated, as another commenter said. And I think, Mr. Thomas up front, I asked some questions along these lines, made clear in his presentation that that's not the case, that we do need this dedicated funding source if we're to begin to tackle the housing needs that have been identified, or the range of housing needs. I also agree that other jurisdictions do need to do their fair share, including Douglas County. And I'm happy to continue to make that argument at TRPA, but we need to lead by example. So that leads me to say that at the end of the day, we need to do something. And then the question is what? And so where do we go from here? I wouldn't note that many commenters expressed support for housing, but we're against the solutions that we presented today. That may be the case in the future. Local government, we don't have the luxury of the federal government where we can do tax cuts and increases to spending and rack up huge debts. We have to pay for what we want. And so if we want housing, we have to pay for it. So we have to make a choice. I do agree on with my colleagues that we haven't, I don't think we're at a point where we can agree on a solution today. I did appreciate what Mr. Bass just mentioned about the real estate transfer tax and the charter city option. Mr. Mosier appreciated, offering that as a pathway as well, that I think we should consider while we keep these options we've looked at today on the table. I did want to provide a little extra context, which is our next item on the agenda is an inclusionary housing ordinance. Depending on what the action we take there, that would take a bite into the $3.35 million identified housing need. I'm going to ask at the end of the meeting, I'm anticipating that we relook at a commercial linkage fee. These are both items that the council can take action on immediately without needing to go to voters. And then I would say after we do those things, depending on what happens there, then we see what our net funding need is, what percentage of the 3.35 million is still unfunded. And as others have said, then we kind of take a deep look at the options we've looked at today. For all those who said we want housing, but we want more creative solutions. I heard that from the chamber. I heard that from a number of commenters, Ms. Yanish. We need more creative solutions. Please bring those to us. I think that's, and again, appreciate those that offered solutions. But I think as we continue to look at how we meet our housing needs, if you don't like TOT and you don't like vacancy tax and you don't like a charter city option, how would you fill that funding gap, because at least I, for one, am committed to advancing a solution on housing. I think it's too critical to put off. So I think as we continue to look at these options, and again, I would ask we, add the transfer tax, real property transfer tax to the list of things we're evaluating for a ballot measure, and then consider these three options in context of what is the net need after we adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance, perhaps, or a commercial linkage fee, and then see what we really still need to raise after that. And then that in this process, we'll continue to have opportunities to clarify the details of the options that we take to the ballot, how those would be implemented, how we define the terms. Many good questions have been raised in public comment and today. And then I think our job as council at the end of the day, knowing that not everyone is going to be in agreement on the solution we choose, we'll have to just make that decision. And let the chips fall where they may. But that's what you do at local government. If we have values that we want to pay for, we have to choose how we're going to pay for them. Debt, just running up a debt is not a solution, and doing nothing on housing is not a solution either. So with that, my recommendation would be we at some point, in late summer, early fall, bring back another public discussion of, I would say, three options, make a decision, net things that we do in the meantime, like I said, inclusionary housing ordinance or commercial linkage fee if we decide to go that route. And then as much as we can also to maybe we have another session on the transfer tax and the charter city option with a public hearing on that. And certainly the public's welcome to contact us, speak out in public comment, and give input in the meantime. And hopefully we can get to the point at the end of that where we have some measure of community consensus on how we're going to pay for the very real housing crisis that we have. If not everyone will agree, but hopefully we'll get to a place where, everyone will see we've made an informed choice and the best decision among the options we have with all those things considered. So that's my perspective.
Okay, thanks. That sounds awesome. Before Mr. Robbins, I understand that you're here, I just want us to kind of clarify where we are. So Mr. Friedrich just laid out his position really well. So he'd like to provide direction to staff that we continue to research TOT increase, vacancy, tax proposal, and also the charter city real estate transfer tax idea. What I heard from Mr. Bass, but please correct me if this is not right, is that you also would like to move forward with more polling and outreach on the TOT increase and the real estate transfer tax charter city idea, but that you would prefer to wait until after litigation to pursue any more the vacancy tax issue.
Yeah, you get that right. The only thing I would say about it is I do think that one for us is better for our staff if today we get to that point. And for me, that would be Charter City.
Got it. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I mean, preserving our staff resources is really important.
I would support Mr. Bass's, the charter city.
That's great. Mr. Robbins.
I really want us to be a charter city. It's the only way we can get leverage to fill the hole in the ground eventually. But it doesn't raise funding in a time frame that is germane to solving the housing crisis. So I want that for a bunch of reasons. But I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think we can go I think we can go to the voters in 24 and say, here is a housing funding tax and we'd like to become a charter city. I don't think two is too many, but the urgency right now is for something that will generate some revenue. So, but I do want that. So my suggestion is for action is that what we do is we look at either creating an ad hoc committee or revamping the housing committee to properly study the options in front of us and generate, to Mr. Friedrich's point and to your point, Cody, was that we need to know what it is we would do with extra money. Like we have the actions that we have now, but with more money, what would the deliverables be? And we don't really have that. We know, that's been brought. We need to buy, we should maybe think about buying the Motel 6. We should maybe think about buying this runway. We should do more to leasing to locals. But we need to actually have that as a strategy document and a plan that goes beyond the housing element. And I think a way to do that is with a committee that would then return in, half a year or something like that with the answers. And to your point about the questions about the vacancy tax, those are the same sort of thing. Like, we need to have a better understanding. We need to answer the questions that the public brought before us when they said, how would you administer it? How would it work? And we don't know what we really don't know what the public opinion is on this since 2019. So those are all important questions, and I think a committee would be a good way to do that.
Okay, I let me just real quickly, I'm sorry, because I just want to clarify with you, we're going to the ballot if we decide one of these or the other. You would get the money from whatever it is, if it's a vacancy tax, TOT, or charter city, the exact same time. It wouldn't happen any differently. So if you pass a transfer tax, which is estimated to bring in around 4.8 million, more than the TOT by more than double, it would actually come in at the same exact time as any other tax. So you would still be able to direct that money to the housing, to the 3.3 we're talking about now. And so, and again, for me, I'm really kind of mindful around the fact that if we can give direction to the staff that, hey, we're wanting to go to Charter City and get that prepared for the ballot. It's more than a year of charter committee needs to be formed, all the public outreach. There's a huge amount of work to get a Charter City prepared for the ballot. I would say, and I defer to the city attorney, but it's like a starting now kind of thing to get us ready for a year from now. And so, and that's why I say, yes, I'm not saying take TOT or even vacancy after we have litigation and we know precedent. Let's not take them off the table, but we've got to make a priority for our staff to be able to get it done in a quality level and have the public outreach ready and have it ready to roll for July of next year.
So Cody.
Ms. Stroud, go ahead. Thank you. Just to clarify on that, so the Charter City discussion isn't on the agenda. I understand you're talking about it in the context of how to proceed on what is on the agenda, which is okay. We already have direction from council to do some outreach on that, which has been on our work plan for a while. So if that's the desire of council, we can make that a priority to do it, to be able to bring back some input on what the public thinks about that approach, to talk about with whatever other options you want to keep on the table.
Yeah, so.
Well, one clarifying thing, just as, I know it wasn't recommended by BAI, but it is part of the staff report, and so I'm just wondering, is it okay for us to say that's actually the direction we would like to go? Even though it wasn't.
Yeah, so it was actually in their study, and it wasn't something council wanted to pursue at that time, I think because it required kind of a extra step of becoming a charter city to implement, is my recollection. So that was why there was a focus on the TOT and the vacancy tax for the round of outreach that was just done.
Yeah, Cody, one thing to just understand. I'm a renter right now, and I would really like to buy a house. And a transfer tax is a sales tax on houses. That would make it more expensive. Even if if I wanted to buy just a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house, and we make a house that is now a median price in the 700,000s, making that more expensive with a sales tax on houses, that makes the problem worse, not better. It would have to be limited in order to not, we all don't want to make it more expensive for locals to at least try to buy a house, as unaffordable as it's become. But if we did a transfer tax on all houses, that's like a statement that no local would ever be expected to be able to buy a house. And I don't think that's fair. So it would have to be limited to meet the objectives that were raised in discussion, that we don't want to negatively impact people who are trying to live here and stay here and buy a modest house here. It would have to be restricted to houses over a certain price or over a certain, all of which then severely reduces the revenue of it. But Ms. Stroud, actually, I guess the question is, in terms of the revenue question, would we have to become a charter city and then separately pass a real estate transfer tax, or would it be done at the same time?
It could be done at the same time or separately.
So it would have to be pretty limited. We would have to limit it to.
Again, I don't think we don't. This will be like a whole process of becoming a charter, right? The charter, and we can't, as Ms. Stroud pointed out, we shouldn't get too far out of bounds. And so I don't want to, but I really feel that, again, for me, that is just the most viable way forward. It has the money that we need for housing. It captures major things like when the hole in the ground transfers hands, whether that's $50 million, that we would be capturing a huge amount of that. And sure, you could do a lot of other things. I'm not going to get into it. But for me, that's my.
Okay, great. Okay, so Mr. Bass and Ms. Wallace both very much want to just go in the direction of the charter city. I understand, and I very much agree with that we need a housing committee to work on stuff. And Mr. Irvin.
We have a housing committee.
Yeah,
has
that's
raised
what I
his
was going to
hand.
say. We have
Great.
a housing subcommittee. It's made up of council members Wallace and Robbins, and we also have a charter city subcommittee, which is made up of Mayor Pro Tem Bass and Councilmember Robbins.
Maybe we could look at potentially merging that into a holistic thing or something. But I think we need to, we might want to look at like expanding or altering the scope of the housing subcommittee.
I think one of the things I've been trying to point out here is our staff is going to need, for getting prepared for a ballot for a year from now, if especially a charter city, we need to start that now. And so you're not bundling them together to try to figure out what we're doing. We need to give them direction of, hey, we want to go in towards a charter city. The public outreach, the committee that needs to be formed, all of the real things that have to happen to do that take at least a year. And then what that comes out of has to get approved by council and then put on a ballot, which is July of next year. That needs to start now. And we've got to, I think, have definitive direction for the staff to be able to accomplish that. I don't think in parallels it's hard to do to get it done in a quality way.
Okay, I definitely see what you're saying. So, Ms. Wallace, are you prepared to support Mr. Bass's position that we're going to move forward with the charter city and transfer tax proposal as our first priority today? That's the direction.
100%.
Okay, I'm prepared to say that also. So I think that we then have provided direction to staff that what we're going to do is move forward with the real estate transfer tax and charter city for the next time we have a ballot. And we are continuing to look for creative solutions for this issue that we all know is super, super impactful and important to our community. And
Mayor Cregan,
yes, Mr. Friedrich.
I didn't know if you were pausing there. I'm putting my hand up for next comment, I guess.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, were you done? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's fine. Actually, I was just about to say we're going to move on and eat lunch now.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, good. Well, I just wanted to clarify, maybe ask Mr. Bass to clarify. What I was proposing is that we find a way to get to the funding. You know, if we're taking a position, we're going to get the funding we need. We don't know for sure what our net need will be after things like the next agenda item, perhaps a commercial linkage fee. And we also don't know at the end of the day if, so how much money do we need to raise, and of the sources, which are the most viable? We don't know if charter city is going to come up as something that's viable for the next ballot in time to meet our housing needs. We don't know if TOT will have support, or if or the council will land on that. So what I was suggesting is, I wasn't suggesting we necessarily invest more staff time in the items we've already applied today, TOT and vacancy tax, but I was suggesting that until we get to a solution, we don't take any of the options off the table, just prematurely, as opposed to having the staff invest more time. So I don't know, maybe Mr. Bass could comment on that. I guess my proposal, a slight variation on what you said, Mayor Cregan, was that we leave the options off the table. We bring back a more in-depth look at a charter city option at an upcoming council meeting. And then when we get to the point looking at our net needs after inclusionary housing, maybe a linkage fee, we see of those options, which are the most viable, all things considered. And then go from there without taking something off the table now. So I guess I would just invite Mr. Bass to say, is that different or the same as what you're saying?
I will let Cody talk, Mr. Bass talk after I make this one little comment. In the past, we have estimated that the real estate transfer tax under a charter city would generate approximately 4.8 million. If staff is requesting 3.35 for the programs that they're looking for, and we find in the next year and a half or 2 years that if the next item passes and we can generate X amount of dollars, and as Mr. Robbins stated, that we don't want to inhibit some of the low end to median properties with a real estate transfer tax, and we can exclude some of those lower end first time buyer properties, we can use that information that we're creating with the funding that we're creating with this supplemental for the inclusionary housing and maybe even a commercial linkage fee, and we can take away some of that 4.8 that we estimate and balance those two out with each other.
Yeah, no, I follow you 100%, and I think, again, that'll all be part of kind of the whole charter process. But yeah, we can do things like houses under $1 million don't qualify for the transfer tax or something of that nature, but that'll be later. And Mr. Friedrich, yes, what I really, my kind of scope is to try to just define the priorities. I was definitely not saying take one of them off the table. Just we need to now decide, okay, if transfer tax is the way we're going, that's where we're heading. And then the housing subcommittee, I'm in full support of the committee coming together and continuing to figure out the other revenue needs and continuing to look at the TOT and eventually vacancy tax. But for me, that's an eventually because of Supreme Court litigation. And so to me, that kind of creates the 1, 2, 3 priorities. One is this charter committee. We go at that now. And then sure, the housing subcommittee comes together and kind of tackles all these questions and works on all of that so that a couple years down the road, we're prepared much better than we were today.
Okay, that sounds good. Ms. Stroud.
Thank you. Just wanted to suggest to help this along. I don't think council is ready to have a full discussion today about the property transfer tax, and I would recommend bringing that back for a staff report after doing some of the initial outreach that you already asked for. And there are some legal issues with that too. LA is under litigation now with their property transfer tax because they did exempt some of the lower price transfers for residences. So we would want to take a look at that and bring you back a more complete presentation on that. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, so has that now been added to the staff direction piece? Okay, all right, Mr. Robbins?
So that's interesting that a real estate transfer tax that doesn't kill locals is under the same questionable litigation. We don't know if that's going to be legal or not. Do we know what the timeline is for that? Do we have an idea of when there's going to be a resolution?
No, I haven't checked recently on that since that wasn't something council had been putting on the table. And the last time we did talk about Charter City, there wasn't really support to move forward with that yet. So I would want to just refresh you on the process and the risks and benefits of.
If we don't exclude modest houses from the real estate transfer tax, then if we don't do that, then what that does is it attempts to fund the construction of affordable housing by making existing housing more expensive. And that means we would have to segment it, right?
Well, yeah, we're going back into and that's going to be such a part of the process. And regardless, what we do know is possible is transfer taxes are allowed on properties if you don't have this limitation. That's not a question. That's allowed, and it's a part of most communities across California. So it's actually part of the closing cost of a real estate transaction, and it's generally paid by the seller of the property, not the buyer of the property. And it's part of closing costs the same way you pay your real estate fees and your brokerage fees. So let's not have this discussion now because it's really more due when we go through the charter process.
Mayor Cregan, if I may.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that there's general consensus on council that a charter city item needs to come back to council that Ms. Stroud just mentioned. We can do that.
Great.
I'm also hearing that there's desire to there's a hierarchy of the other two that were referenced. I think there's some consensus on that. Maybe TOT and then vacancy is what I've heard. I'm seeing no's. So what I'm trying to do is get to that next part, to Councilmember Friedrich's question and Councilmember Bass. Do those fall off, or do those go into the existing housing subcommittee to be further looked at and come back to council at a time after there's some time that's lapsed with other housing policies that we're bringing forward to city council? I need direction on that because I don't know.
I would like to. So the TOT is pretty well understood. There's really not a ton of questions about how that works. The vacancy tax is the one with the open questions that the public has asked, and I think we should have those answers at a future council meeting. I think we should understand the scope in which the ways it can be implemented, the ways it can be administered, and the legal analysis for it. And I think we deserve to know that. And I think that's an option that's clearly in the hopper. And if we don't know the answers to that, then we're not going to be able to make a decision that's fully informed. Much like we also need to know what our strategy is going to be for how to use that money. And I will point out that with the TOT and the transfer tax, what that does is only raise money. With that money, we have to either build new, buy existing, or try to offer incentives. Building new is very expensive. Buying existing is very expensive. And as much as I absolutely love leasing to locals, in a year and a half, it's yielded 28 units, which is not a rate that gets us anywhere close to any of the housing amount that we need. So just looking at spending money and getting into the business of being a housing developer and a housing authority, it's not likely that that's going to be enough money, and it's not clear how we would spend that money to do that. We need to also be looking at shifting incentives. And if we don't deal with that, I don't see us really making the kind of dent in the housing situation we need. But to your point, like, we need a proper analysis of that. We need to update.
I'm sorry,
proposed
I do need to interrupt. Apparently our charter is intermittent at this moment. Can I recommend that we break and go to lunch and come back? And hopefully they can fix our chart. It's just Charter 21. It's not Zoom. It's not the website.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Do
you
we
for letting us
have
know.
enough that we need to come back and continue talking about this, or do we have enough?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks. Well, our hand is forced. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are we ready in the control room to come back into session?
All set.
Great, thank you so much. We are ready to begin whenever you are, Mayor.
Is everyone ready? Thank you. Thanks for sticking it out for a little bit more discussion on this item, but we are going to wrap this one up right now so that we can move on to item number 13. Okay, so Mr. Irvin, did you make the comment that you wanted to make right at the end of, before we had to break?
I think what I was just making sure is that there was clarity that we have received direction through this to come back with the charter city. And then I was really going to ask council what the consensus is on the other two. That's really what I'd like to ask the mayor to help us get an answer to if we can right now.
Okay, so. Sorry, microphone? Okay, so first let's just do this and say, and Ms. Blankenship, if you could help with Mr. Friedrich. Do you see Mr. Friedrich?
Yes, he is on. He's
Okay,
ready
great.
to go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Okay, all right, so our charter city is our number one, yes, charter city is our number one priority right now and our direction for staff. Are we going to keep TOT in our hopper as the second priority, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm okay with keeping the TOT there, but again, it's with deliverables and it wouldn't be for this ballot. I don't know. I feel like we need to decide, are we only going to put one thing on the ballot? And I think that's consensus. I don't know if it is, but if it is, then for me, TOT can be talked about later when we have deliverables.
Okay, I appreciate that. Ms. Wallace, no? Not happy with the TOT. Mr. Robbins, happy with TOT on the table or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm also happy with TOT on the table. Mr. Friedrich?
Yes, on table.
Okay, great. Direction, TOT on the table. Now we're going to go around, do the same round table regarding the vacancy tax for right now. Is the vacancy tax right now still on the table, Mr. Bass?
For me, it'll only be on the table after we have the precedent of law to guide it from.
Okay, Ms. Wallace?
No.
Okay, not on the table. Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
On the, Mr. Friedrich?
Yes.
Okay, I'm also a no. Not on the table.
Mayor, thanks for getting us that clarity. I think
Yep.
we will, my understanding there then is those things will stay in our basket of potential revenue sources down the road.
Agreed.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Now we are going to move on to number 13, which is, once again, Mr. Thomas for the supplemental analysis for inclusionary housing requirement and in lieu fee.
Okay, well, happy to be back. Good afternoon now, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Zach Thomas, your housing manager. At the previous item, I did give an overview of the housing initiatives funding study, the history and the timeline that was associated with that. So as such, I won't repeat all that in the interest of moving things along, but I'm happy to revisit any details that is desired by the council. But I will recap a little bit as we move into this item here. And this is a supplemental analysis for inclusionary housing requirement and in lieu fee. At the council's January 24th meeting, the city council provided direction to city staff to conduct an additional nexus and feasibility analysis about the potential inclusionary percentage in lieu fee. Now, the original study that was presented in January 4th did have a kind of, like I said, it was part of that broad overview analyzing 8 different sources, so that this inclusionary fee was included as part of that. But it was kind of a part-down analysis, so the council wanted an expansion of that, additional nexus analysis and feasibility analysis. Now, inclusionary housing policies are implemented in almost limitless ways throughout by different jurisdictions. And so, a program might look very different between 3 different cities, but it's kind of all inclusionary. It's kind of different versions of that. And so that can create some confusion when looking at these. And the goal of this presentation, as well as the supplemental study that was directed by council, is to actually provide a little clarity and provide a simpler context within which to discuss the central questions that the council should be considering around establishing an inclusionary housing policy. Now, in discussing an inclusionary housing policy, there's kind of two primary details to keep in mind. One is the nexus, and that's kind of like looking at what is the impact, what's the connection of building housing, market rate housing, what impact does that have on affordable housing? So that's the nexus component. The other kind of central piece to keep in mind is the feasibility analysis, and that's the other side of kind of these bookends. And that's where, that's basically the study of the impact that an inclusionary housing policy would have on development. I'll just put it another way. It's basically the ability for a certain type of development to absorb fees. It's like, can it absorb it and we still be able to build housing? And this is important because inclusionary housing only works when you build housing. So it's kind of a development-derived fee. So you need development to occur to get some money to build affordable housing with it. So it's really, that balance is really important. And the council recognized this back in January, wanted additional nexus analysis. This was done above and beyond kind of what's required by state law. So the original study conducted a nexus analysis for typical single-family homes, kind of what you consider kind of your normal home, not a luxury, but it looked at a nexus and a feasibility analysis for kind of like your high-end product. What this supplemental thing, the study did, not a thing, but study, the supplemental analysis looked at a nexus and a feasibility analysis for 3 total types. Townhome, kind of basically market rate multifamily, kind of townhome development, average single family, as well as high-end luxury. So you have kind of a complete framework over all of those different items. Now I'm going to start what is technically the shortest PowerPoint you can have. It's one slide. So here we are. But this is important. And we want to keep it kind of on this one slide by design. And it's because there's a lot of information here and it can be a little confusing. So we want to spend some time kind of walking through this. And I know I mentioned this at the last item, but our technical consultants are also really good at kind of talking these, the inclusionary process through, how the analysis was done, how it intertwines with laws and things like that. So we have that available as the council works through the discussion. Now this chart basically is broken down in kind of that way that I spoke about. And so you have, it's kind of hard to see, but you have a nexus base right here and the feasibility base. And these are kind of the bookends that I spoke of. So the nexus talks about this is what kind of the minimum inclusionary percentage that would offset the impact created by housing. So as you can see, for townhome, it's 3.4%. We'll get into this a little bit in more detail. Single family, kind of your typical single family, 6.5%, and 12.4% for the luxury kind of product. And again, this is kind of the minimum amount of inclusionary percentage that would offset the impact. Now, at kind of the other end of the spectrum is the feasibility. This is what kind of like these products can absorb before they kind of don't get built anymore, or it impacts them, or it increases the cost. So if you're a developer building a few single-family homes, what this says is that you can absorb the fee, just like any other fee from various agencies, and still sell it at kind of what the market rate would be. And that's basically what it says. And so this basically is kind of setting kind of the bookends that the council wants to consider as they look at kind of the framework, as you look at the questions that are in your staff report to kind of go through this. And the fees associated here in this chart, listed on this chart, are the fees that are basically would constitute kind of the funding gap to build affordable housing. It's kind of like that chart I showed with the 3.35 million. It's the funding gap. It's not the total cost, but this would be kind of like a likely scenario that would help the city collect money that would then be used to leverage outside loans and grants and tax credits, things like that. Now, together, like I said, these two pieces of information kind of constitute kind of the background of what the council wants to consider as you look at these 4 questions. Now, I'm going to read these 4 questions and we can go back to them, but I just kind of want to present them as part of this presentation because this is really kind of the 4 key questions that the council wants to consider if and when establishing an inclusionary housing policy. Now, number 1 is, should the city enact an inclusionary housing ordinance to include an in lieu fee? So in other cities, like in the Valley, where they build a lot of large subdivisions, it's pretty common to have an inclusionary ordinance and the developer just builds, let's say, 15% of the housing as affordable. It's different here, obviously. So we have a lot of one-off development. We have one house getting built, maybe a few. And so it's cities like this where an in lieu fee, in lieu of building the housing, really makes sense. And so a developer will basically pay just some fractional portion. As you can see, like, for example, it would be $8,000, for example, for the townhome, kind of on the low end to offset that impact. And then the second question is, if so, to the first question, what percentage of new residential units should be required to be affordable, and what development type should it apply to? Again, that kind of speaks to that percentage number in that column. And should a different percentage apply to different development types? Again, kind of what we've broken down here. You have kind of your everyday townhome, everyday kind of single-family home, and kind of your high-end luxury home, which, you know, might be a local's home, but is often probably kind of a vacation second home scenario. And then also, for the third question is, what income level should be required, should the affordable units be restricted to? And what that question speaks to is this section right here in this chart. A low-income inclusionary versus a moderate-income inclusionary. And what this is this is basically the type of end product you're trying to build. So if you say, okay, we're going to do a low-income inclusionary, it's going to obviously cost more money. It's a deeper subsidy. That's why you see higher numbers right here. A moderate income, that's a smaller, less subsidies, so that's why you kind of see that smaller number there. And then number 4, the last question is, should the inclusionary housing in lieu fee be based on the cost of providing the local contribution match or the full cost of construction? And that's, again, going back to that graph from the you know, are we talking the 3.35 million to use for matching grants and things like that, or for the full cost? And again, this right here, you know, you have 20,000, 20,000, 59,000. You know, that's based on kind of that gap financing concept. As stated in the staff report, if the analysis did conclude that if the council were to choose to fund the entire cost of affordable housing, not just the kind of the gap, a fee of $59,000 would be justifiable across the board. That's kind of on the extreme end. So that's kind of your upper end right there. But what basically the study says is that would not be absorbed by the kind of your townhome and single family typical development. That kind of caps out at around 20,000 right there. So it's something to consider. So it's, yes, the law allows it, but one of the great things about doing this kind of studies, you really kind of get some additional information and say, yes, the law allows you to put 15% inclusionary, you can do that, but under a feasibility study, there is some concern that that would have probably a reducing effect on the number of housing units that are ultimately built. So that's kind of what that says right there. So again, I know it's a lot of information. I think we could keep this chart up. It kind of helps when you walk through it, but at that point, having gone through these basic questions here, that kind of set the parameters of the council discussion. Happy to turn it back to the council. I can stand for any questions. Our consultant is here for any questions and kind of start that discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Wallace?
Thank you so much for this information. It's very helpful. I do have one question, though. On the full spectrum, the Nexus-based, the monies collected, can we use them at any income level, or do they have to be used at the income level from which they're collected?
That's a very good question. I'm going to throw that over to our city attorney, who did some research on that, actually.
Yep, that question came up while we were working on this, and yeah, it does appear that's a policy question. So, and another area of flexibility, question number 3 in the staff report is what income level should the required affordable housing units be restricted to, whether it's moderate or low? You could direct us to do an ordinance that has options for developers depending on what works better for their project, and then that pot of funding could be used for moderate or low income housing.
So we can set that? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, the breakout here for housing type, townhome, single family, luxury. First of all, how are those numbers come to? Yeah, they're defined by square footage, it would seem. I guess townhome is a specific type, but between typical and luxury, you have 2,000 versus 6,250. What was the basis for that? Those numbers?
It's actually a good question, and it's something that we spent a lot of time thinking about internally and with the consultant. It was kind of derived by looking at the typical, what we call prototypes of development that we see within the city. And these were kind of chosen as reasonable benchmarks. And so could it go up? Yes. Could it go slightly down? But 1,200 square feet is typically in that kind of townhome development range. Less than 2,000 is your kind of typical single-family home. So yes, there's some that are 2,500 and so forth. But again, this was just a cutoff to look at kind of where you draw the line to do this study. Not that it's perfectly precise, but it is based on kind of what we see in the city.
So there's one kind of house that we seem to only ever build today. The city gets 33 allocations a year, and it's just about the only kind of house I see us build. It's the so-called mushroom house. I think I've heard it called the McIntyre house a couple times. These are the houses that have the garage on the first floor, and then the overhang on the front and the huge staircase. And they're the typical McMansion that gets built relentlessly in our community. Those are selling for in the 1.8 to 2 million kind of dollar range. How many square feet are they?
So often kind of, I think kind of the homes you're describing, those are often in the 8 to 10,000 square foot range. Those kind of really large second home, mini kind of bedrooms that are really probably not made for daily living. These single, we chose 6,250 as kind of the luxury single family home to kind of encompass those, but also go a little bit smaller because you get a lot of homes that are built for residential use that are kind of fall right below that 8,000 range, but above the 6,000 range. So we're trying to encapsulate that whole spectrum. But a lot of those homes are actually kind of in the, they might even be in the 8 to 10,000 range that you're talking about.
It would be good if this comes back to have some actual examples of houses that are in or out, because it's one thing to look at the number, and it's another thing to sort of understand what house that applies to, and also to see do we know what the typical sales price are for homes broken out by these categories. Because we know the median sales prices of housing overall, but that includes all housing, and now we're breaking it out. I'm curious, what is a 6,250 square foot house typically go for here?
We do know that.
That's the breakout.
It's at the table, but Aaron, do you know that number off?
I don't know it offhand, but we did do research.
Zach, 1 second. If I could go back to the square footage
Oh,
question,
sure.
and
Yeah.
then maybe Aaron could come to the microphone to talk about the price points. Councilmember Robbins, I'm thinking that the type of home that you're referring to is like you said, the garage on the first floor, maybe has 2 bedrooms in the back. You go upstairs to a split level.
Yeah. That's a recurrent design that gets built over and over and over again.
Yep, they're all done by the same architect. They vary in their design, but 2,000 to 3,000 square feet in living space. those are the homes, the mushroom homes that are typically built on those 5,000 square foot lots in our El Tahoe neighborhood, Sierra Tract neighborhood, those kinds of things. From in the discussions that I've had, more of the McMansions, you mentioned a particular builder. Those are typically more in the range that Mr. Thomas was talking about, the 9,000 square feet. If you want specific examples, this last summer, I think there's 5 or 6 homes built on Emerald Bay Road and 5th Street. Each of those is 1,800 square feet, so they're also that same architect mushroom house kind of design, but they're a little bit smaller. So I think the type of house that you're thinking of is more in that 1,800 to 3,000 square foot size.
So
There's
that's
a home
lot
currently
smaller than 6,250.
Yeah, there's a home currently
Those are still
being
luxury second homes.
There's a home currently being built on Johnson Boulevard. You know, that one's in the 8,000 square foot range. That's kind of the much larger lot. It's right on the golf course. So if that gives you a sense of scale on the different examples, and then we can ask Mr. Nussain to speak to the price points.
Right, thank you, Hillary. So we did look at recent building permit data over the last 5 years or so to kind of look at this breakout. We looked at units in that range over 2,000 square feet and found like that 6,200 was kind of a reasonable middle ground. In terms of price points for the townhome, we're modeling about 500,000 for the townhome, about 800,000 for the more typical single family, and then 2.5 million for the luxury single family. And that was based on looking at recent market comparables in terms of sale price.
The fact that we're modeling a single family home at $800,000, that should be disturbing all of us. But it'd be really good to have examples of what these houses look like. Because what is the square footage that 1.5 million gets you these days? Like, because we want to set a break point, because it looks to me like the break points in square footage is a decision we get to make, right? Let me rephrase that question to Joe and Heather. That's a legislative discretion, right? As to where we set that break point, or is that set by California code or something like that?
No, that's part of this study, and we're asking for council input on that.
And if I could just add as Mr. Thomas mentioned, the reason that those sizes were selected is that that's what we're seeing getting built. And an inclusionary housing ordinance is dependent on construction in order to realize the actual inclusionary requirement, whether that's the units or the fees. So, really those numbers were derived based on what we've seen being built. Now, whether you want to develop other criteria for the inclusionary ordinance, that's within the council's policy decision. What types of projects the inclusionary ordinance applies to, size of units, any of those kind of criteria you can establish as a council.
I mean, the nexus assumes, I presume, and this is, I guess, the question, does the nexus assume that the house that's being built is also being lived in full-time?
So for the purposes of the nexus analysis, we assumed that the unit was occupied full-time. We did that recognizing that's a relatively conservative assumption and that it will generate impact estimates that are presumably higher than if the unit is only occupied part-time. That means the household would only be here part-time and only spending in the community part-time.
Does the analysis include the limitations on development in that we have only a finite number of allocations, and so if a housing unit is allocated for a 6,000 square foot mansion, then those allocations cannot be used for affordable housing. So that, in other words, the housing that's consumed in one place is because we are in a finite housing development environment, that takes away from affordable housing elsewhere. It's not a zero sum, it's a 33 sum game, right? So we get 33 allocations in a year. If we build if a McMansion gets built, that's an affordable unit that can't be built.
So the feasibility analysis did account for the cost of acquiring development commodities and coverage. It did not account for the opportunity cost associated with using those commodities for larger units versus smaller units.
Do we have is there a legal precedent requirement that we cannot consider that opportunity cost? Or is that accessible to the in lieu fee analysis?
No, I mean, there's only a few jurisdictions in the TRPA area, and so there's no legal precedent on that.
No, for opportunity, I guess because other communities that have in lieu fee systems don't have the opportunity cost restriction.
Yeah, I mean, for the reason the city attorney mentioned, it's not something I've seen considered elsewhere.
Because they don't have a limitation elsewhere. Right?
Exactly.
That's unique.
You know, that said, so part of what Zach was illustrating here is we prepared the nexus analysis to provide some sort of underlying information that you can use to inform establishment of a policy, understanding what the direct impacts are of new market rate residential development. We then kind of framed up the feasibility-based scenarios to show you what you could reasonably do within existing state law without incurring additional HCD review. So you can go up to 15% inclusionary and whatever the equivalent in lieu fee is at your discretion as a way to capture some of those ancillary impacts that maybe aren't as well quantified.
But under state law, as it exists, 15% is the maximum we could do, no matter what we found. In terms of the nexus analysis, without going further to the state.
You can.
Is that correct?
My understanding under state law is that if you want to go above 15%, it needs to be accompanied by a feasibility analysis that demonstrates it doesn't overly constrain new development.
The constraint on new development, is that constraint on new development used as housing or constraint on new development used as vacation homes?
I believe as far as the state is concerned, they're one and the same.
That's amusing. All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like we've. Is it correct then that we've essentially maxed out the 15% that we can do, no matter what further study would find, right? If we go to the 59,000 number, right? That's the maximum amount without going back to HUD or the state HUD.
Well, 59,000 is the equivalent of 15% of the funding gap needed to construct a low-income unit.
Yeah.
You have parity between the percentage and the fee, which is something we recommend striving for, because otherwise you're creating other incentives for developers to behave in other ways. For example, if the fee is lower than the equivalent cost of building the required units at the established percentage, then you give an incentive to just pay the fee. You can theoretically set the fee at a level that is higher than parity with the inclusionary percentage as an incentive to build the units on site. In South Lake Tahoe, you get mostly one-off developments, one-off units. So it's less likely that a builder would build their required inclusionary units on site. Not to say that isn't possible with an ADU or the like.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, I'm just curious, so is square footage kind of the only way that we can define these, or is there a way to do it with dollar amounts and market value?
Well, and Eric can speak to this too. I mean, it's square footage, it's type of product. That was considered too. So like multifamily, for example, versus single family only, or some combination thereof. But also a square footage kind of cut-off scenario.
Does state law preclude us from being able to say, instead of basing it on square footage, basing it on the value of the home?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's something that I haven't seen done in other jurisdictions. Again, I think it's because your underlying market dynamics are different than a lot of other places. It might be worth exploring whether or not that's something that HCD could go along with. I could see potentially establishing a threshold that's in some way linked to the achievable income thresholds for El Dorado County, so that anything that would be priced above that level is subject to the in lieu fee or an elevated inclusionary requirement compared to other units. One caution to that type of approach is you're also creating, by adding more requirements just based on price point, you're providing, you're artificially increasing the price of those more expensive units and maybe giving at least some buyers an incentive to look at things below that threshold that might otherwise be more naturally affordable to workforce households. So potential trade-off.
Another consideration too, and I think probably a reason why most jurisdictions do the square footage thresholds is it's a proxy for the price, but also that fee is usually assessed at the building permit stage, and you're not going to know what it sells for until later, so it'd be more difficult to implement.
Right. That's a great point. It's also a more stable metric where building types usually don't shift all that much from year to year or cycle to cycle. You're usually going to build roughly the same square footage for the same use, where price points fluctuate on an ongoing basis. So it'd be more to monitor.
Great. And my other question is how much leeway do we have to exclude these fees for certain things like deed restrictions or other things that we may get developers to do? Is there a latitude to write the ordinance where there's quite a few exclusions?
Yeah, I think as it's proposed now, it wouldn't apply to affordable housing developments, if I'm correct.
So you'll typically end up in situations where there will be alternative compliance options. The in lieu fee is usually the first among a number. One thing that I have seen implemented in some other comparable jurisdictions is if you want to, say, deed restrict the property for workforce-only occupancy, you can then be exempt from the inclusionary requirement and other, alternative options, things like off-site construction where you partner with an affordable housing developer or workforce developer to build the units on your behalf. There's lots of different potential models for alternative compliance options.
Great, thanks.
Ms. Blankenship, would you ask Mr. Friedrich if he has clarifying questions?
I do.
Yes, you heard me yourself. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Cregan. So what comes to mind here is affordable by design. Ms. Wallace knows I often say that. And we often hear from developers, the only thing that pencils out are the mushroom homes, the monster homes, the big houses, right? And the fees push them in that direction. So with that backdrop, is there any restriction on us having a scaled approach wherein even say 1,500 square feet or less, the kind of the affordable by design for local family level has no fees, and then we just start ramping it up as they get larger. So you might go 5% at 2,000, but then when you jump to 3,000, it's 10%, and then when you get to the monster homes, it's 15 or more percent, 20%. I mean, the things that we really don't need, quite honestly, that serve no community workforce purpose. Could we just have a scaled approach like that? So there's more differentiation based on square footage without these big gaps between 2,000 and 6,200. I know those were indicative sizes, but could we scale it like that? And I guess related to that do we have a kind of a general sense of what the revenue expectation would be if we say excluded smaller kind of family size houses from fees and then scaled it for larger homes?
So I think there's a few questions there. Can we scale it? I think the answer there would be yes. It's kind of demonstrated with the, excuse me, my throat, middle column, where for example, the smaller townhome, typical single family is a lower percentage than, again, what the kind of the high-end luxury. From this standpoint, what it's showing is you would probably want to do that from a standpoint of that's only what's feasible at the kind of the lower end of the market. You wouldn't want to overly burden the single family. So yes, there. In terms of the
Zach, if I may.
Yeah.
So I think the second part of the question is what's the forecasted revenue? The best I have, and Aaron, please correct me, is from the original report. It talked about if we apply the max to all housing types, 1.2 to 1.5. Right. And if you pick a number of 500,000 or higher, it would be about 177,000. Okay.
So it's a big difference. Yeah, thanks, Joe.
That's the max percent, like 15% at all square footages. Is that what you're saying?
So the original estimate was based on some kind of generalized assumptions intended to sort of frame the possible order of magnitude that you might be able to achieve. The more sort of nuance you want to put into any proposed policy, the resulting revenue generation estimate may vary from that initial baseline. So I think what Mr. Irvin initially mentioned was, yes, applying 15% across the board to all housing types. If you want to limit applicability of the inclusionary policy to a subset of that, it would decrease the revenue projection. We have numbers available, so if council members are interested in a certain estimate, we could most likely generate that without too much additional effort.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem that we're getting many houses built at a local family size, workforce size for a house. And so I wonder how much revenue drop off there would be if we went to the low or no percentage for, again, let's call it under 1,500 square foot of typical, old style Tahoe 3.2, and then kept the maximum percentage, certainly on larger homes, and maybe something in between on things in the mid-range, 2,000 to 3,000, and kind of that level. Do you have any data kind of at your disposal on the percentage of revenue we would expect from, say, 1,500 or even 2,000 square foot or less, given that that is not typically built these days?
We don't have those numbers offhand. We could look at the building permit data to get a sense of, how many of those units have been actually constructed over the last handful of years, apply the estimated fee and generate an estimate that way. But unfortunately, we don't have that this afternoon.
And then just again, for the larger homes, let's call them even over 4,000. And if we wanted to do 20 or 25%, just to discourage the use of scarce land for that kind of monster home or vacation home or whatever use that would be, that would require some additional justification, right? Even for the higher level. I know, because I know on the chart it says greater than 15% is feasible.
Yeah, that's correct. You'd need to present a feasibility analysis to HCD to justify going over 15%.
Right, and if the goal is to, one question was, how many units should be affordable? If we said 100%, like if we were trying to have all future, housing meet our workforce housing needs that we just talked about, how we're going to raise money for in the previous discussion, just to be built affordable for a local workforce, then could that sort of justification then say, well, we want to discourage homes that are like the 8,000 square foot one on Johnson. And therefore, help us offset that with a 25% in lieu fee to be used for affordable elsewhere, or discourage that type by making it relatively more, pencil out better to build smaller homes. I mean, would that be along the lines of what we could put forth to justify it?
If I'm understanding correctly, yes, you could propose having an inclusionary housing percentage of more than 15%, I believe, on certain types of units, including the very, very large, very high-end types of units that you mentioned, while applying lesser requirements of smaller properties, and possibly also including alternative compliance options.
Yeah, and lesser, and there's and including zero requirements for, smaller homes, right? And if we had a tiny home, a 1,500 square foot home, and, ADU, whatever, that there's nothing that requires us to have some percentage for every home, right? We could have 0 to 25 if we could justify it, right?
I believe that's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
All right.
correct. And I just wanted to add a little clarification to Mr. Hussein's answer, which I agree with, but you could take it too far. So going above 15%, it still has to be economically feasible to build that type of development. So you couldn't discourage it to the point where it can't be built because it's not feasible. So that's what HCD is going to be looking at that level.
So we could say what's the maximum feasible, and to help balance, to make it maximally affordable to build the kind of houses we need, the affordable by design type. I think that's what I'm hearing, but those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. So seeing no other clarifying questions, we will go to public comment on this item. So thank you very much. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to provide public comment on this inclusionary housing requirement and fee? Please join us.
Hi, as the mayor noted during the break, I'm Seth the pilot. I'm, again, also a move from Seattle partners investors, and I built several hundred affordable market rate houses. I just want to comment specifically to Councilmember Friedrich's comments. We're awful greedy capitalist developers, and there's only one best solution to design a house for any particular lot or to design a building for any particular lot, and that's what we're going to build. So the reason why you don't have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 1,200 square foot houses is because they don't pencil, and it's not a question of $50,000. It's a question of $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. There's just no reason to do that. So while that might be the goal, that this proposal isn't going to make a difference on that one way or the other. Kind of the unstated major premise or major question with regard to all of these fees and development in general is density. You cannot achieve your goals of having a vibrant spread of affordable, capital A affordable, market rate affordable, working class, and luxury houses without the density. You cannot have zoned single-family residence. You cannot keep building single-family residence and achieve these goals. The market will always adjust, and you'll end up with exactly the situation that you have now, where you have haves and have-nots. And all of these proposals take a lot of time. We spend a lot of money on consultants, and every city ends up in exactly the same place. Density is really the only solution. So these are great. They might affect things on the margin. You might get a slightly different mushroom house, a slightly bigger mushroom house, a slightly smaller mushroom house, but it's not really going to achieve the larger goals of creating affordable housing within the city. So I just encourage the council to keep a broader mind and bring a broader framework to these discussions, other than these very piecemeal solutions that will result in a slightly different mushroom house. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom. Ms. Blankenship, is there anyone on Zoom who wants to comment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 13. We do have one hand raised, Mr. Spiel.
Hi, this is Nick Spiel, and I'm disappointed in your direction today. We were talking about the problem of housing being too expensive, and you were talking about introducing new costs on housing. An in-lieu fee adds to the already high cost of building housing that pushes developers away from the Tahoe Basin. It adds to the tens of thousands of dollars in fees that developers need to pay before breaking ground on new construction. It adds to the reasons why only 1% of our housing units were built in the last 10 years. If someone wants to build a house in Tahoe and it's too expensive, then they will buy a house that already exists, even if some renters are already living there and they have to kick them out with 60 days notice, even if they need to offer above asking and pay with all cash. I am amazed that you are trying to address the crisis of high housing costs by introducing a new housing cost. You could try to target these in-lieu fees at the monstrous mansions that are being built as vacation properties and not housing. But I don't understand how you can be okay with justifying this tax on a dozen vacation properties being built, but not a smaller tax on the 7,000 vacation properties that already exist. How is this better from a property rights perspective? How is this better from a not picking on second homeowners perspective? How is this better from a legal risk perspective? How is this better than a vacancy tax? This is the same idea as a transfer tax. By adding a tax when people sell their house, you're increasing the price of houses and discouraging people from selling them. If it's limited to big houses, then you're increasing the demand on small houses that locals are trying to buy. On 2 agenda items today, you have heard the public speak about the high cost of housing, and you've elected twice to introduce fees on the sale and construction of housing. What are you doing?
All right, I guess he's done. There are no additional public comments at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, well, I will bring it back to council for a discussion and some answering of the 4 questions that are proposed in the staff report. The first one being, should we enact an exclusionary housing requirement in lieu fee? Sorry, Mr. Robbins.
I'd like to see revenue projections and a range of options for how this can be graduated so that it's 0 for anything moderate or reasonably moderate, and then aggressive for only the high-end houses. Otherwise, this makes no sense at all. And this breakdown of sizes, because the mushroom houses, those are 2,800 square feet, and those are not affordable for anybody who works in this local economy at all. So where that breakdown is, I think we need some actual examples. We need to see like what kind of houses are in and out for these kinds of units and what kind of prices they go for, and the data for that isn't here yet. So I think the idea is not without merit, but it's got to be targeted right. It absolutely cannot be on a 2-bedroom, 2-bath ranch house to try to make that 20% more expensive, or, between 5% more expensive, $20,000 more expensive. I rent a 2-2 house with a garage. I've tried 4 times to buy it from my landlord. And this here makes it $20,000 more expensive, if it were new construction. And that's the opposite of what we're trying to do. So I'd like to see like a breakdown of revenue if we put the target points in different places, and what houses are in and out, example houses, example structures that are in and out based on those different breakdowns, and what their sales prices or market valuation prices are. Because I don't think there's enough information here to go forward. I think it's something we should bring back with more proper information.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I feel like I would like to see a lot more information and possible ideas about the steps that we can, the graduated steps that we can do, all of our different options. I would like to see that also, and I'll just say that before, I'm not that comfortable with even moving forward with these 4 questions today. Mr. Bass.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think I want to learn more about the process for houses, and that's why I asked, could we do this more based on the value? And I hear from Mrs. Stroud that makes a lot of sense, but I do believe we have to submit construction values with our building permits, because I from what I remember, there's generally some costs that are related to that. So I don't know if we could explore basing it on construction cost, and then you'd really have to look at like what type of construction cost is relevant to houses that are not within the median income or that could be afforded by the median income. I think that value is a little bit easier than square footage, only because we really do know what somebody that lives here and can afford. But again, for me, it definitely takes more data to kind of get to where we want to go. I do support moving in this direction. I think that for the huge luxury homes and that kind of thing, there's no reason that they can't pay a little bit towards our housing issues. But I think we need to really define that well. And I'm very interested to some of the different incentives that we can build in to exclude these for the right type of property that we're trying to desire. But yes, I completely agree. We need to have a lot more info to kind of get there and make it work.
Ms. Wallace.
I agree.
Mr. Friedrich, what do you think?
Well, I think I'm glad we're looking at this, and I think one thing that this brings to mind in the analysis is that all of us, full-time residents, visitors, have an impact on housing by our presence, and maybe no more so than living in the basin where you need teachers, firefighters, police, all the folks that work at the city, restaurant workers, baristas, the whole 9 yards, right? And so every time, so every resident creates, as we've seen in this analysis, a certain number of workers to support their presence. So, it does logically to me make sense that we would tie a contribution to the workforce that's needed by your presence to the construction of that need. That being said, we don't want to disincentivize the housing types that local workers could actually live in. So again, the 1,500, 2,000 square foot size, I think Mr. Spiel was alluding to that. But this is a chance. In the previous section, Ms. Bryson, I think, talked about incentivizing what we want and just disincentivizing what we don't want. This just seems like a good opportunity to meet both objectives by having a graduated scale to exempt kind of local family size houses, say under 2,000 square feet or whatever the cutoff is, and then have a graded increase such that homes that are, luxury homes, larger homes, speculative real estate homes are paying most of the fee here, or the fees collected. So I guess I would support bringing it back with that sort of analysis. I'm kind of hearing others say a similar thing, to look at how can we accomplish those objectives by incentivizing, not penalizing, local Tahoe family size homes, and then increasing percentages as we go up from there, and seeing what the revenue potential would be. And again, if we decide to not take action on this, then that still leaves the full 3.35 million to fund our housing programs. And so there's always trade-offs, so we should just think this may be an opportunity to take steps in that direction. It's within our control to do it. I'm inclined to say this makes sense. We have a linkage here between housing and workers needed for that. So let's take a look at what that would look like to do it in a way that's kind of a progressive and fair system that gets what we want, not take it off the table. And if we do decide to not take action, we'll just need to take a more serious look at the options we looked at earlier. So with that being said, again, I would like to see it come back with some of those considerations in mind.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, it sounds like we're headed towards a consensus of bringing it back with more information. I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to add some things I think that we should make sure that includes. I definitely want to know, would definitely like an analysis if we can do this based on price, because I think that's the more relevant metric. And as we said, we're using square footage as a proxy for price, but there's no proxy for price like price. So if we could, structure this efficiently, that would be better. Just because things are done in a certain way that have always been done that way doesn't make them the most efficient way to do things. And then I also would like to know the revenue projections, because we don't have that here, for the different options where we structure this as a progressive fee, much like we have other forms of progressive, for example, taxation, where it's zero up to a certain point and then it gradually phases in. For those options of where we put those breakpoints, what is the actual revenue it generates? Because that's really the relevant end here. It's the purpose of the in lieu fee is to build housing in lieu. How much money is this generating? And we don't actually have that data. So we want to make sure we have the revenue data, the question on whether or not we can structure this based on price, and different options for where that breakpoint is. Specifically, that includes the mushroom houses, because those are not affordable for anyone who lives here, and that's all we're building right now. There's very few houses that are being built in terms of number. There's very few houses that are being built that are really the big 6,000-8,000 feet mentioned. They're not zero, but they're in number, they're few, which means we could charge them as much as we can, but just they're so few in number that the amount of revenue that's going to bring in isn't going to be much. We've got to capture what's happening in the construction market, which is this high middle second, this low high earner second home that's going for the $1.8 million range. That is the mushroom house on the quarter size lot. And if we don't capture that, then this isn't going to generate revenue that's relevant. But we also just don't know how much revenue it is. So I want to make sure that if we request this to come back, that it comes back with that information. Joe, I know I've talked a number of times about making sure that the requests for information come in at the beginning and not come in at the last minute. So this is me doing that.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Urban.
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate that, Councilmember Robbins. And my notes were really to sum up what I heard consensus on, that we need revenue projections on a scale, a range from 0 to 25%, if is what I heard, on different housing types and the examples. And then the final note that was just added there was, can we use price as part of that analysis? Is there consensus that council wants us to evaluate the price component? Because the rest was very clear to me.
I'm not sure.
And here's the next question I'd like to ask the consultant is what, our budget has a little bit of monies left, and is this new scope that we'll have to talk to him about receiving a revised scope of work and potentially come back to council with new appropriation to do further analysis. That's a question that I think is pertinent to this direction we're receiving.
Okay, Mr. Bass, what's your point here?
Yeah, so I actually wanted to add one more thing to that, which was to add, look at the commercial linkage to all of this, as well as the actual, when I think about the commercial side of it, I think about it more in not the fees, but how do we get them to build affordable housing units, similar to what happened at the Waldorf Astoria recently, which Placer County has on the books. I would like it, and I think maybe coming back with this all as one is a good way to do it.
Mr. Irvin.
It's my understanding that the commercial linkage is a part of what was already involved in part of our study. So doing that is probably no problem to come back. But I think what you're saying is bundle that when this comes back as well. And so the question, if we can ask the consultant to talk about this scope change that we're talking about, or scope addition, and whether or not that there's capacity in the budget, that'd be helpful.
Sure. I need to check exactly where we're at with the budget. I believe there's a little bit remaining that we could potentially reallocate with authorization, and then we'd have to scope out this additional effort, compare what that would cost with the remaining budget, and see if additional appropriations are needed.
Great. I mean, that's helpful. I mean, I think staff, we can go back to the drawing board and look at that. But because the part of that I heard was that council would like us to look at that analysis up to 25%, which would mean that involves a feasibility, which has to go to HCD, approval, time, review. I mean, it's just going to take a process, and we're going to need Mr. Nussain here on our side working with us to get that information. So is there a clear consensus from council that that's what you want us to
Except on this one issue.
Okay.
On the price versus square foot. I worked in the building industry for a really long time. Ms. Cregan, I know your family's in the building industry, and Mr. Nussain, you may be able to answer this question. When you are looking at it, it's not the same. Certain houses that are built in the lower square foot range are built at a cost per square foot that is going to be different than higher end houses that are going to be built at a different cost per square foot. And am I right on that?
Yes, that's typically the case.
Okay. Chrissy, you can verify that as well. I know I used to work for a building company. We built high-end custom homes. Although price is important, I think that we should look at it in regards to square footage, because it's two different price ranges.
Well, I believe that typically the reason it ends up being done on square footage, again, is because you're looking at a typical type of building that usually ends up being in this kind of a rough range. And then it's very easy to document and enforce an inclusionary policy that's based on square footage. Like was mentioned earlier, it's typically levied at the building permit phase. There can be changes in price point between building permit phase and final sale. There's also ways that I've seen developers sort of fudge on the building permit valuation numbers that can put their thumb on the scale one way or the other. That can be very hard to substantiate. And so there's some enforcement questions, I think, related to trying to base something like an inclusionary housing policy on a price point basis. You also would end up needing to be updating it constantly. So you'd need to be watching the market, checking prices on different size units that may or may not be getting built, because you can only actually base it on price point for newly constructed units, because you need that comparable. You can't just base it on resale prices. And so it would be very labor intensive, I think, to monitor, enforce, and update on an ongoing basis. So for the purposes of implementation, a square footage basis tends to be the most common usage. And again, it's to facilitate implementation.
Mr. Robbins?
I mean, we know the price of the house because that's where the sales tax assessment comes from at the point of sale. We'll know the government will know the price of the house to the dime, because that's how we assess sales taxes on the house, and that's a public record as well. So, I mean, that data is there at the time that the house is sold after it's built. So I don't quite get why that would be a problem to know what the price of the house is. It goes in the register. It's it's registered with the county's assessor office at the time of sale. It's literally on a website. So, yeah, it's not at the time of development, but around here we build houses and then they flip pretty much instantly. So, I don't see how that's really going to be a significant impediment. The other question though was about the commercial linkage, and we didn't really talk about that because we don't have that isn't really in the data set here. So if I understand, I just want to make sure I have a correct understanding of that. That would be for new commercial construction, would similarly have an in lieu fee, similar to this here, different amounts, different price points and everything, but it would be an in lieu fee for new commercial construction. That's generally the gist of it, right?
Generally, that is the gist of the impact of that commercial development to housing needs.
So then, what's a quick review of what new commercial development is on the horizon here?
Well, and that's why I was saying, I just want to see it, I want to see it brought back, because
Yeah.
that's what will kind of inform us. But, and then as I was saying, Placer County has done something similar that I believe really is more, instead of fees, actually building housing. If
Yeah.
you look at the
Let's-
Waldorf project, that was a really cool thing. So I'd like us to move in that direction, but for it to come back. I mean, for me, the reason to just look at this, and I'm not saying we do this, but just to look at it is because I am very cautious to hindering somebody that wants to build a house, and we have this kind of range between 2,000 to 3,000 square feet that some of those houses may be going for 700,000 and are able for our locals to build in that kind of thing. And then you've got other houses that are done at a much more luxury level, and I get absolutely that a builder can make the value at the time of building much different than it's going to be. But I would wonder, and I guess a question maybe we could look at is, could we base it off the county assessor? So the assessed value after the house has been built that they're taxing it from, rather than the building permit cost. And again, those are just questions that are curious to me. I'm not saying, but I think it's good to have both when it comes back, to see, like, to make that informed decision.
So does that
So-
direction
so
make
I
sense
was-
then? To have both a square footage sliding scale and a value sliding scale? Is that doable?
And or, right? I don't know that it would be a both, right?
No, I just mean
Either or,
as
yeah.
options for us.
To come back
Yes.
with examples. Yes,
Yes.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we
Not
could
not come
potentially-
back with some weird hybrid thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly fold that into, any revised scope of work. I would want to check in on, any possible legal issues with converting to a, value basis, an ad valorem basis, so we can, make sure that gets explored as well.
Okay, so do you, Mr. Irvin, feel like you have the direction that staff needs to bring this back again?
I do. I think,
Commercial linkage was in that, right?
yep, commercial linkage will tie to bring back when this comes back.
Great, that sounds great.
Quick
Thanks very
comment.
much.
Quick comment.
Oh, sorry, John.
No worries. Yeah, so yeah, I guess it was just answered. I mean, I think bringing back commercial linkage with some of these same principles in mind of scaling and lower fees potentially for kind of locally owned smaller businesses, or in the same vein. And although I was a little hesitancy based on the comments about the value basis, one could imagine, say, a smaller townhomes or condos that are luxury, based on all the amenities that are in the common space, that go for a very high dollar value that you wouldn't get just from square footage. So to the extent that can be analyzed as well for like a scenario like that, I think that makes sense. So yeah, with those extra little kind of comments, I'm certainly in support of, I think, what we're doing here, this direction.
Okay, great, thank you.
John, that was a good point. You nailed it, I think.
Okay, great, thanks. We would love to, yes, Mr.
Madam Mayor, what we'll do is we'll go back to the office with the consultant, talk about the scope additions here. It'll take a little bit of time, but we'll get it agendized when and after it's ready, and bring it back for council discussion again.
Great, thanks. I think that everybody's really interested, that we just don't feel comfortable making any more stringent direction today. We just need more information, but thank you. And with that, we'll move on to regular new business. Number 14, the amendments to the social media policy, and that is Ms. Baker and Ms. Stroud.
Boy, we've gone from like heavy to light in a hurry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Today I've got an item to present to you per your request. Recently you had asked to review the social media policy and that it be brought forward for your reconsideration. Specifically as it relates to activities that are currently prohibited in the social media policy from the City Council engaging in. And Section 3.7 of the social media policy, which was provided in the agenda packet, staff has proposed removing the words, share and retweet, basically eliminating those to allow for those activities, and then adding the language, members of the City Council, commissions, and/or boards may share city social media posts to their personal social media pages, and then specifying that all Brown Act and serial meeting restrictions shall apply. So this was the primary item that council wanted us to bring forward for consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Actually, just a quick question. So when we're sharing something on, for instance, Facebook, you can say write post, and then you could put your own statement about the city common. Is that acceptable with Brown Act and
So you should be able to share it to your personal Facebook page, and if you want to editorialize that in a comment, you can do that. What cannot happen is other council members then commenting on that post.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Friedrich, do you have any clarifying questions?
Sorry, I do not.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other clarifying questions, thank you very much, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none. Ms. Blankenship, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to comment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 14. There are no public comments at this time, Mayor.
Okay, great. Then I'll bring it back to council for a motion or discussion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion that we pass a resolution amending the social media policy to allow members of the city council, boards, and commissions to share posts from the city's social media platforms to their respective social media pages.
I'll second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. As if there's no further discussion, we can vote.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace?
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Aye.
Mayor Cregan?
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item number 15, the bicycle amenities and wayfinding signage update. Ms. Doherty, you've waited a long morning.
Oof. It's very interesting. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Doherty, engineering technician with the Department of Public Works. I'm here today to provide a presentation to receive and file for the bicycle amenities and wayfinding signage project. Let's see if I can get this to work. Oh, too far. Okay. So this project includes the update to the wayfinding signage system along the South Tahoe Bikeway. The plan you see here was proposed in 2013 by the Bicycle Coalition, and per that plan, 22 signs were installed in 2020. We're now looking to install new signs where gaps exist and attach a quick response QR code to each of these signs, linking the users of the Bikeway network to the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition's Tahoe Bike Map. In addition, amenities such as bicycle repair stations, bicycle repair stations, bike pumps, bike racks, and benches will be installed along select locations along the network as well. I have presented this project to the Bicycle Advisory Committee and also to the Planning Commission and received comments and feedback. We've had a lot of support around this project and discussions related to the sense of place these signs create, along with increased awareness about safer bicycle routes. We've also heard about proposed locations for new signage and bicycle amenities and the addition of the QR codes and the type of information we're going to link to these signs. We've also heard a lot about the needs and types of additional signage along the bikeway, not just the branded Tahoe Bikeway signage, but also regulatory signage that will help with high-impact locations and conflict and intersections that need attention. A lot of discussion around sharrows and targeted crosswalks for some of these intersections that have some issues. And also, we've discussed and heard a lot about etiquette on bike lanes, conflicts again among the users, and possible solutions that we can incorporate as part of the scope of this project. Let's go next. In terms of financial and policy implications, the city was awarded COVID relief funds as part of the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021. It was through a participatory budgeting process that the council determined that wayfinding signage and bicycle amenities were a priority and set aside $42,500 of this revenue for the project. The project advances the city's strategic plan related to recreation, equitable access, and connectivity, specifically by updating and expanding this plan to determine where additional signage and amenities should be placed along the network. The goal is to further promote bicycling as a way of life here in South Lake Tahoe and to help facilitate the desire to travel safely by bicycle throughout town. Before today, the snow was starting to melt, but I'm ready for it to melt and get out there and do a physical inventory of these signs and plot them in GIS, and also do site visits to the proposed locations of where some of these amenities are going to be located. I've obtained quotes from manufacturing companies and have started pricing out these amenities, and next we'll be working with the planning department and the design review team for comment and approval on this project. Once we receive the approval, we will then work on ordering the materials and hiring a contractor for the installation. And it is our goal to get this completed by the end of construction season. Lastly, here I have a map showing the existing and proposed wayfinding signage throughout town. The existing signs are marked in a darker blue, mostly along the linear path of Lake Tahoe Boulevard leading up toward the beaches along Emerald Bay at 15th Street. In the staff report, there's a list of proposed locations, but I've received a lot of input since then and just sort of put them on the map, and we'll be going in the field to finalize the locations. Again, now that it's spring-like, bicycling is on our minds. We want to get out there and get this project completed. We are excited about the project and feel that the goal of completing it this year is possible. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for questions, comments, and suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Doherty? Seems like no. Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions?
I do not. Great presentation.
Yeah. Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Mr. Mosier.
Good afternoon, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First thing I would like to, that I've raised before you previously, is the signs. You have one thing in there, a graphic showing a 4-foot high sign, 4 feet off the ground, and another one 7 feet off the ground. And like I said previously, if you've ever seen somebody that's run into a sign on a bicycle with their face on the edge of a sign, it's not a pretty sight. And it happens more often than you probably might imagine, especially since we have scooters where they don't belong. They don't belong on the bikeways. These linear park is a shared use path. It's for pedestrians and bicycles. Scooters aren't supposed to be on there. There's actually quite a few places in town where the scooters ride, and part of your signage should indicate where scooters are and aren't allowed. Your city attorney has advised you that, you have $5 million something liability coverage there through Lime. Insurance companies have a way of finding out what things aren't posted legally and what is allowed illegally to happen and aren't going to pay. So you need to look at that liability. That $5 million is just kind of dangled out there, but in most cases here it would not apply, just because they're riding where they're not allowed. So you really need signage for where e-scooters, where bikes, where pedestrians are allowed, and have the proper markings and along with that. But the 7 foot, I would even make that 7.5 feet. Figure what a tall person, maybe a 6'3" or 4" person on a bike. On a mountain bike, on a road bike they're hunched over more and they're a little bit lower. And so just so that it's above their head, it's above head level. And 4 feet isn't even above a lot of child's heads level, so poses a great danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to give comment on this item here? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Blankenship will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 15. I do see we have 2 hands raised. The first is Stacy Ballard.
Hi, everyone. I am in the effort of bringing more access to Tahoe. So when you go out, I would ask, when you go out to look at the signs, I would ask and kind of look at it from the point of view of, you know, people who may be in wheelchairs, people who may not have their phones. I do walk a lot, and the QR codes are awfully nice. But there's a lot of people who, you know, could we put a little information if somebody doesn't have their phone on them or is blind, so they have other options. So just be aware of that when you go look at the signage, that we want to make Tahoe more accessible. Let's see here. I also believe that the bike paths should be wheelchair accessible. And so, you know, disabled accessible. Sometimes when I'm having a bad day, I walk very slow and I've got people zipping by me at crazy speeds. And I think about people who are disabled in wheelchairs or walkers, you know, bringing your grandparents up to Tahoe. You want to allow everyone to get around, just not the people who come up here for adventure and adrenaline. There's a lot of people who come up here for peace and the beauty of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Next up, we have Nick Spiel.
Hi, this is Nick Spiel, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition. We would just like to thank you for putting this federal COVID infrastructure money towards wayfinding signage that makes Lake Tahoe more bicycle friendly. We'd especially like to thank Ms. Doherty for taking community input into this signage plan so seriously. We are very pleased to see our recommendations implemented on the web map and staff report. And if we ever see the end of winter, I'm still looking forward to getting out in the field with her to see the status of existing signage and work through the detailed design of exactly what signs should go where. There are a number of small gaps in our bike route network that are currently not signed or even designated as official bike routes. We would like to ask City Council to provide direction to Ms. Doherty to work with the Bicycle Advisory Committee to identify and close these gaps through this signage program. There will be minimal cost to designating a handful of additional streets as bike routes, connecting our network of sustainable transportation infrastructure. I will add that the Bicycle Coalition is looking forward to holding up our side of this partnership with the implementation of the QR code-based web map to add broader context to these signs and keep them up to date at no cost to the city. Biking season is getting started in earnest, and we hope to see you out on the trails. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no additional comments at this time here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That was really exciting, moving into the nice weather project. So this is just a receive and file. So is there any further discussion from Ms. Doherty or staff? Mr. Friedrich, you have any other comments?
I don't.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
So I just had a quick question that points to Mr. Mosier. With the signage and the height, has that been analyzed just to know for the public's efficacy around, you know, making sure that it's high enough to where people aren't going to get smacked?
Yeah, so in the plan that was proposed in 2013, there is a visual on there that shows like a 4 foot and I think a 7 foot, as he said. That was taken to Public Works, and we did it according to code, which is 8 feet above the ground and 2 feet off the side of the trail.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to...
Madam Mayor, so just real quick.
Totally.
And our public works staff will continue to work with the coalition on all these gaps that we're talking about. So just want to make sure everyone's aware that we're committed to working with them.
I figured. That's okay. I'm glad you made it clear. See, I just knew it in my mind, but I'm, you know. Item number 16, Capital Improvement Program Activities Update.
Yes, good afternoon again, Mayor Cregan and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, the Director of Public Works. Today, I have a presentation for you on the ongoing and active capital improvement program projects and major activities which is undertaken by our engineering department. The reason for this presentation is at the direction of the city manager to make sure that the council is aware of all of our ongoing projects, since some of these projects have started a number of years ago. I will provide an update for 8 major areas of work that we're engaged in. These include airport facilities, roadway and safety projects, bicycle trail and path projects, environmental and drainage improvements, regulatory compliance programs, strategic and other initiatives, and finally, some of the major maintenance projects which is underway or scheduled for 2023. Since we have over 25 projects and activities, I will be brief on giving you an update on these projects. And if desired, I can answer questions during the end of each section, or we can wait to the end.
Let's wait till the whole end.
Okay.
Thank you for the option.
So first, what I would like to do is to introduce to you the design and construction managers that work on these projects. These include Jason Burke, Stan Hill, Jim Marino, John Dickinson, Randy Carlson, Mark Frizina, Emily Doherty, which you just heard from her, and also myself. For this presentation, I will discuss the schedule and the funding status for each project. However, we're not requesting any funding during this meeting, but if council has any input or comments, we would like to receive those comments. First, I would like to go over the airport projects. We have 2 projects at the airport for this year. The first project is the Fire Station number 4 rehab with an estimated cost of $200,000. This project is fully funded with the airport enterprise funds and will go to construction this year. The second project is the continuation of our taxi lane rehab project. The project is the second phase of the rehab project with an estimated cost of $760,000, which will finish the deferred maintenance within this area. Again, this project is fully funded with the airport enterprise funds and will go to construction this year. So we move next to the facilities projects. Obviously, we're all aware of the new rec center and aquatic center. Phase 1 of the project has been completed, and we're planning to rebid this project in May with an anticipated award in August of 2023. The project is funded through Measure P, and is currently, the engineer's estimate is about $65 million based on the latest information that we have, but we hope that the bids will come in lower. We have already been through a pre-qualification process, and we have 4 interested and qualified contractors, which is great news for the project. The next project is the Fire Station number 3. A couple of council meetings ago, we had this item for discussion. After initial review of the upgrades, the council directed staff to come back with a low-cost upgrade inside the building, something below $1 million, and evaluate the feasibility of a new fire station at the Bank of West site. We're planning to come to the council for both of these 2 items. The new Fire Station 3 is currently unfunded, but the estimate is between $12 to $14 million. The next project is the Facilities Condition Assessment. This project was funded last year by the council, which is now complete. We're waiting for better timing to present the conclusions of this study in conjunction with the sustainability evaluation efforts and also the ADA compliance report. so that we can provide a full picture of the facility needs to the council. Now I want to go over the roadway and safety projects. The first project is the Pioneer Trail Safety Project. This project is fully funded with Federal Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is HSIP, which we have received a grant, and includes safety upgrades at Pioneer Trail and Edna Street. We expect to begin construction this summer. The next project is the Ski Run ADA and parking upgrade. This project is to support the Ski Run Pocket Park. The project is fully funded using the ARPA funds, and we expect the construction again this summer. The next project is the Pioneer Trail Pedestrian Improvement Project. Staff has been working on this project for several years in search of various grant funds. We have secured now $4.48 million, and we need an additional $770,000 to fully fund the project. Our funding gaps may come from general fund reserves or from Measure S. The project will add sidewalks, bus pullouts, lighting, safety upgrades along Pioneer Trail from Ski Run Boulevard to Lodge Avenue, and is the second phase of this project. We anticipate to go to construction in 2024. The next project is our annual pavement rehab. This project is also fully funded. We have this year about $6 million that will be used for our pavement rehab. We plan to give you a more detailed presentation at the next council meeting with the recommended roadways for 2023. Let's go to the bicycle trail and path projects. The first project is the Bijou Park Class 1 Bike Trail, or the Greenway Connector Project. This project will build a Class 1 trail through the Bijou Park, connecting Greenway to Johnson Boulevard. The project budget is about $1.4 million. And we currently have funding gap of about $450,000. We're currently working through the preliminary design, and we expect to go to construction in 2024. The next project is the Dennis Machida Memorial Bike Trail Phase 1C. This project will build a Class 1 trail connecting the existing Greenway Trail at Herbert Avenue to Pioneer Trail and Ski Run. We are currently in the preliminary alternative analysis phase. The estimated cost of the design is about $1 million, and the construction estimated cost is about $9 million. We have applied for regional grant program funds a few months ago, but unfortunately we were unsuccessful in obtaining any funding for the project. The entire design and construction are currently unfunded, and the schedule is dependent on our success in getting additional funding for the project. The next project is the Sierra Boulevard Class 1 Mixed-Use Bike Trail between Palmyra and South Tahoe Bikeway. The project is also in preliminary design with a funding that we have right now about $56,000. The design and construction of the project are estimated at $1.2 million, which is currently unfunded. Construction is dependent on successful grant funding from either Active Transportation Program, ATP, or Regional Grant Program, which is TRPA funding, which goes every 2-year cycle. The final project is the one you just received a report from Ms. Doherty, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on this project. Now, let's review our environmental and drainage improvement projects. These are major projects with flooding implications for the community. Mr. Hill and Mr. Burke have been spearheading these very challenging projects, and I'm going to go through these projects one by one. The first project is the Barton Avenue and 2nd Street. The project is fully designed, and actually the council awarded the project this morning. Construction will begin late May and will solve one of the major flooding areas in the city. The cost of the construction is about $2 million, and again, it's fully funded. The next project is the Tahoe Valley Stormwater and Greenbelt Improvement Project, which is another significant environmental project, which is already underway. Phase 1 of the project was awarded last October, and the construction will continue this summer. Phase 1 is fully funded at about $6.7 million. And we have received grants from Regional Water Board and CTC. Phase 2 project will add bike trails, amenities, a playground area, and will expand the stream environmental zone. The estimated construction for Phase 2 is $7.6 million, with a budget shortfall of about $3.9 million. We are working with CTC for another grant, but additional funding is needed to fully fund the project. The next project is the James Eloise Drainage Improvement Project. Phase 1 of the project is $200,000 and is fully funded. The project was awarded to Hain Contractors, and we're waiting for an appropriate time to begin the construction due to the high groundwater levels. Phase 2 of the project is in design and right-of-way acquisition phase. We have already $300,000 for the Phase 2 allocated to the project. The final cost will be dependent on the right-of-way acquisition and the final design, and we expect to award Phase 2 by 2024. Okay? The next project is one of our major watershed improvement projects, the Upper Bijou Creek Restoration Project. This is the area that we had most flooding this year, and it is the worst drainage area in the city. In 2017, City Council adopted Resolution 2017-16, initiating the project. The total estimated cost for this project is $13 million. Currently, with the effort of Mr. Burke, we have secured $1.7 million in funding from U.S. Forest Service that will be used to build the Phase 1 of the project. And we hope to begin that project in 2024, next summer. All phases of the project are in the final design phase. We're evaluating Cal OES and FEMA grant options. However, those are very difficult to get because we're not really in a flood zone. And so the benefit cost analysis is very challenging for us to be able to get those fundings. So the completion of the project is really contingent on the funding and how we can fund the entire project. The next project is the Ruby Way Overlook Erosion Control Project. Again, another flooding area in the city. The project is fully designed. We have 100% design and environmental documents with an estimated cost of $2 million. We have applied for several grants, including RAISE grant last year, but we have been unsuccessful in obtaining the necessary funding. So we're going to be continuing to look for funding for the project. The next project is our underground storm drain replacement program. Mr. Burke made a very detailed presentation to the council last year. We anticipate the need for about $900,000 per year, or about $2.6 million for the most urgent needs. This project only addresses the underground pipes that are in imminent danger of failure. So one of the other goals that we have is truly understand what is the scope and magnitude of our drainage issues. So we want to initiate a study in order to be able to come up with potential funding options for our drainage issues. As you have heard, a number of our projects are unfunded, but we also have a lot of other needs. So we plan to come to the City Council and present a draft RFP to see what are the options for financial planning for this citywide drainage study and update, and get input at that point, and then do the study, and then come back with more discussion. So what I wanted to do is also to tell you a little bit more about some of the regulatory compliance issues that we have to deal with on an annual basis. City has to comply with these regulatory compliance programs because it's mandated by state regulation and by TRPA. The first two major programs are the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES. Permit compliance, which involves inspection of our stormwater system, commercial and industrial facilities inspection, illicit discharge detection and elimination, and other monitoring program required by state regulation. The second annual program is the Lake Tahoe specific, involves updating and tracking city pollutant load reduction and submitting an annual total maximum daily load program, TMDL, to TRPA that addresses primarily the lake clarity issues. Now we're going to move to the strategic and other initiatives. We have a number of projects. The first one is the Vision Zero program. We recently received $200,000 in federal grants to develop this plan. This study will be initiated this July, and we hope to be able to complete it by December. The project is fully funded. The next project is the Bellamy Parking Garage, is to upgrade the facility, including improved circulation, structural upgrades to the parking access and revenue control system, parking guidance system, installation of EV charger. We divided the project into two phases, and both design phases are now complete. Phase one is $250,000, and we will be implementing that project, that phase, this summer, probably around September. Phase two is about $500,000, and we expect to request funding for next year for the implementation of that phase using the parking garage revenues, and this will be implemented in 2024. The final project that I have is our broadband upgrade implementation project, is another strategic project that we have. The project is fully funded for the design phase. We brought options to the city council, and council directed us to pursue a public-private partnership. We expect to issue the request for proposals this June with anticipated award by August. The implementation cost is currently unknown, but it may be as little as no funding from the city with what we're seeing right now from different ISPs. Finally, I would like to mention some of the major maintenance projects that we currently have funded, are on the books, and we need to complete these this summer. These are the police department roof repair, the ice arena roof and fire suppression system repair. The council heard about the neighborhood traffic calming program last year. Now that we have good weather, we're going to be implementing those. We have purchased all of the materials, and we're ready to implement those. We do have some proposed traffic signal upgrades at Tahoe, Johnson, Ski Run, Pioneer, and the flashing beacon at the Viking Lake Tahoe Boulevard. We had some problems with each one of them. We need to upgrade them to the standards. So we hope to be able to accomplish those this summer. Also, we're coordinating with Caltrans on the US 50 safety project, and I will be bringing a maintenance agreement to the council at the next meeting for that project. I want to mention that these are really the major projects, but we do have a number of smaller projects, like the upgrades to the electrical panel at the ski run, for example, one of those. So we do have a number of other smaller projects. Our team, frankly, has been very busy delivering these very important projects. Funding always remains a challenge, and often it takes many attempts by our staff to apply for these fundings so that we can fully fund these projects. So at this point, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Najad. I will just say I've been involved in attending council meetings in this community for about 25 years. And I just am so incredibly honored to have you in our city. This is incredible what you're doing. And just to see it all in black and white is pretty incredible, and I appreciate you. Thank you. I just have a question about the broadband upgrade implementation and how it's affected by what we heard a week or so ago from Charter Spectrum and their upgrade in the community. And does it make our plan moot?
If I may, Anush,
Yes,
I think
please.
that information will be forthcoming. They're going to be coming out with that. And I think Mr. Najad's comment that these ISP improvements that they're making will direct perhaps a smaller scope of work that we would need to do for broadband infrastructure.
Okay.
That's the best way I like to say that.
Thank you. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, there was a long list of unfunded things that we need to do. I don't think there was an item on this capital improvement list that I would consider unnecessary. But there were an awful lot of items that had no funding allocated to them. For some of those, obviously, some of those are going to get a bit of grant money, matching funds. It'll be a mix of funding sources. For the total set here that's been presented, what is the sum amount that's needed for the city, both in terms of one-time and ongoing annual appropriations, in order to do all of these things? More or less.
Well, for the projects which are on the books right now, the biggest one is the Bijou Park, which is $13 million. The Dennis Machada is about 10 million, that's 23 million. I would say we have about a shortfall between 30 to 40 million dollars on our projects, these projects. Now, you didn't hear anything about our condition assessment for the facilities. That will be a big component of the needs that we have in the future. One challenge I want to say on the environmental and drainage issues is that there are not that many grants out there. There are more grants on transportation projects. The feds put emphasis on, especially with the BILL program, on those types of projects. So we apply for these grants wherever we can find, but it's very challenging, and unless you're in a flood zone and we have really a very high benefit to cost, it will be very challenging. That's one of the reasons that we're going to be recommending to come to you to look at our drainage and environmental and also the snow operations in the future. What are the costs for all of these, and what are the options for the funding? I'm not prepared to give you that information right now, but that will be a part of what we're going to be looking at. So right now, from what you have seen, it's between 30 to 40 million dollars of shortfalls. And again, some of these projects have been on the books, and we have applied for many, many grants. And so really, that was the purpose of this presentation, to make sure that you have a clear understanding of what we have, the priorities, and the status.
A $30 to $40 million shortfall is more than we have at the moment. And none of the options that we looked at going forward today will close that gap anywhere near the amount that we need. So to your question of we're going to need to come back and look at where to get the money, I want to get it to you because these are all very valuable, but that's a lot. Now that's one time. Some of these were recurring funds, like the storm drain one. That was an ongoing year after year funding, right? And at least 900,000 per year underground storm drain pipe replacement program.
Yes.
So that's an example of where there's not going to be a lot of grant funding.
Correct.
But if we want to do that, we're going to need to come up with just shy of $1 million a year in order to do that from somewhere. Okay.
And that's what I think Mr. Najad was saying in the drainage master plan and feasibility and finance plan. there's different funding tools that we can look at what the needs are and how do we match those funding options up with that and present that to council for a discussion and path forward if you want us to take advantage of the revenue streams that are available to actually have money to fix underground pipes.
Take advantage of which revenue streams?
That's what the study's going to look at.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Najad. Yeah, great presentation. It's good to see that we're doing this. And curious, first one with Fire Station 4 here at the airport, and seeing that we're putting $200,000 into that fire station. We, and Mr. Dickinson's not here, but I believe we only need that fire station in service when we're running commercial airline service, that there's not a need for it at the airport to operate unless we're operating commercial service.
For an active fire station, yes, but we're storing equipment in that building. And there's some, some repairs that needs to be made for us to continue to store these vehicles. And also, we need to be in compliance with FAA regulations. So the funding that will be used is to repair what we have and make sure that we get FAA compliance for the use of that hangar.
I see, okay. And not a worry, I guess because in my mind, I hope one day, maybe with electric aircraft, we see new commercial service here, but I think it would probably end up as a new fire station. So maybe it's kind of maybe we're converting from a fire station to a hangar, or we'll call it storage, more than just continuing to invest in an old fire station, basically, is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I think that with the master plan that actually council approved, we're going to be looking at all of those options in terms of what kind of facilities we need. But this one is really in a major need of repair. And so that's what we're trying to do right now.
Great. And then Fire Station 3, I think you basically answered this already, but we're going to come back to look at this $3.5 million possible option and decide if we want to move more towards the design of a new fire station, or I guess what I'm asking is, when it comes back, is the design and the kind of approximate cost of a new station going to be ready for us to consider either the remodel or moving in the direction of a new station?
Yes, I've actually discussed this with Mr. Irvin and with Mr. Marino. So what we're going to do, we're going to come back to you with the improvements to the inside of the building with amenities and so forth. And that will be a lower cost, maybe around $800,000 to $1 million. And also, we're going to come back to you with the feasibility of using the Bank of the West site for a new fire station. And with that, we're going to come up with a more detailed cost of what that would look like. So yes, we're going to come back to you for both of those two questions that you had from us.
Great, thank you. And then the last question for you is, why have we not yet included the skate park in our CIP? I know we dedicated $250, and then I know there's a little bit of a strategy there, and we're going to be going more towards design, but it seems like a capital improvement project, and so I'm just curious why it's not there.
I think the main reason is because we have an interim skate park project going on right now. The upgrades to the existing site, but to do any planning on the future new expanded skate park, the Bijou Park master plan needs to be completed. It needs to be a part of that, so we can actually know where we're going to build it to. So we need the blueprint for the park to say, hey, the skate park's going to go in this area.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just think that we have, I think, 180,000 that isn't part of the interim side. So I just feel like it may be good to show it there because there's 180,000 and so that it's in pre-design phase or something. But anyways, I just think it's something that we will realize, I hope at least. But yeah, like most of these projects, I hope we'll realize them. But I just think it'd be a cool one to see there.
Yeah. Great point, and we'll make sure to keep that visible. But it is a priority.
It is a priority. I'm going to add that the focus of this presentation was the current ongoing projects, the ones that we're actively working on. And I know that's a priority, and it is in our CIP program, but we're not really actively right now doing the design or planning or design.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a quick question, which is the Upper Bijou Park Creek Watershed Restoration Project. Does that include the Woodbine area?
Yes.
Yes, is that a picture, in fact, of the Woodbine area?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I thought so. Do you have a quick clarifying question?
I have a clarifying question. Is that-
Yeah, just because Mr. Friedrich hasn't gone yet, so I was gonna,
The issue on Fire Station 3 renovations, reevaluating the alternative to include a new station on Bank of the West land, approximately 13 million. That's not consistent with what I recall council direction being at that meeting. As I recall, council direction was to investigate replacing the fire station with a new one, with the potential for it being on the Bank of the West land. But we also very specifically discussed replacing the fire station in situ on the existing property, either moving it back or building it on the backside of the existing property without necessarily needing to acquire land. Acquiring land is an option, and if that turns out to be the most efficient and affordable, then so be it. But this comment came up specifically because the original plan that was presented to council was that the Station 3 would decamp for another facility for almost a year while the existing building was remodeled. And if that was the plan A, then that might also, that should also include that if we're going to replace the building, they can still do that where they move out, demo the building and replace it in a year. That was part of the request for proposal to bring back to the council too. So it shouldn't just be only looking at acquiring property next door, but at replacing it on the existing site to potentially include removing Fire Station 3 for the duration of the replacement. That would not necessarily require the acquisition of any new land, which could be a major driver of the expenses. So I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the conversation. I remember very specifically at that council meeting was the point that since they were planning on moving out anyway, you wouldn't have to rebuild, you wouldn't have to build new while the fire station is operating, right? Since the original plan for the remodel was that they were going to evacuate it anyway. So the replacement could do the same thing and it wouldn't be a change. That could be cheaper, and I wanted to make sure that we got clarity on that, because that's not consistent with what I'm reading here.
Anush, can you help answer that?
Well, certainly if that's the desire of the council, we can look at both of those two options. I just need to make sure that Mr. Marino is looking at both a new fire station on portion of the Bank of the West site, plus, as you have described, maybe an option of building it where we currently have the fire station.
Yeah, either demoing the fire station and building it back on that same parcel, maybe set further back or whatnot, or potentially building it on the backside of the parcel without, but not only the option of acquiring new land and building in parallel, because the original plan was for them to be removed for the duration of the remodel. If they're going to do that, and if they were going to do that originally anyway.
So let me real quickly, because I actually went to the site with Mr. Marino, and I'm actually who proposed doing a lot line adjustment, and the reason for that is so that we could get to a single-story station, and we don't have to build 88 elevators, and we don't have to do what it creates to build a two-story station, and probably realize quite a few cost savings in doing that. And really, I think there's already been communication with Bank of America, but we're talking about a lot line adjustment, so we're not talking about major acquisitions of land. But I do think it's prudent to say, hey, this is what, if the land acquisition doesn't look feasible or it's going to create this huge spike, well then, yeah, what does it take to, because it would take a double-story station on the existing parcel as it stands, which is going to be a high amount of cost increase. But I think that first you see if Bank of the West is willing to. If they are willing to, then I think it only is feasible to look at the one-story station, because you're going to end up with a much lower cost building a single-story station. So that's kind of, from what I remember of the conversation, and definitely when I was with Mr. Marino at the site, that was kind of the present of it. Like, if we could try to get this lot line adjustment, it'd be a much better facility for everybody, and we would also be able to keep the firemen there as we built just behind it. But we could do it in both scenarios.
Right,
just 1 second, excuse me. Ms. Stroud, are we getting too far onto this topic?
No, it's within the scope, but it seems that maybe this discussion might be more appropriate when that item comes back with the staff's analysis.
Well, we just want to make sure that if it comes back months from now, because this issue was kicked down, this issue's been kicked, yeah. I agree with Councilwoman Wallace, and so when that happens, it's worth noting that I don't want to keep kicking this down. We have a moment to talk about it. If there's a question, I don't want this to have to go back and come back and go back and come back. That's
I think what I'm
really
hearing
efficient.
is, Anush, let's make sure Mr. Marino's assessment looks at tearing down the existing Fire Station 3 and rebuilding a Fire Station 3 there.
Either with or without a lot
it's
line adjustment.
Flat, if it's single story or two story.
Yeah.
And just, let's look at that. What's that estimated cost conceptually?
We can
Okay,
do that.
thanks,
And,
great.
and then we'll look at the Bank of the West too.
Okay.
I'm glad we had this, good clarity. It's gonna make it a quicker item.
Let me ask another question, if I could. We're not looking at any other sites in the city? No. Good.
Do you know of any?
Hey, thank you. Thank you for that clarifying question. Mr. Friedrich, do you have any comments?
I did, but they've been covered, so I'll just skip and just say, Mr. Najad, echoing Councilmember Wallace's and others' comments, excellent presentation and work. There's certainly so much on your plate, and there are many more things we could be doing. Make sure you keep us informed of how we can support additional work and what you're doing to find additional funds with funding efforts and whatnot. This is the real kind of bread and butter work of the city, and proud of the work you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. And now we'll take public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the, Mr. Mosier, since you're already standing up, go ahead. Thank you.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Quick question, where'd he go? There you are. You showed the house with the flooding in front of it at Bijou Park there and stuff, with the two-car garage. Is that still standing, or was that torn down? Just, if we can ask. Okay. Well, just wanted to comment, so it showed if that was still there to make my comment, whether or not, if it's applicable.
Can you repeat your comment?
Yeah, I mean, that was bought years ago, through a CTC grant, and, if it's still standing there and a problem, because I argued at the time for the 500 and something thousand for that, water isn't going to soak into there very much.
Is this number 24?
No, this is under,
Okay, that's the same thing I asked my question about. So, yes, that house is still standing there.
it's still standing? Okay, yeah, because it was purchased some years ago. It was our IT department head's father's there. And so I said, for the 500,000, buys a lot of curbs and drains and gutters and everything, which is the problem with the flooding there. There is no infrastructure there at all that needs to be put in. The ponds are down at the bottom, but the water has to get to the bottom without running through the neighborhood. So, yeah, that, I'd like to know why that wasn't torn down if it was purchased years ago. Second is, as far as for roadway and safety projects, the street striping, that I see some marks on Park Avenue in there and stuff. Would just like to see, rather not save money and put the little linguine lines there, if we could get some lasagna lines up. That's been the norm for decades there, the wider lines. I know the skinny lines have become the norm, and Douglas County is doing it and whatever, so just to save some money, but they disappear rather rapidly, and especially in high-traffic areas. Like to see a crosswalk under roadway and safety projects. It's not that expensive, but great need, crosswalk put in at Park and Pine Boulevard there at that corner by Station House and right there, either one of those corners, because the cars do come flying around. Take away the one parking space on the corner, but also you need a crosswalk there and some proper signage. Because it is a very dangerous situation and can be alleviated with just a simple crosswalk, and that's not a great expense. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last 18 seconds. Whoops. Mr. Robbins there, wondering where 30, 40 million or so is like, somebody put a call in to Larry Ellison, they're pumping money into North Shore and everything, and one of the complaints is, we have no connection to the Bay Area and Silicon Valley and a lot of money and creativity there. We've never made a connection there to help us. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace?
Time's up. Dwayne Wallace, citizen. I must admit, I also agree with Mr. Robbins, but I'm willing to go to counseling. It's just been driving me crazy all these years, knowing that the utility district's pipes, often you can see a clean out right in the sand at the lake, knowing that eventually those are gonna rot away and then we're gonna have a catastrophe. The other thing that's bothered me all this time is seeing all the little things that the league has drawn that says this pipe goes straight to the lake. Now, we did do one project by Wildwood there where they pumped the water up the hill, they treat it, ran back down. I think the utility district helped. It's my opinion, after all these years, that we should take the utility district's issues of moving their pipes out of that zone, and that we should take the city's drainage pipes and put them into one parallel system that we get the Corps of Engineers to do. It takes forever to get them, but it would be a much better project, and we would save our environment. Because right now, all the grease and things from dripping oil and all that just goes straight into the lake. And why would we redo a system that is a big part of what's ruining the lake? That's my opinion. And then when it comes to getting some money for the fire station, I had two ideas. I think about this stuff all the time. I would sell the parking garage to Heavenly Village. Your bonds are almost up. You take the money from that, and there'd be your fire department, your fire building. The other is look at other properties that you have that you might be able to sell in order to do some of the things you do. For instance, sometimes you sell a piece of property to a developer, they build your fire department building, you rent it back, and you don't have to go through the problem of building it. So there's a lot of different ways to skin those cats. And the other was the traffic. Mr. Anush has been amazing with that, handling those kind of neighborhood problems in the midst of all the snow. But there's a lot of neighborhoods where we're just driving too fast and we're afraid kids and dogs are gonna get hit, or old men like me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to make public comment? Mr. Gregorich.
David Gregorich, just in terms of the Bank of the West vacant site there, I know back in the 1980s, all the coverage was deed restricted or taken off of that site. So I don't know if something has changed in the intervening 40 years, but there may be coverage issues or a need to generate coverage to be able to use that site. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of any update on that, but that's why that site has been vacant all these years.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Blankenship, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 16. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great, thanks very much. This is a receive and file item. Is there any more discussion from council? Okay, Mr. Friedrich, do you have any? I'm sorry, Mr. Friedrich, do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay, great, thanks very much. We will now move on. 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
Are we ready in the control room?
Okay.
All set.
Thanks. Let's
Thank
finish.
you.
Thank you. Let's finish up our last three items, number 17, 18, and 19. Number 17, the painted crosswalk to celebrate Pride Month. Mr. Najad, you're back up.
To the City Council approve a painted crosswalk on the South Tahoe Bikeway path between 3351 Lake Tahoe Boulevard and Fremont Avenue to celebrate the Pride Month. At this location, there are a series of pedestrian markings at driveways locations. So we are seeking council direction to see if whether we should be repainting this crosswalk for an additional year. The painted crosswalk at this location has worked well. We are recommending the crosswalk to be reinstalled at the same location. We already have the paint from last year, so the cost will be very minimal, and we can go ahead and get it repainted based on council decision. That basically concludes my presentation.
Great. Any clarifying questions, Ms. Wallace?
My understanding was we had 3 locations. Did we do the 3 locations?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So I will reserve the rest of my comments for council discussion.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Robbins.
I'm not even quite sure how to put this. What set of restrictions exist? Because this is a crosswalk, it's got to have crosswalk requirements, and I'm sure there's a list of things it has. But are there restrictions on like the color set we can use for? Can we add colors? Or is there a limit on what we can do there in terms of colors that come from like external requirements?
At that location, there are not that much restriction. Basically, a crosswalk is a traffic control device, and the FHWA recommends that we can, a lot of cities have implemented very similar crosswalks. The only thing that they recommend is that don't paint the crosswalks in a way that distracts the drivers. At this location, this is a pedestrian path, so that's one of the reasons we recommended this location. But there's really no restriction in terms of colors.
And then and this may be getting a bit too much in the weeds, apologies if it is, what's the lead time on, for lack of a better word, what's the lead time on ordering additional paint colors? And do we have the existing colors in stock and or do we have to order them all? I'm just curious, like, if we wanted to update the color set, what would be involved?
We have the colors for the current painted crosswalk. Last time, it took us about 2 months to get the paint, but that may have changed now. But that was the situation last year.
It's not prime next day air for crosswalk paint?
Yeah. No, we order special materials for, outdoor conditions, heavy traffic areas.
Okay. So 2 months last time, maybe less now. We don't really know. Okay.
Thanks. Mr. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Najad. I'm curious, and this may be more to Mr. Irvin, could we, or really it's probably to you as well, I'd like to see if we could get an actual date, because I'd like to see us, have an event the next day to kind of commemorate Pride Month and really actually get us to, have an event at the crosswalk. There's a Pride group that's organized here, and I think it'd be a great way to kick off the month. So can we kind of get a date on the calendar so that I can start to organize that event? Is that something? Because if we have the paint, and I know there's some, I support also, I think in the future years, looking at some different colors, but I'd like to see it, because last year we kind of missed Pride Month, and I want to make sure we don't do that again, and I'd like to see if we can nail down a date if that's possible.
Well, I think the weather is good, although, we have some snow right now, but hopefully by next week we can repaint these. We have the paint available, and I can instruct the street staff to do it. As long as we have the council approval, we can get it done quickly and give you a date.
I think what I'd just suggest, I appreciate that, and it's always Mr. Najad's like, get it done tomorrow attitude, but We are coming to council, I think, for Pride Proclamation in June. So we could potentially time the painting to happen in June, if that would be preferred, and give you a little lead time to do some planning. So we can just set a date and coordinate that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome. And even if we can, and we'll work together, but if the event, if we could get some publicity help from the city and kind of get behind the event, and then we'll get the Pride group involved, I think it'd just be great. But yeah, if we can get that date sooner than later, it always helps to start planning. And then the only other question I have is that last year we went all, long ways, I'll call it, or horizontal instead of vertical. So I'm wondering, can we split that up a little bit and maybe do 2 long ways and then the one in the middle with horizontal, just to change it, and maybe if your painters want to get really fancy, they could have one that's even wavy. But yeah, there's just maybe splitting that up, I think could just, when you're riding a bike down it kind of be cool. So just some thoughts.
Yes, we can do that. If you recall last year, I showed you 2 different options. And yes, if that's the council direction, we can do that.
To clarify, you showed us 3 options: Harrison Avenue, where they are, and then I don't remember what the other one was. But one of isn't. So is changing the location then on the table? Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
I'm not just suggesting changing the location, just the pattern of the paint, like in the way that they're in the crosswalk.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, so I've actually reached out and spoken at some length with Lake Tahoe Pride. I've gone to their organizing meetings as well. If I recall correctly, because I was on the other side then, when this came up for consideration, the council reviewed options and the council decided that, and there wasn't really outreach to Lake Tahoe Pride at that time, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what I would just suggest is let's engage with Lake Tahoe Pride. Let's ask them what colors and paint scheme and design they would like to see in the crosswalk pattern as the interest group for that, or for that represents that community. I'd like to get their input. Now that, in fairness, it may be worth more to do it on time than to do it super perfect, and I recognize that. Like if the lead time for any different paint is going to be 6 months, then this isn't a this year thing. But I'd like to reach out to them to see what they'd like, if they'd like to include additional colors in the rainbow, and just if that's something that's on now relatively quick order, that might be completely reasonable. But I'd like to at least take a shot at that, and I definitely would like to engage with Lake Tahoe Pride on getting their input onto the crosswalk.
Okay, so we're still at clarifying questions, and so we'll need to come back to that. Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions?
Comments, not questions.
Okay, we're going to wait for comments then for a minute. Can we continue? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sure. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make public comment? Great, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Haley Nicole, my pronouns are she, her. I am a member of Lake Tahoe Pride, and so I'm coming with a message to City Council. We are heavily in favor of repainting the rainbow sidewalk. One request that we do have, if in the realm of possibilities, we would like to see the sidewalk evolve to the colors of the Progress Pride flag to be inclusive of trans, non-binary, and queer people of color, given what is happening in our country. I'm going to speak on that for just a moment, if I may. We are painfully aware of the vitriol and hate targeting the LGBTQIA community. Our trans and non-binary brothers and sisters and nibblings are afraid to enter spaces because of what is happening. I am fortunate to sit at multiple intersections of privilege, and because of that privilege, I have not been on the receiving end of verbal or physical attacks. However, I am the founder of the Here and Queer community at Heavenly. I am the co-planner of the first Heavenly Pride that happened in March. What I did witness was hate and threats of violence against members of our community on our social media channels. So this is prevalent. Something that we were so excited to celebrate. We very, very well carried a lot of fear that somebody may act on those threats. Despite all of that, this was one of the most seismic, life-changing events of my adult life. It was so incredible to be with the community, be surrounded by allies, and have these signals of joy, inclusivity, visibility, safety. Safety is the biggest one here. When we come to these little symbols, they're so silent. They harm no one. And it's such an incredible contrast to look at the lake, right, and just see this rainbow. Who doesn't love rainbows? I don't know why we get so angry over rainbows, but it's an incredible thing to be able to be a visitor here or be somebody who lives here. And just a small signal, it's so tiny, is that kind of signal of safety that we are here, we are involved, that you have our interests in mind, that you are hearing us when we are present. I just want to call out some things. Lake Tahoe Pride is planning several events for Pride Month, but our aim is to become a safe haven and a travel destination for the greater LGBTQIA for a community year-round. Lake Tahoe Pride has felt the support of over 30 local businesses as allies. They've helped us raise over $4,500 in the last 6 months alone for the Lake Tahoe Pride Equality Scholarship offered to students at LTCC. Heavenly Pride drew over 300 participants at Tamarack this winter. Queer locals and tourists are showing up in a big, big way. As a city dependent on tourist dollars, we have a massive opportunity to be the leaders of drawing in LGBTQIA plus travelers. This is a huge untapped market, and if we are able to show that allyship through the city, we're going to be able to pull a lot of support and a lot of recognition for doing so. I think that's it. More colors, please. That'd be amazing if we can. And yes, to what Mr. Bass said, we would love to have an event surrounding this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Okay, seeing no one. Oh, sure, Mr. Gregorich.
Quick comment. It's a nice idea. Please repeat it. I was able to attend a Pride Festival in Reno last summer, and man, there are a lot of colors. So I don't know how you pick which ones to do, but it's a nice idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Blankenship, seeing no one else in the room, is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to comment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 17. I do see 2 hands raised. The first up, we have Chelsea Thomas.
Hello again, council and city staff. Thank you all for your time to address this very important item. My name is Chelsea Thomas, and I'm the executive director at Live Violence Free. At Live Violence Free, we believe every person and every relationship deserves to be rooted in love and respect. We advocate for a violence-free community for all. We know that social isolation, distrust, lack of support, and other community factors greatly impact violence and abuse and how a survivor seeks out support for their safety. This is disproportionately true for our LGBTQ plus community. I'm here today as an advocate and an ally in support of the Painted Sidewalks to celebrate Pride Month and support our LGBTQ plus community. All of our neighbors have the right to safety and inclusion. Displaying the pride colors on the bikeways is a powerful statement to our community that they are supported, safe, and included. It fosters community, trust, and respect. It shows that the city and this community represent inclusivity and belonging. I thank you all for your support in celebrating pride, unity, and community for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Colin Crawford with Lake Tahoe Pride.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the council. Thank you, Cody, Christy, and Scott for agendizing this, putting this on the issue. Thank you, Haley and Chelsea, for your kind words of support. I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this to the table. I am heavily involved with Lake Tahoe Pride and our journey to nonprofitdom, and am so hopeful for this sidewalk. I think, speaking to everyone's point, we kind of missed the commencement opportunity to commemorate this last year. And I think it would be extremely impactful for the community to have that time well during Pride Month for us to really celebrate this during the month of advocacy. I think it would be a huge step for our community. And to reiterate Haley's points, I think, having Tahoe being perceived as a destination for LGBTQIA travelers and tourism, I think that should be, that hopefully is a great motivator to accomplish this project. So I really appreciate you all for your support, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Colin. There's no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your public comments. I'll bring it back to council for discussion, and Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, so I'd like to suggest that we the guidance we give here would be to figure out what the order time is, what the ship time is on some additional paint colors, and reach out to Lake Tahoe Pride to find out let them provide input as to design and aesthetics and what colors, because we're not the experts in that. That should come from the people who are in that community and who are in that advocacy organization. I'd like to get their input on that. I think it's if it doesn't work out, if the lead time for new paint colors is way too long, then that's fine. Let's do that for next year and get that queued up for next year, and we'll just do a celebration of the repainted sign this year, and we can make it more inclusive. This doesn't have to be ridiculous, but I think we should make a shot at adding a little bit of inclusivity if it's practical and reasonable.
Yeah, no, I'm a member of the community, also a member of the Tahoe Pride Group, and I absolutely support us looking at adding the full inclusion flag. There's no reason we shouldn't. We are a little behind the wheel, and I really don't want to see us have what happened last year happen again. And it's not just ordering new colors, it's actually bringing it back to council, approving the new design. There's a whole process to, rather than just, hey, add these new colors. So I really, really just don't want to see us miss the June 1st, or around June 1st. I'd really like to see us get this painted and then have like an amazing event that are right on the flags. And maybe what we could do is create some kind of plaque or something that we can put there that does have that flag and kind of represents Tahoe Pride, and some other ideas that we could do for this year. And then in the coming years, as we come back, I think, yeah, absolutely, we can come back with some different designs and look at some other opportunities, but we're just a little late. I fully support it, but I want to make sure that we hit Pride Month and we're really able to have bright, shiny crosswalks and really celebrate them and make it awesome.
Well, let me follow up on that, because Joe, if we give adequate direction today, does it have to come back to council, or can we say repaint it if you have to, or add a few colors per Pride's input and leave that to your direction so that we just get it done? It doesn't have to come back to an agenda item and be delayed for forever. Can we give discretion to make that happen in a timely way?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys can approve, if a motion is put on the table to direct Anush, Public Works Director, to repaint the crosswalks, work with the local Pride group to add new colors if feasible, we can manage that, and we don't have to come back. And if it's not feasible, then we'll work with the group, and everyone will know that it wasn't feasible when we have the celebration.
Oh, we can always repaint it as it is, because we have those, like, literally we have the paints handy. So either we can take a shot at it and get it done this year, if there's time. If there's not, we'll get it done. It won't have to come back to council again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Miss Wallace. Oh, yeah. Miss Wallace has been waiting to make comment.
So last year, when we all supported this, I made a plea to my fellow council members to consider this year making one of the sidewalks red, white, and blue. And I support repainting the rainbow in whatever form we can do in the feasible time. But I would ask my fellow council members to support red, white, and blue sidewalk. And we can do it to support 4th of July parade, 4th of July. I know that in the past, we've had Pride walkers and Pride floats in the 4th of July parade. So they all work together. We're all Americans, and we all should and do, at least in my family, we support one another. So I would ask for support in painting one of the, and showing that we all support one another.
Did you say a location?
I don't care which of the 3 locations, whatever is most appropriate. I am familiar with the 3 locations, but honestly, I don't use the bike paths as much as others do, and so I'm not concerned with which of the locations.
Okay, wait, to clarify, you mean one of the 3 that's already painted?
Correct, unless
Turning
we
one
want,
of them into...
or unless we want to add a 4th location. Again, I don't have an opinion.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify your point.
Yeah, I mean, based on that ask, if there is council direction for us to look at that, I think Mr. Najad and I would agendize that with another crosswalk location and come back. Because that's not how this item's listed.
I completely support that in a different location. I feel like in this location that's commemorating such an important thing, diversity, equity, inclusion, the pride, community that really does need to be recognized, and having its own location is, I think, something that's very relevant in so many places across the world. But I totally support, let's add that down at Lakeview Commons. There's a crosswalk right there across Lakeview, or wherever I think there's other areas of the city where that fits great.
I'm 100% behind that.
but-
Let's do that.
Yeah, but in that location, I feel like it's great that is the location recognizing the LGBTQ
Okay.
community as well as pride and
Thank
those
you for the
things.
support, Mr.
Yeah.
Betts.
Okay, so for a future agenda.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Friedrich, do you have?
May I say one thing really
Sure,
quickly?
yes.
Hopefully before 4th of July. Thank you.
Agreed.
And I would hope that, because if I'm remembering my pride flag, they have red and blue and we already have white. Thank you.
Okay, so no more purchase. Mr. Friedrich, do you have comments on this item?
Yeah, this seems like a good resolution. I'm certainly pro color, pro rainbow, pro inclusivity and belonging, and I think this is an important step in a year when there's so much targeting of youth based on their their expression and gender preference and whatnot around the country, that we're just sending a signal that we're recommitting to be an inclusive, even more inclusive community, that everyone belongs here, that we welcome people however they choose to express themselves and be in the world. And so I'm proud to support this renewal of that commitment and those values, and also as part of that inclusivity, as to support Ms. Wallace's vision for a crosswalk that celebrates our shared national identity at a different location. So with that, yes, I think just adding my support to this decision.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, it sounds like everyone has made some good comments. Would someone like to make a motion?
Make a motion.
Sure, go right.
No, or did you want to,
There's
more?
actually something that I just wanted to make sure that the feasibility that we're talking about is making sure. Oh, I'm sorry. The feasibility that we're making sure we're making June 1st. That's got to be very concrete, and June 1st has to be the day that we do not want to move past. So I just want to make that very clear. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll put forward a motion directing the Public Works Director on whether to repaint the crosswalk. Oh, interesting. Usually it gives me a little better of a motion than that, but I'll craft it myself. I'll put forward a motion directing the Public Works Director to repaint the crosswalks to celebrate Pride Month for 2023-24 by June the 1st. I think the staff's got pretty clear direction on that, but I can add it to the motion if you'd prefer. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that discussion. We have a motion and a second. Now we can vote.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Aye.
Mayor Cregan.
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And yes, we'll have a celebration out there. Yeah, that was disappointing last year when we missed it. Okay, moving on to item number 18, City Clerk Compensation Increase, and Ms. Buckman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Amber Buckman, the Human Resources Manager. Pursuant to City Code 2.05040B, salaries and benefits of all elected and appointed officials shall be set forth by separate resolution of the City Council. The City Code also states in part that the city clerk shall be exempt from the merit system. At the November 1st, 2022 council meeting, council set the city clerk's compensation at step 4. Since that time, the city clerk has achieved the following: successfully executed the 2022 municipal election for 3 council, 1 city treasurer, 1 city clerk, and 1 ballot measure, Produced and staffed 38 City Council, Planning Commission, and Police Advisory Commission meetings. Recorded minutes for 38 City Council, Planning Commission, and Police Advisory Commission meetings. Processed 294 city contracts, 160 resolutions, and 12 ordinances. Began training Planning Commission staff for production of Planning Commission meetings. Oversaw the agenda production for 24 Parks and Recreation and Arts, Culture and Tourism Commission meetings. Expanded remote participation for Parks and Recreation Arts, Culture and Tourism Commission meetings. Responded to 311 public records requests, accepted 88 liability claims, and notarized 112 documents. In April 2023, the city clerk also received a favorable performance review by the city manager. And based on these accomplishments and the positive review, staff is recommending setting the city clerk's compensation at step 5, effective the next full pay period after May 2nd. There is no financial implication, as the increase was anticipated in the 2022-2023 budget. And I will turn it over for any questions.
Thanks so much. Are there any questions? Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions?
No.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, public comment. Is there any public comment? Mr. Wallace?
I'm so sorry. I'm always doing this. I was involved in putting the petition together originally to make the city clerk an appointed position. We had an elected position. Thank you. I appreciate your help. We had a clerk's position at a time, and when we would bring things forward to the council, it was sort of like the clerk was being used against us and felt like they were obligated to do what the council wanted versus the public. It was just the way it was. It was enough that we put together a petition, got it on the ballot, and made our city clerk elected. But the one thing we didn't do was figure out the compensation part. And so it feels a little weird that she would even be evaluated, because it's up to the public to evaluate. But you've done a great job. And I haven't filed any requests for public information, but I know that you're besieged with them. And she seems to keep a cool head, even though she keeps too tight of a rein on me when I speak. And I resent that. But it just feels a little funny that you even get evaluated. It's up to us as the voters to do it. But I'm glad that it's that way. And in retrospect, I think the community did a good thing. Thanks.
Thank you for that good history on that. Is there anyone else who'd like to make public comment on this item? Okay, great. Ms. Blankenship, is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to comment on this
We'll
item?
go ahead and open up the Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 18. There are no comments at this time here.
Great, thanks very much. Then we'll bring it back to council for discussion and/or a motion.
Well, I was just going to say that you do an amazing job. I'm really happy to pass this, and yeah, I support you. You've done just an amazing job since I've been on council. I think you're great at your job, and yeah, you're more than deserving this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I
No.
actually also wanted to note that one thing that was left out was the massive amount of proclamations that you've had to process lately, particularly the one that I missed the deadline for, the Miss Marcia Day, and that was one that Miss Blankenship, without really knowing Miss Marcia, wrote herself, and was lovely and really well received. So thank you very much.
Well, I've told you before, I think you're just a rock star. All of the things that this didn't cover, what happened during COVID and having to change the entire way that we do business and handling it like a rock star. I mean, I've said it before, I fully believe it, and I just think you're amazing. Do you have anything to say?
I think you're doing great.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it short and let's move on.
With that, and I will make a motion that we pass a resolution setting city clerk compensation at step 5, $9,615 per month.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second, and so we can vote.
Mayor Cregan, I do have a quick comment.
Okay.
We completely
I just
left him out
wanted to-
entirely.
Oh, Yeah, I just wanted to echo the support of this motion. Ms. Blankenship does her job with extreme diligence and professionalism and hard work and ethical standards. So well deserved.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll vote.
All right, thank you all very much for those kind words. Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Aye.
Mayor Cregan.
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, this is the last item on our agenda, number 19, the mayor and mayor pro tempore term discussion and city council protocols update. Ms. Blankenship and Ms. Stroud.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Cregan and council. First, I'm just going to start with the easier of the two pieces, which is the protocol updates. We have made a couple of just red line changes to the protocols, updating our meeting schedule, adding our parking authority, adding a blurb about the exception, the new Brown Act exceptions for emergency circumstances. And we also added a line at the back to city council travel if a council member wants to upgrade their flight or their hotel to something fancy, we will just compensate them at the lower of the rate. So that's what we have for protocols. As far as the term of office for the mayor, right now it is annually. We choose the mayor, and that's per elections and our city code. And we had attempted in the past to do a 9-month term of office, and that was in 2019. And then we reversed it again because it is a little confusing to the public. It goes against city code, it goes against selection code. So we changed it back to be consistent. Staff is not recommending changing the term of office to the mayor seat at this time. I will let Ms. Stroud say things more eloquently than I do.
I think you covered it. So the issue that we ran into, and I think the main reason we're not recommending changing it to 9 months is it gets off cycle with the election cycle, and then whoever is in the mayor pro tem spots at the first meeting after there's a new council election would have to be reaffirmed, or if they're not reelected, they might end up with a super short term, or the new council might decide to replace them with someone new very shortly into their term. So that just ends up being fairly awkward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from council for our city clerk and city attorney? Okay, Mr. Friedrich, do you have any questions regarding this item?
No.
Okay. Okay, great. Then we'll move on to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room about this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to comment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who would like to provide public comment on agenda item 19. Oh, we do have one hand raised. Ms. Tabor, go ahead.
Hi, Allison Tabor here. Yes, I would find it very confusing if we went to a 9-month cycle. So per the staff's recommendation, I encourage you to stick with the 12-month cycle.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. There's no additional public comments at this time.
Okay, great. Then I will bring it back to council for discussion on this item. Yeah, really. Yeah. Mr. Robbins?
It wasn't me.
I mean, the reason this came up originally at the top of the year was because there's 5 council members and 4 years in a term. And there's no other way to divide 5 into 4. So I understand staff's recommendation, but that's not really a constraint on how we can do this if we want. It's not actually a limitation. It's an inconvenience in some minor places, but it's not that big a deal. So I think it makes sense, but if this is not a top priority issue on my list of things, but if we want mayor to rotate through everyone, then yeah, the mayor pro tem may have a shortened term when that overlaps across an election if they're not reelected. But that's a change we can make if we want.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I will speak. I understand that concern, and I know that that was why it was proposed in the past. I think that the way that I look at it is, we are up here to benefit our community, and I don't see how this shortened term benefits our community at all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not, I think, yeah, there's been points throughout the years around, that everybody is suited, as we're elected to be representatives of the people, we're suited to be in the ceremonial role. And I think that's totally still reasonable. But I do hear and listen to the concerns from the staff around some of the kind of challenges this does present, which do make sense in a sense of, people that don't get elected that are possibly in the role. And I think also what kind of rang true to me was that no matter if we're at a 9-month or a 1-year role, you're still going to have to be appointed no matter what. So even moving us to a 9-month role does not guarantee every person will be mayor, because you still are going to need to be appointed by the council. So and then for instance, for me, my first term, I didn't get to be mayor, but now I'm here for a second term, and maybe I will, hopefully, that's kind of, so I don't know. As I totally support the equality on the mayor role, I guess in my more looking into this, I don't know that we accomplish it through this, and because of the staff's recommendations of creating more complications for them and for awkward, the public, as we just heard from, also confusion, those kind of things. I think that it's just, better to stay where we're at. And again, just want to echo that I really support the equality around the role. Just, I don't think we get there through this.
That was great comments. Mr. Friedrich?
Yeah, I recently read a historical paper. I believe that when the city was founded, they did 9-month terms based on just the equity and rotation. And I think I was originally supportive of this idea because it's the people that put us in equal measure, right? Maybe different people vote for us each, but they're the ones who kind of ascertain that we have a shot at it, and then we kind of get into some subjective discussions about who is or who isn't qualified to be mayor, and that can lead to disunity. One could imagine a situation in the future where 4 people have one either political, ideological, whatever point of view, and one person's on the other side, and they just never allow that person to be the mayor based on that. And if you had an equitable rotation, then it would just stick with the people voted everyone in, and therefore you just kind of rotate through without that. Those kind of situations happening. But as Councilmember Bass just said, either way, I guess we have to vote for a 9-month or a 1-month term for a person to be in that. So there's perhaps no way of getting around that potentiality. So with that, and so where I was kind of looking at it from an egalitarian point of view, where everyone is equally worthy of having the gavel, right? Since we're all elected, that we're kind of accountable to the people, because we have to vote in the end anyway, and maybe for operational ease and clarity, as the staff had recommended, I'm happy to continue with a 1-year term with those caveats.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wallace, would you like to make any comments?
Nope, I'm fine.
Okay, great. I'm not really seeing the appetite here to shift to a 9-month term for mayor and mayor pro tem. So let's pass a motion approving the city council protocols as presented.
Oh, you want to do it? Okay. I make a motion that we approve the city council protocols as presented.
Second.
With that, we can vote.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Wallace?
Aye.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Aye.
Mayor Cregan?
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great, thanks very much. Moving on to our agenda planning calendar, Mr. Irvin.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The only thing I'd like to really highlight is our next meeting, May 16th, 5:30 p.m. start time. A couple items of note is the Washoe Tribe acknowledgement and presentation and resolution is on the agenda, and the pavement management plan update, which is what everyone is talking about. So that'll be a good one.
Okay, great. That will be great. Thank you. Okay, updates and announcements. Mr. Irvin, why don't you go first?
Great, thank you. I have to get my notes here on my phone. I forwarded to City Council about a week ago donation acknowledgement letters, and I just want to publicly say thank you to Mr. Arvindra Reddy for his purchase of pizza for our snowplow operators. That was a very nice gift that he did during our snowplow operations. And then Miss Beth McLean spent over $3,000 putting together baskets with a bunch of goodies in there for all of our drivers and snowplow operations. And Anush took pictures, and I shared those with the council, and it was pretty remarkable what someone did on their own time, not being asked, just to say thank you to these people that worked tirelessly this very difficult winter. So just want to give a big thank you to her and him for those efforts. The lakeside traffic item that Mr. Mosier brought up earlier, Mr. Anush has studied that, and a traffic sign is not warranted, but he is looking to do some warning signs along the curve to help make sure that those that are driving a vehicle are shown with the advanced signage to be safe. And then Keys Boulevard and Washington Street, that's noted. We will look at putting in stop signs with LED lights like we did at Ski Run. It seems to have helped there, and that's a good thing that we can look at implementing. And then the item of the TOT security deposit came up. This is something that had been on the books for a long time. Council adopted an ordinance resolution or ordinance update in September of 22, I believe. And we have been working on payment plans with many of the property managers and owners. We are meeting with those that want to meet with us to talk about how we can facilitate that with them. Short of that, I would just say that the reason that we did this was because there was some loopholes that when purchase of properties and sales happened, it was hard for us to really recognize that true value that was maybe lost. And so finance has proposed this to tighten it up. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Olga?
You covered everything for the most part. It's part of the audit that we would like to tighten up our procedures, how we can recover potentially lost TOT. And there are 3 ways: liens, deposits, and third escaped me.
CDs.
So this has been in the city code for a long time, and we found that it's one of the effective ways to use to recover a potentially lost TOT, so we just tighten up the procedures, but we're also flexible. In our collection, we offer payment plans and willing to accept any, grant any, not exceptions, but possibly extend the terms if there are any financial burden that can be proven, so.
Okay, so who will be contacting someone of the people who commented this morning?
We have a meeting scheduled with one of them this week, and then Mr. Bindell reached out and wanted to meet with us, so we're working to set that one up as well.
Okay, great, thanks very much for taking care of that. Mr. Robbins, did you have something you want to say on that item?
Yeah. I'd like to get a sense if it's worth bringing that back as an agenda item to understand how it is we are currently doing. Because my understanding of this isn't super clear, but as I understand it, we're asking hotels to prepay for the TOT they haven't yet collected. In broad strokes, that's more or less what we're doing in order to make sure that the money is available when their taxes are then due. I remember I spent a couple of years as an independent contractor, and my income at the time was bursty. It came mostly in the end of the year, and it was the worst thing where I had to pay taxes on income I hadn't earned yet, and might not have didn't know that I was going to earn for sure until the year's end. And then at that point, if I hadn't prepaid enough, so it was really obnoxious when I was doing that as an independent contractor, and I can sympathize with businesses that are being asked to prepay on revenue they haven't yet gotten. That seems like what it is, but my understanding may not be correct, but that certainly seems like the case. And if that is right, if that understanding broad stroke is right, we might want to have an agendized discussion about what the current structure is. Does it make sense? How can we do it in a way that's more fair? It's not about not collecting the TOT, but about making sure that the money comes in a fair way. That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah,
If I may add, this has been in the part of the city code since 1989, I believe, or 1997. The maximum deposit amount is $20,000, and it's determined based on the 3-year average. We recalculated that 3-year average recently, and we eliminated the months where, from the COVID impact, where the lodging was closed and there was no TOT was lost, so those months were eliminated, and we calculated it based on 34 months instead of 36 months, which is the 3-year average. And again, the maximum is $20,000. It's a deposit, and it's to enforce the collection of our largest city revenue source, TOT, which equates to approximately $18 million per year. And the deposit helps ensure that when the hotel sells, we can recover any potentially unpaid TOT that we determined during the audit process. And we, again, all new hotels are assessed that deposit. There are some old hotels that have not been sold in recent years. We don't have any records of, we don't have any deposits, we don't have any records of deposits on file, and we just want to bring everyone in compliance and treat all businesses, all hotels fairly, and require everyone to deposit funds.
I'm sorry, because this is not on the agenda, so there was a request to bring back a discussion of it, and I know that we did just talk about it last fall, probably before Councilmember Robbins was on council when we updated the code, so another option could be to brief him on that, or if there's a second to bring it back, we can bring it back. Okay, I see a second to bring it back.
Okay, great, thank you. You shouldn't ask her the question because it's not on. Okay, thank you. Mr. Irvin, do you have anything else?
No.
That was good stuff you said there. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Stroud.
A couple things. Thursday, it's been a long time coming, but finally we are having our gun violence restraining order training with members of the police department and city attorney's office and some other local agencies. This was something directed by council last fall when we talked about potential gun violence measures, so we're excited to be taking the first step to get that off the ground. And then I did want to let you know I have been appointed to the Emergency Response Committee of the City Attorneys Group in the League of California Cities, and I'm excited to serve on that for the next 2 years.
Congratulations. Ms. Blankenship?
Thank you. Just one request from Barton Health to bring back a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. If I can just bring that back next month, I'll turn that around and bring it back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, council member reports and comments. Ms. Wallace, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I was actually going to ask for a second on the TOT deposit collection. I don't have a lot of committee reports. I did have some council commitments, but nothing of note to bring back. However, there is a Bridging Divides, another event on Wednesday at the Boys and Girls Club in the afternoon. If any of you are interested, I will get you more details. I've participated in 2 of those, sort of a red-blue thing, and crossing the divide between the 2 sides, and they have been 2 of the most amazing, impactful things that I've done in my adult life, and I really recommend them for other people. I think they're wonderful in this divisive country and community that we live in. I just think that they're brilliant. So if anybody's interested, I will get you the information.
You said it's tomorrow?
Wednesday the 10th. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's next week. Wednesday the 10th at the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, if you could do anything.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, send it my way.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robbins, would you like to go next? As in, you don't have anything to say?
I have nothing to say.
Okay, okay. Mr. Friedrich, would you like to say what you would like to say?
Yes, I would. All right, so just a quick note. Thanks for bearing with me on Zoom today. I have a work trip, not funded by the city, to the Advanced Clean Transportation Expo in Anaheim, just by 12,000 people, looking at transitioning trucks and other heavy-duty vehicles to zero emissions. So hopefully that's pick up some tips for the city as well. But it's an exciting, group of people working on that direction. Let's see. So TRPA meeting last week and also retreat. I did vote in favor, as did the rest of the board, of a Waldorf Astoria development that I think Mr. Bass noted earlier had inclusionary housing requirements in there, 38 units, and some traffic mitigation. Also, at the retreat, I advanced a whole number of ideas, including those in line with what our discussion today on housing, prioritizing workforce and affordable housing, and making that a priority and making choices, and also just spoke in favor of things like microtransit and public access and other parts of our strategic plan, and advance those ideas in that setting. I would add that we had a comment earlier about development of housing and advocating for more density and coverage and height and those kind of variances. The Tahoe Living Working Group, part of the TRPA, is putting forth those sort of recommendations, and I have spoken out at a related meeting on that as well. And then I would just finally say, just to reiterate what Mr. Urban said with the Washoe acknowledgement, next meeting, looking forward to that. It's a good reminder of the context in which we're operating when we often will say we've been here 40 or 50 years to show our duration in the basin, and it's the Washoe has been here about 500 generations. So I'm looking forward to paying that respect and making that acknowledgement and hearing and learning from them, and I hope the public comes out for that as well.
Okay, thank you. Safe travels. Mr. Bass.
I don't have too much. I didn't have too many assignments through the month of April. I'd say the only thing, it's Small Business Week this week. I think that everybody should really pay attention to local businesses and local serving locals. It's been a really long winter on top of Caldor, on top of COVID. I think that right now it's more important than ever to really try to focus on serving local businesses that are made up of local people, that aren't Wall Street made businesses, but Main Street businesses. So I think everybody should really, keep that in focus. May is a shoulder month for us, and we'll get busier through June and hopefully have an incredible summer. But let's all get focused on our local businesses and support each other. But thank you.
Thank you for reminding us of that. Yeah, that's really important. I too just have a reminder about this weekend, about the Firewise event on Saturday. It's really impressive that we have the state insurance commissioner and our state senator visiting us again. And so I really hope that we can get a lot of community members out there to really, hear what they have to say to us and make sure that they hear our voices and our needs in our community. With that, we're adjourned.